Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to our coverage of the first Test match between England and New Zealand from the headquarters, Lord's Cricket Ground in London. And the initial news is that Tom Latham has won the toss for New Zealand and decided, not surprisingly, that he'll have a bowl first. England will be batting in just a little under 15 minutes' time. Alongside me, Jarrod, Kimber and Steve Harmison. And well, I have to say, first thing that Harmy said this morning when he arrived, apart from good morning and where's the coffee, was it's a good bowling morning, Harmy. Actually, you don't drink coffee, do you?
No, I don't drink coffee. Manners, good morning, Manners. Good morning, Jarrod. Good morning to everybody, or good evening, wherever you're listening. It is, I think, a beautiful morning to bowl. There's a bit of blue sky. There's a lot of dark clouds, and I think there's a heaviness in the atmosphere because I think, let's be fair, over the course of the next 5 days, we are going to get some rain. And I think if this is a toss that England would have been desperate to win, Ben Stokes, this morning, because obviously with the slope that's on there, a little bit of moisture that does start in surfaces nowadays, especially in England. It will swing, I think it will seam, and I think it's going to be a good test for the debutant, Emilio Gay, and obviously Ben Duckett as well.
Jarrod, you've done multiple previews of this series already. You've been working for several days, and you had Jeremy Coney, who'll be joining us later on your programme yesterday. You said that, well, the intimation, you don't normally intimate, you normally say things pretty clearly, but the intimation was that there were some weak spots in both of these two teams, but there are some very strong spots as well.
Yeah, I think what Jeremy was saying, that a lot of people in England are worried about how England's going to go, and he sort of comes over as a New Zealander going, we're a little bit worried about how we're going to go. You know, you look at that top order, you've got people who haven't played a lot, people coming in and out of form. Even players like Mitchell and Blundell, who made a ton of runs over here a couple of years ago, haven't made many runs since then, right? So there's a lot of concerns. They've got a bowling attack that they're not 100% sure of, two guys with stress fractures. So I think both of these teams are at a position where they're kind of in a slight rebuild, not a complete rebuild, but a slight rebuild. And so there are flaws within them, and then strengths. You know, you've still got Williamson and Root playing here. You know, Kyle Jamieson, well, his bowling average is still really good, isn't it, when he's fit?
Yeah, I mean, the bowling is, I find fascinating. I think New Zealand's looks stronger, to be honest. And I don't know, Harmy, whether that's just because they've become so accustomed for so many years to having at least two England bowlers with hundreds of wickets, and there aren't any now.
Well, how many times have we spoke about since Broad finished, since Anderson finished, and then Wokes finally left the scene last year, that we're looking for a leader of the attack. And I think England, over the course of the winter, there's a lot of talk about game plans and how badly England and their shot selection and driving on the up, but their bowling was terrible. The bowling in the winter was terrible, and I think the leader of the attack, whatever you want to talk about, leave Jofra to a different, a different argument altogether. But England need to find a leader of attack, and I think a lot of criticism came from my area towards Ollie Robinson when he was selected again. But I think that's the gamble, and the pressure on Brendan McCullum, the gamble that England are desperately searching for. They need that new ball bowler who can hold the end, who can be the leader of the attack. And England have had to go back to somebody who's let them down, and Ollie Robinson. So there's a question mark over Atkinson because of the overs that he's bowled this year. But I think it was a good gamble that you did pick him in this game because of his record at Lords. I'd have been tempted to have a go with the weather forecast that it is. A bit patchy and a lot of rain around potentially in mid-afternoons. I'd have been tempted to not play the spinner and play Sonny Baker and really go sort of fight fire with fire. But I think common sense has prevailed and they've gone with the spin bowler. But you look at the England's bowling attack, you're hanging your hat on Josh Tongue, who is still
and the captain.
And the captain, and you don't really want to put too much pressure on the captain's bowling because he's dropping down to 7. But there's a lot of question marks on England, a lot of question marks on whether New Zealand's top order can sort of bat against the moving ball. But what I would say is, when I look down the list of William O'Rourke, Matt Henry, Kyle Jamieson, Nathan Smith, there's four fast bowlers there, which I think have got a huge amount of quality, a really huge amount of quality, and that in these conditions, when there's a little bit of overcast and a little bit of rain around, I think that will be a challenging start for the England cricket team.
It's a new ball bowling attack, right? O'Rourke's really the only guy there that you like outside of the new ball. So as long as the ball keeps moving, New Zealand is in for one. But if it does stop moving, Smith, I think, goes about 6 runs and over against England so far. And he doesn't really have a plan B other than wobbling it around a little bit. So it'd be fascinating to see, but there's a lot of quality in that bowling attack. I agree
Smith
with
bowls overs, though, Jarrod. And that's the thing I like about Smith is Jamison's your man who you're probably looking at, the start, a new ball, and when it is doing a lot, you try and protecting Jamison, aren't you? And I think in Nathan Smith, you've got somebody that's going to bowl overs.
Before play,
I look at the England cricket team and think the only bowler in that group that I think can bowl overs is Ben Stokes.
Since the last home test played at the Kia Oval in August 2025. Please join us for a moment's silence as we remember some of the greats of our game. Thank you.
Amongst those names that we had that moment of silence for, Robin Smith,
Today we
and
wish
recently
to commemorate
MJK
the
Smith,
great New
Hugh
Zealand
Morris,
cricketer
captain
Martin
of
Crowe, a decade on from his
Glamorgan,
sad
and
passing.
an England opening
Crowe played
batsman,
for New Zealand between
number of
1982
players
and 1995,
who have
regarded
been
as one
remembered.
of the country's greatest batters, scoring over 10,000 runs across Test and one-day international cricket.
And of course the two
MCC
players
is proud to honour Crowe's achievements in the game by adding
after
his
whom this
portrait
tournament,
to the
this
paintings
series is
displayed in
named.
the long room. The artwork by artist Jason Brooks was unveiled yesterday. And to mark this very special occasion, it's a great pleasure to welcome to Lord's and to ring the 5-minute bell, Martin's daughter. Please welcome Emma Crowe.
Martin Crowe and Graham Thorpe, and Martin Crowe's daughter Emma ringing the 5-minute bell.
And for those that are able, please be upstanding
Those,
for the anthems of New Zealand and
outstanding
England.
traditions that makes Lord's so special. England players bunching up, arms round each other's shoulders.
Good morning and welcome to Lord's.
As I said, the traditions and the atmosphere at Lord's are always very special. First day of the Test match summer, and not quite a sellout, but very, very good attendance. There'll be plenty of people who are still finishing off or collecting their first cup of coffee and rusks for the start of play. There's quite a few that have already started on the Chardonnay and the Chenin Blanc, and the hover cover is being pushed off the ground now. We haven't had any drizzle this morning. It is overcast, although there's some blue sky directly above the ground at the moment. But as Steve Harmison was saying, it's very much a bowling first morning. That's the way it feels. There's been a lot of rain around the last couple of days. It was very gloomy and overcast yesterday. The pitch was under cover for much of the day, and it's got an unmistakable tinge of green to it. So it was, I think, quite relieved Tom Latham, who won the toss and decided that New Zealand would have a bowl. Often it can backfire. There's the expectation is so high, bowlers try too hard, they know that the pressure is on them to make the best of the new ball, and sometimes they can try too hard and not allow things just to happen naturally. And I'm delighted to say that we're joined for the first time this morning by Jeremy Coney, who's had a 30-hour journey from New Zealand, from the New Zealand winter, and you've arrived in the New Zealand winter as well.
I thought it was the heat wave. I'd heard so much about the heat wave and people swimming in fountains. But yeah, that's it has been a bit different, and it's very like New Zealand weather right at the moment, actually. Perhaps with the clouds, maybe Tom Latham felt that this was an opportunity. So it looks as though... There you go. That's the man we're looking at the moment, probably the leader of the New Zealand attack. Seam bowler, basically. He'll be bowling a length to bring the batsman forward. 3 slips gully, 2 men in the covers. Pretty standard, I would say, manners, isn't it? But it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. It's if these clouds clear, it'll be, it could be a long day. We'll wait and see.
It could be quite a short day for the top order if Matt Henry gets it right. Steve Harmison's a massive fan of Matt Henry, so I'm going to have to use a little bit of educated guesswork with the slip cordon, because everybody's wearing sleeveless sweaters. But I'm going Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham at third, or Tom Latham at second. At third, Kane Williamson. That'd be Glenn Phillips in the gully. Here's Matt Henry, first ball of the Test match summer, outside the off stump to Ben Duckett, and Ben Duckett leaves it alone. It was very wide. It was definitely a leave alone ball. That didn't get up much, did it?
No, kept a little bit low. Almost second bounce. You can see at the moment Blundell's just taking his new position, getting a step or two closer to the stumps. Devon Conway probably backward point, I would say.
It's quite a wideish mid-off, Ben Duckett, and a straighter mid-on. Here is Henry again, second ball, Duckett. Leaves alone again. We'll have to delve into the archives and see how many times Ben Duckett's left 2 balls in a row in Test cricket. But they have been very wide. Mind you, he would have had a cut at the second one, I think, in Test matches gone by. But Emilio Gay is at the non-strikers end on debut, the first England debut opener since Alex Lees 4 years ago. Here's Duckett once again, bat upright now as Henry is in again. Ball beaten outside the off stump. He did have a definite little tentative push at that one, but definitely, I'm not going to make any judgments on the pitch after 3 balls, but there hasn't been much bounce.
No, all of them keeping sort of, he's not outright pace, is he? It's more a consistent kind of moving batsman around from a length, an ideal length. But certainly Blundell is taking those shin height.
Here is Henry again outside the off stump. Now a little bit of bounce, and he finally gets to take one around waist height. But again, it's left alone by Ben Duckett.
So just to go back to the field, yes, we've got Devon Conway backward point. Nathan Smith, I would think, would be mid off. A good fielder, quick, good arm. The sizable proportion of Kyle Jamieson at a wideish mid on, looking to save a single. Rachin Ravindra just in front of the umpire, and that makes Will O'Rourke down at fine leg.
Here is Henry again, bowls, Duckett defends, opens the face of the bat, guides it into the gully where Glenn Phillips does the fielding. There's not too many bowlers the size of Will O'Rourke who will be dwarfed by a teammate, but sometimes official heights can be exaggerated. I don't know why that is, but Will O'Rourke is officially, in his biography, 6'6", and Kyle Jamieson 6'8".
Yes. Two very towers.
Duckett defends once again, steers it away behind square on the offside. Phillips fields. I mean, you just got to land it on a length really if you're that tall, and you're going to cause problems. First over gone, and Ben Duckett has played out a maiden. Doesn't happen very often, but England, I think, have got to pay due deference to the Duke's ball in these conditions.
Yes, I agree, and that's presumably the clouds. There's the old saying, isn't there, Manners, where you look up, not down. There's not a lot of grass on this pitch in terms of green live grass, a little bit. It's kind of the colour, always when I arrive, of an oat biscuit, or perhaps even Demerara sugar, but you know, the ones with the crystals. You know, those, it's that crystallised Demerara sugar, not the brown sugar, you know.
The sticky stuff.
Yeah, but it's obvious there, if it's an oat biscuit, there's a wee bit of avocado. Tiny bits of avocado sneaked in, haven't they? And that's what will interest the New Zealanders. Sorry, this isn't a cooking program, everybody. We're going through the ingredients. Yes, that's right.
It would be a great challenge, wouldn't it, on a celebrity chef program to give somebody some avocado and some Demerara sugar and they make something with that. Well, it turned out they've made a pitch here at Lord's out of it. It's Kyle Jamieson actually, and not Will O'Rourke with the first over from the nursery end, and it's a low full toss and it's driven away square of the wicket on the offside, and 4 runs to Emilio Gay, his first ball in his test career, and he gets a nice juicy shin high full toss outside the off stump.
Yeah, with a bit of width too, and it hits the outside kind of middle of the bat and goes square of gully and inside the man at point. So what a lovely start. Please, if it just give me a start, could you? About out here, and don't make it bounce so it can seam or do anything. Lovely.
Here is Jamieson round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. That's like when you arrive at a 5-star restaurant and you're a little bit nervous and apprehensive and you're not quite sure what to do with all the bits of cutlery, and then the waiter arrives with a warm brown roll and some beautiful garlic butter just to get you into it.
You're still wondering which which knife to use, but however, look, take your pick. You're paying.
Oh, wide shin high full toss.
When were you last at a 5-star?
Well, you can tell not a long time ago, because I'm still talking about being nervous. That's a thick outside edge as it's straight from Jamieson, and Emilio Gay looking to work it away on the onside, I think, and it hit the outside half of the bat and trickles into the covers.
This is kind of, folks, the second iteration, the second kind of the coming of Jamieson. He was a slightly quicker before he had his first stress fracture. He's had 2. First one was dealt with by surgery. The second one, it was just conditioning and weights and so on for about sort of 6 or 7 months. But he's now learnt to swing the ball both ways, not off the same delivery.
Here is Jameson outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Born and bred Aucklander, isn't he? But learnt his cricket in Canterbury.
Yes, that's correct. There's a little out-swinger to the left-hander, so an in-swinger for him as a right-arm bowler. Hasn't quite found the line yet, has he, to commit Emilio Gay. What a lovely start for him, though. He'll have been thinking about this. Where's my first run? Can I just get forward? Looks as if he plays. He likes to get onto that front foot, Emilio Gay, it seems to me at the moment.
3 slips in a gully and a leg slip as well, as Jameson is into Emilio Gay outside the off stump again, and it's left alone. This is the kind of conditions that opening batters love to leave the ball, even Ben Duckett. That swung a lot, actually. That's why it looked so wide when it passed. Didn't start that wide, but that swung a lot.
Yep, well, the Duke's ball is going to help these New Zealand bowlers who do swing the ball. Nathan Smith is playing today. I mentioned him. He'll be the 4th seamer, and he does swing the ball away from a right-hander, so it's an outswinger.
Breeze blowing across from left to right as we look from the nursery end, so that'll help that away swinger to the left-handers. 3 slips in a gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, down the leg side this time. A little better bounce from Jameson, and again it's left alone by Gay as he lets it past at rib height, taken by Tom Blundell, and the over comes to an end. So just the wide full toss for 4 to start, and England asked to bat first. 4 for none after 2. Going to be Matt Henry to continue from the pavilion end. We haven't mentioned the teams, actually. Should do that. Let's start with New Zealand. Tom Latham, Devon Conway. No surprises in the top order. Kane Williamson, Rachin Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Glenn Phillips at 7, preferred it as the spinning option ahead of Mitchell Santner, and then Nathan Smith, Carl Jameson, Matt Henry, and Will O'Rourke. For England, there was a suggestion that Sonny Baker might be playing instead of Gus Atkinson earlier on, but that's not the case. Here's Henry again. First ball of the 3rd over, pushed away by Duckett to wide mid-off. So England line up: Emilio Gay, Ben Duckett, Jacob Bethel, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jamie Smith, Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson, Ollie Robinson, Josh Tongue and Shoaib Bashir. So no place for Sonny Baker. And of course he was the 12th man. They named a 12 yesterday without Matt Fisher, Rian Ahmed and James Rue. Here is Henry once again from the pavilion end, and Duckett drives powerfully past mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Just a little bit too full from Matt Henry, but that's okay. I mean, you'd rather be that, wouldn't you, than too short?
Definitely. The way the pitch seems to be behaving is that it's keeping, if anything, a tad low as it gets through past the batsman and through to Blundell, the wicket keeper. That one is just a little bit full, and it's seized upon very quickly by Duckett. It's out there, not much movement from him.
8 without loss. Duckett leaves alone outside the off stump as Henry bowls a little too wide, and that's certainly some judicious use of the leave from Ben Duckett, which we're unaccustomed to. And statistically, since records of such things were kept some quarter of a century ago, Ben Duckett does have the lowest leave percentage of any opening batsman to have played Test cricket for anybody anywhere. Here is Henry once again outside the off stump, and Duckett leaves alone again. We are unaccustomed to this.
It's a record. He's broken
his own record. I think it might be. I think it might be. He's the only opener with a leave percentage of around 1%. 1 in 100 balls he leaves, and he's left 6 or 7 now, 8 I think.
I just wonder about that cordon for New Zealand with that lack of bounce at the moment.
Here's Henry again, Duckett forward, and the thick inside edge onto the pad by the sounds of things. He's got his back to us, but there was a double noise there. They did all take a little shuffle forward, didn't they, after the first couple of balls, I thought?
Yeah, certainly Blundell has gone forward, so therefore normally you just work out, I think, in the slips what sort of batsman is facing here. If he's a batsman who's a goer, so you'll see more attacking shots, obviously the edge is going to carry a little bit further. And so you position yourself depending on who's facing.
Here's Henry again, and this one nips back by the looks of it. Duckett defends. He's tucked up a bit, chips it out towards Nathan Smith at mid-off, and comes running in to do the fielding. So just a boundary apiece for Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay. After 3 overs, England asked to bat first, 8 without loss. You need to be patient. I mentioned that bowlers can often try too hard in conditions like this where the expectation is on them, early wickets, you know, the decision to bowl first. But the captain also has to be patient as well, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, the fact of it is that opening bowlers need to be consistent, don't they? So far, we've seen the usual consistency from one end, from the pavilion end, and that of Matt Henry. Not quite so much in the 1 over we've seen from the swing bowler, the tall man Kyle Jamieson, coming in from the nursery end. He hasn't been able to settle and really test Emilio Gay at this stage. Both batsmen have really stayed at the same end and have faced all their deliveries from the same bowler at the moment. New Zealand look to me with the lack of bounce, the bowlers wanting to pitch the ball up a little bit further. It means they may get driven.
Here is Jameson again around the wicket, bowls and driven, exactly as Jeremy Coney said, driven down the ground handsomely by Emilio Gay for his second boundary. That was a lovely controlled check drive from Emilio Gay, trying to eliminate all manner of risk and just a little straight punch, watching the ball closely.
Yeah, just a little. It's the line that is the issue for the moment from Jamieson. He's been outside gaze off stump. He's been down leg side once at the end of the last over, and there he's again middle and leg. Beautifully handled by Emilio Gay. Big gap there between wide mid-on and the stumps.
Here is Jameson again. Bowls. Oh, and it's just beaten me outside edge into the gloves of Tom Blundell. There was some excitement there. I'm assuming, Jeremy, that the leg slip is in play because he's bowling around the wicket. I think it's unlikely that there's going to be a sort of a leg glance, but because of Jameson's height, I'm assuming that he's there for the leg slip is there for the fend off, the rib height.
Yes, usually if he gets perhaps some outswing, he might be a little bit wider, you know, and as he looks to play it into sort of square by the umpire, he might just get an inside edge and run to him. But I think you're right, off the gloves perhaps.
Jameson in again, bowls full and a little too wide.
I mean, at the moment, you'd have to say it'd have to be pretty short if he could get it up there, and he'd have to be pretty quick. A good hurler, as they used to call it. And it's really, he's just trying to find the swing that's going to be available for him at the moment. And there's a few misdirected ones, let's put it that way. So it's been a wee bit untidy at one end. And Jamieson will want to try to just change that. I got a feeling that they'll try and bowl O'Rourke from the pavilion end. He naturally comes into the right-handers and away from the lefties.
Jameson in again, and Emilio Gay tries to cut, and he gets a bottom edge, mostly because it didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, and he looked a little awkward as he had to adjust his shot, but there is a distinct lack of bounce. Do you remember last summer? Of course you do, Jeremy. We had so much fun with feedback and emails and messages from listeners in
73 countries. I think we had the first day sent us
and I think
texts.
We ended up with over 120 countries and territories around the world, including that
fantastic
research ship in the Arctic. Do you remember that? They were
Yes.
listening there.
Not doing the research.
Oh, well, you need to be patient with these things. Here is Jameson again, pushed away defensively back towards the bowler. Actually, well, it started already. We've had a message from a listener in Java, and also from one in Cape Town, who's kindly informing me that the weather is dreadful, and we just ought to welcome all our listeners on a regular basis to in New Zealand, because we are their only access. Ball by ball in New Zealand. So I know that hopefully the listeners in New Zealand will be downloading the TalkSport app. Jameson in again. Oh, and this one, it's the outside pad, perhaps. Outside edge onto the pad. Again, it keeps very low before trickling into the slip cordon, but just a moment of concern for Emilio Gay there, and the over comes to an end. 4 gone, no early loss for England and no early breakthrough for New Zealand. So do keep the messages coming in, and particularly if you're listening to us somewhere exotic. Do you remember there were people on cycling holidays in France, and lots in the Middle and Far East who were listening to us. Just remember, every single ball live and exclusive here on the TalkSport. We just had a listener from in Japan, which you shouldn't be surprised at, because Japan's becoming a big cricket playing country. That's pushed away, tucked away through square leg by Ben Duckett. They've run the first hard. They don't need to. They can come back at their leisure for the second as Will O'Rourke swoops in from long leg to do the fielding.
What I'd like to know is what all the cutlery that you mentioned going to a 5-star, what do you get in Japan? A range of
chopsticks.
Chopsticks. Longer ones with knobs on.
No, but there's. I'm not going to dig myself into a hole here, but there are certain dishes which you can help yourself to with your chopsticks, and certain where it's absolutely taboo to do so. Driven by Duckett, not timed at all. In fact, struggling to work out how so little of the energy which went into the shot was transferred to the ball, because he played an energetic off drive and it barely reached mid-off.
Yeah, that's about the third time that Duckett's tried to supply power to the delivery, but he's actually closing the face of the bat, and it's hitting all sort of inside middle part of the bat, and it's not being timed, and it's quite a high sounding little click.
Still the 3 slips in a gully, nothing's changed there. Henry in outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Duckett. Now there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Ben Duckett has adopted a new mental approach. Haven't seen every single one of his test innings, but the majority of them, and I would go so far as to say that he's never started any innings in first class or test cricket as introspectively as this one. Has pushed away this time defensively. It's just back of length, pushed out towards cover, and
that's Devon Conway.
That's Devon Conway at cover. I thought he's just moved, hasn't he? I thought Nathan Smith is at mid-off, but definitely more introspection. Jarrod, am I imagining that? You've also seen lots of his cricket.
He left the ball.
Yeah, he must have left it 10 times now.
I mean, that ball's broken.
Is Henry again? That's good length, perfect length, defended by Duckett up towards mid-off.
It does feel like a different style, doesn't it? And it's hard to tell because obviously Emilio Gay's at the other end. He's just batting normally. He sets up to drive everything, and he's given a full toss and a half volley early on, which is lovely. I think he would have ordered that early on, Kyle, if you could just give me a wide full toss to begin with, and maybe just a lovely little drifty half volley after that. But yeah, Duckett hasn't looked like taking any chances.
Tucked away off his hips now by Duckett as Matt Henry drops a little bit shorter, just be a single. I described it as a warm bread roll with garlic butter in a 5-star restaurant, just to get you going. Just the perfect start.
You've been to a 5-star restaurant?
Yeah, all right. A long time ago.
Both of us have said that.
Did someone take you?
Yes. Of course.
This morning he said to me, "That's a very luxurious T-shirt you're wearing." Only manners would even notice something like that.
£20 he spent on that for a T-shirt.
I reckon you can get 3 for that.
You can get 10,
especially if you're a runner, as you are, Manners.
We are 3 of the most parsimonious men in cricket. I think it's fair to say.
I had a run in Gladstone Park this morning. Now then, there's a hold-up in play, and I can't work out why it is, but congratulations to Rod Tucker, who is the man holding up play, because he's just letting Ben Duckett settle. It's his 100th Test match Here is Jameson again, wide half volley, and Ben Duckett is timing the ball like a sundial on a cloudy day. He hasn't got one in the middle yet. Again, it just trickles gently out into the offside.
It's making a horrendous sound.
It is, isn't it? His bat's broken.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. He's got a problem there. Like he's hitting it with wet newspaper.
Or a balsa wood.
Maybe wet newspaper with a bread roll with, was it garlic butter?
That's right.
Inside.
Yeah. Here's Jameson around the wicket. He's still got that leg slip in. 3 slips and a gully. Here is Jameson again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Good morning to, I know, one person who will be listening to us from Zimbabwe on the subject of stump mics. Dean Duplessis, good morning to you, sir. Now then, you did ask me to try and have a word with the right people to make sure that the stump mics were clearly audible to you.
You might want
being without sight as you are.
You might want them turned off while Duckett's batting at the moment.
Well, they are certainly crystal clear, so many thanks to Scotty Taylor, our producer, who's right next to me. Here's Jameson again. Oh, edged, and it's gone! First slip, takes it. Daryl Mitchell hangs on to the catch. Super low catch from Daryl Mitchell. Emilio Gay's Test debut has ended. It came off the outside edge of the bat quite slowly, and it was actually on its way down to first slip, which you don't often see, indicative of the lack of pace in the pitch. And England are 16 for 1, and Gay has gone for 8.
New Zealand a little lucky actually that it's carried through to Daryl Mitchell at first slip. I think he's always a little bit too deep, but that one did. It was a backward defensive stroke from Gale, and it opened him up a little bit. It was an away swinger to the left-hander, so it's an in-swinger as far as Kyle Jamison's concerned. He starts at about middle and leg, and it's only moved a little, but it's enough to go from the middle of the bat to the outside edge as he's looked to play a fairly forceful defensive stroke at the ball, and that's perhaps the hard hands that has meant that it's carried far enough to Mitchell. So two-handed catch, low, England lose their first wicket.
Yeah, he sets up in a way where he steps across the stumps a little bit, Jeremy, with his front foot. And I think because of that, there was more of an angle on the blade because it has to come around his pad a little bit there. But it was a good bowling. That ball's going to get a lot of people out. He didn't look... He was timing the ball fine. He got a couple of free ones, but he still timed them very well. He looked quite confident out there. He's not... you're supposed to go out to Kyle Jamieson when he bowls a big hooping late swinger to you, aren't you? I mean, that is... If you're an opening bat, that is part of the job, that occasionally you're just going to get a good delivery.
Confidence is the one aspect of Emilio Gay's game that he's not lacking, and I mean that in a generous way. I mean, I think it's what appealed to Andrew Flintoff when he was coaching the England Lions, and I think that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have both said that they find that confidence and belief and an asset and something that is attractive about anybody that's coming into the England setup. But he did. I mean, he wasn't there for a long time, but it was comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to get to... Was it you might have been there for the Rob Quiney 9 versus South Africa all those years ago.
Yeah, I was.
I mean, we don't want to get to Emilio Gay 8 about it, but he looked fine. He looked comfortable. It was just a good ball.
Outside the off stump to Jacob Bethel's first delivery from Kyle Jameson, and it's left alone by Bethel.
And Jeremy's leaving now. It would be interesting. The issue I have with Emilio Gay is his technique looks set up for first-class cricket to me, not Test cricket. In that he's propping on that front foot, he's getting the front foot outside the line a little bit. It's there to smother, dibbly dobblers. I wonder when you face the 6'7" Kyle Jamieson with extra pace and bounce, if maybe he's just in the wrong position there a little bit. But as we said, it's a great delivery and it's going to get a lot of people out.
Here is Jameson again, and punched away by Jacob Bethel off the back foot. He'll be off the mark with a single, and in fact he'll come back for a second. The question, Jarrod, which has come through on on our comments, everybody on Twitter said Emilio Gay is the easiest LBW candidate. Do you agree with that?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
He's propping forward, he's coming across the crease a little bit. I don't think it's just about LBWs. I also think because he has to sometimes play around his pad, he's a chance of getting outside edges and leading edges to balls. That might have been what we saw. Oh.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Jacob Bethel. Trouble with Twitter handles is that you can't always work out what somebody's name is, and so whoever sent that question through.
But yeah, I went through quite a few innings of his, using the MV Play app. You can have a look at all the county ball by ball stuff, and I looked at it, a good hour and a half of it, and I could see why people would think that. I think the issue I would have is because he's leaning forward, he's going to face a lot of balls that are a little bit shorter, faster, and he's a chance of also getting the edges. So I don't think it's just an LBW thing. We don't see, when was the last time we saw a genuine player who really propped on the front foot in Test cricket? It doesn't happen much anymore, Manners. Whereas obviously when we first started covering cricket, it was very common.
Here's Matt Henry, and steered away by Duckett off the thick outside half of the bat into the gully, fielded by Glenn Phillips. Just to, there would be some people listening around who were thinking, well, why does your technique differ from first-class cricket to Test cricket? But in England, especially sort of early season, traditionally, although it's been a bit different this year, but early season, there's green wickets and plenty of sea movement with the Duke's ball, and as a top-order batsman, you generally find it safer, I think, to get onto the front foot. Here's Henry again. Duckett, thick inside edge, movement for Henry, and he gets a single out to Rachin Ravindra at square leg, but inadvertently he was not intending to play that out towards square leg. So the bowling, generally, these are generalisations, but they're fair enough. There will be a few outliers, but the bowling is not as quick at county level, first class level, as it is at Test match level. So you don't necessarily set out to perfect the first class technique as opposed to the Test technique. It's something that evolves, and in order to maximise your returns.
I was watching a club game earlier this year, and it was a pitch that was so bad.
Here's Henry again from the pavilion end, outside the off stump, left alone by Bethel, sorry.
That I think that if it was in Australia, we wouldn't have played on it. And I went up to the club and I said, what's wrong? And they said, it always does this early season. There were seam bowlers bowling at decent pace where the ball was just about bouncing the second time off a length behind the stumps. So you having that sort of technique where you're creepy on the front foot early season in England makes a lot of sense, right? Whereas obviously that's not how people play cricket in other parts of the world.
Here is Matt Henry again, and forward comes Bethel, pushing it up towards mid-off, fielded by Nathan Smith. Looking forward to seeing him into the attack quite soon, I would think.
You see the difference between Bethel as well. So Bethel has what modern cricketers call the hovering front foot. Have you come across this phrase? Where basically your foot is forward a little bit, but there's no weight on it, so you're really still on the back foot, but with the ability to move your foot towards the pitch of the ball at a very late notice, whereas Emilio is a little bit more on his front foot.
Again, outside the off stump from Matt Henry. I don't know whether he's been probing outside the off stump. I don't know whether he's disappointed he hasn't made the batsman play a little bit more. So good thing or bad thing then to have this front foot very, very lightly in touch with the ground? It's a good thing, right?
Yeah, most Test players in the world now, especially the greats, would probably have a version of that where it's you basically. Joe Root might be the best example.
Henry in again outside the off stump. Bethel leaves, and England remain 19 for 1 with Ben Duckett on 9, Jacob Bethel on 2, Emilio Gay the one man to go for 8.
I think me and Harmon would probably both agree that Joe Root is a back foot player, but because he has this hovering front foot, it's very easy for him then to come forward. And most players in Test cricket now are back foot players. Bowlers are getting taller, faster, the pitches are getting harder. So that old style doesn't work as much, the prop forward.
Yeah, it's also, Jarrod, it's weight transfer. It's how you believe as a batter you can transfer your weight front foot, back foot, and not be static at the crease. A lot of players during my time, if they were a little bit flat-footed, if they were planters, if they were, they were struggling with their weight transfer, they would go to that to the press, that forward press. Michael Vaughan went to it very, very quickly in his career.
Carl Jameson 1 for 11 in 3 overs, and a drive from Duckett, and again that clunky sound as though there's something wrong with his bat. He hasn't timed one. He hasn't timed one shot today, but he gets up two. He would normally have got a boundary with
Yeah,
that.
he does. Yeah, it seems as though he's not. It's something to do with his gloves as well. The bat's just twisting in his hand. That's why he's not timing it perfectly. So, but it's the weight transfer, I think, is where the batter will tell you that how do I make my decision and not be static and flat-footed at the crease. Numbers 8, 9, 10, and I was a very, very good world-class number 11. My feet didn't move that much because I was quite static at the crease and didn't transfer my weight that well. That's why I batted where I batted.
Here is Jameson again, and this time he does bowl the rib tickler, and Duckett clips it out on the onside. Is that the only reason you batted number 11? Because you didn't move your feet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I was scared of the ball. I just wasn't very good at picking up length, so that goes against you a little bit of batting a bit higher. I didn't fancy people bowling at my head as much as I bowled at other people's head, so that was another reason I was in the sort of lower bottom half to the end of the crease, and I always believed I was there for a good time, not a long one. So
I thought you were an oval specialist.
I was an oval specialist.
You and Ollie Pope.
Yeah, an oval specialist. That's a good way of putting it. I was useless everywhere else.
Here is Jameson running away from us from the nursery end, bowls to Duckett, who is studiously forward and almost an exaggerated forward defensive push. You had a sort of silly average at the Oval, didn't you? It was like, didn't you average 45 or something?
No, it was about 180 or something. It was something stupid.
Right.
Yeah, I've got 180 runs at the Oval and obviously been out once. I think I was second in the world of players who have got an average at a certain ground. I think Steve Smith, he was even ahead of Don Bradman, something stupid. So, I mean, it just shows your stats can be misleading because, I mean, Steve Smith, Steve Harmison, Don Bradman in the same conversation. No chance.
Here is Jameson again, and this time tucked away by Duckett up towards mid-on. And again, even his defensive shots are making this weird, clunky sound. It sounds like somebody slapping a domino down on the...
I think if I'm Gunnar Moore now, I'm trying to get a message out to Duckett to be like, can we replace this? This is not the ad that we wanted for our equipment.
It's not, but yeah, I think, I mean... I'm looking at Ben Duckett, the way he's shaping up. He's been a little bit more negative than he has normally from his Test career. But them last two deliveries have nipped back, and in the past, he's trying to sort of push and try to flick at them, where there he's more defensive. So there is an element of change here.
The leg slipper's gone. Oh, that's well played. Rode the bounce that did Ben Duckett there. Rose quickly, and he had soft hands, and he just managed to guide it down into the gully. If he'd gone at that with hard hands, it may well have produced... Well, it was a good ball from Carl Jameson. He's certainly warming to his task now.
He is, yeah, and I think the lacquer's starting to sort of come off this Duke ball, which we always have in England. You've got the Kookaburra ball predominantly in the Southern Hemisphere. You get the Duke ball in England, and it normally takes 8 to 10, 12 overs to get the lacquer off, and then you get a good buff and a shine on it, and then all of a sudden it starts moving around. So we're into the latter part of the 8th over, and it looks as though it's just starting to do a little bit more.
3 slips gully cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Jameson in again, bangs it in, back of length, doesn't bounce much. And Duckett has no difficulty pushing that defensively up towards mid-on. No run. England losing the toss, asked to bat first. 8 overs gone, 21 for 1. And John Norman will take over from me.
He just came down the crease there, Harmy, Duckett a little bit. I think that last one really sprung up at him, and he's just trying to sort of negate that extra bounce. I wouldn't say that's how Emilio Gay went out, but it was a similar kind of length, wasn't it? So they're just a little bit worried about that. Jameson's found a spot here. Yeah,
and I think what we're talking about, Jarrod, about the front toe, the forward press, the movement. Ben Stokes does it a lot. It's all about weight transfer, and Ben Duckett's decided that there must be too much weight on what would be his left foot, his back foot. So how does he compensate for that to try and get his body moving into the ball? We've talked about his bat not sounding great, and he's a bit clunky. I just think the timing of it's because his movements are not great. So from his point of view, he's trying to sort of come into the ball by, like you say, coming out of his crease.
Morning, everybody. Thank you to Manners for the extra over or two while I was taken up with some conversations and admin. Greetings, welcome to the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Beautiful day, 21 for 1, and Nathan Smith is into the attack. I spoke to him earlier, rather yesterday, and suggested he might not get a bowl if things went New Zealand's way, but he's first change, so first ball has gone past the outside edge of Jacob Bethel's bat. These two made their debut, didn't they, together? Smith and Bethel back in Christchurch.
Hagley Oval, yeah.
At Hagley Oval, and Nathan Smith got Bethel out just before the lunch break. Can you remember?
Yeah, he did. The clouds are getting closer. The wind is getting up.
And Nathan Smith is operating around the wicket to Bethel. This is angling in on the pads. Comes forward on the move and just pushes this. He looks a touch rushed. I mean, he's not a fast bowler, is he, Nathan Smith? But, and in fact, that was a little bit leg side as well. It was there to be hit. Jarrod, how you doing?
Very good.
Fresh from your travels to Dubai?
Yeah.
You're brave.
It's a little bit cooler here.
Well, it is. I mean, Jeremy jumped on a plane in New Zealand, Manners in South Africa, and you in Dubai, just to make it here, to be part of the TalkSport cricket commentary team, and it is Baltic. And the sun's gone in as well. Smith comes in. Oh, just a touch late down on the ball this time. Again, looks a touch hurried there.
We've seen one bounce at the other end. This one just seemed to keep a little bit low, so it's not consistent. Sometimes you see that in English pitches, don't you? The first day the bounce is a little bit inconsistent, but he was late on that. Yeah, the Dubai trip, John, was the first time that I had to be trained on what to say in case of a war breaking out while I was
well, you have started a few
I was
over
going to
the
say,
years, Jarrod, so that does surprise me, to be honest.
You've instigated a few arguments.
Well, the fact that you actually listened to the warnings as well shows that you, like McDuckett, perhaps, have matured. Push to mid-on this time from Bethel. He's 2 from 10.
They said that the whole stadium would light up around me in a weird colour with warnings, and then I had to come on and say, so we'll be safe here, but it is possible that we are currently under attack from Iran.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Harmy, but having Jarrod Kimber as the voice of...
Well, his voice would carry. The siren would carry.
Wouldn't need a microphone.
No. You might get him in Iran from Dubai.
All I know is of all the people that I'd need to calm my nerves in such an event, Jarrod wouldn't be top of the list. Left alone this time. This time, a touch more bounce for Bethel.
It's a good combination, this from New Zealand. They've got the skiddiness and the accuracy of Smith and Henry, and then they've got the height, the tall release point. Pace from Harmison's not expressed by any stretch, but the bounce that he gets, he attracts from and then we're probably going to see the Willow Rock after this over, maybe it's the next over. And I think it's a good combination that New Zealand have to attack, especially on this Lord's pitch with the slope.
Kane Williamson at third slips, just taking a little step nearer to the crease, and Bethel hits this to the right of Smith, comes down the track, wants to get off strike, wants to take the single, and Smith is, I would say, the best fielder in this New Zealand side. He is the last person you want to take a dicey single to, and he's sent back. End of the over, 21 for 1, here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Where do you have Glenn Phillips?
Well, funny you should say that, Jarrod. I actually was having a look at Harry Brooks' innings, because I couldn't remember how many times he was dropped.
9?
8, wasn't it?
No, he was dropped 5 times in
Seems
that
like
innings of 171, twice by Phillips. There were 8 drops in total. And how often do I see that catch he took at backward point, which is an absolute incredible catch, and everybody's, Glenn Phillips, amazing fielder. And I think, well, what about the 4 that he dropped on that same
Paul
day?
Collingwood was like that. You catch outrageous ones and drop the easy ones.
Jamieson continuing for another, and this is cut on the front foot by... comes forward anyway, does Duckett, and this goes straight to Conway, I think. Oh no, that's Ravindra. Who's just running back? Who's this going to mid-off? Is that Latham? Or is it Conway?
That's Latham, isn't it?
No, Latham's at second slip.
Oh yeah,
Mitchell at first, Latham at second, Kane at third, Glenn Phillips at gully, Ratchin at backward point. Mid-on and mid-off is Will O'Rourke and I think Devin Conway.
Conway, I think.
Or is Conway at square leg?
Conway's at square leg. There's Matt Henry at mid-off. Extra cover is Jameson in, and this is straighter and defended by Duckett. Duckett had a... was it going at 97% in terms of balls faced and trying to hit the cover off it. That dropped down to 92% in the Ashes, and it's just gone down a notch here as well. It's getting very gloomy all of a sudden, isn't it?
It is. The wind's up though, so I'm talking to Mark Butcher before, and he was talking about when the clouds came over and how difficult it is from a batting point of view. And he said he never minded it when the wind was up because it would knock the bowlers off rhythm a touch.
I love Butcher's approach to batting. Oh, this is caught at third slip. The ball has come back into Duckett, but it's ballooned up off the thigh. And well, it was a decent catch actually, but there's no bat involved. This is really jagged in quite a lot there to the left-handed Duckett, isn't it?
That's when he's been trying to smother as well. He knows that's coming back, and that time he didn't. He got caught on the crease a little bit, and it's lucky he didn't get anything on it. It's a beautiful ball.
This is the angle that I expect England are going to operate to Devon Conway.
Yeah. This is the ball that you bowled at Devon Conway, right?
Yeah.
And he generally looks just as uncomfortable as Duckett did there.
Yeah, it's moved though. That's moved a hell of a lot. You're doing well to nick that if you're Ben Duckett.
If you're New Zealand, with these conditions, you're thinking,
I'm home.
we could, New Zealand winter. Touch fuller, forward comes Duckett, opens the face of the bat, the face of the bat touch, and it kind of squirts out to front of point where it's fielded. Quick run, and Duckett moves to 12.
As a bowling unit, I think if I'm Matt Henry at mid-on, I'm not so much Will O'Rourke because he's still a little bit inexperienced. But I think I'd have a conversation with Kyle Jamieson of coming over the wicket here at Lords, utilising the slope and let the slope work for you. Not so much at Ben Duckett. I couldn't understand their plan to Emilio Gay from this end. But I think from Jacob Bethel's point of view as well, I think I'd try and go over the wicket and see if I can get it back onto that front pad.
3 slips and a gully, backward point, and up on his toes and playing this, guiding it through that gap between gully and backward point. I think Ravindra might have just got a fingertip to the ball and it's prevented 4. That is where Bethel likes to play, right there.
He's got to watch a little bit for the bounce.
He does.
But I think that's a good shot for him. He's in control. Yeah. He's slightly weight back, but I think obviously that's the slope. He's weights on his heels. And because he's weights on his heels, when you watch it again, there was a little bit more of an open face, and that will encourage his slips. A little bit more of the open face than he probably would want to. Actually, I've just watched it again. That's not right. He opened his face after he had made contact with the ball.
Here's Jamieson, left alone this time by Bethel. He's very early on in his career, obviously, Jacob Bethel. Jarrod, I don't know what you think of this, but I know a little bit's been mentioned about his the extravagant difference between his first innings, second innings averages. But I was having a look at his innings, and he's played 10 test matches, 5 test matches. How many test matches has he played? Either way, if you take out that India test where he was all over the place, this is his 7th test match. So in the 5 test matches, aside from that one against India, he's been caught behind, caught at slip or caught at backward point every single one of his dismissals.
Yeah.
Would you say that it's too early to be making any readings, as it does look like it's just started to rain?
Very lightly, yeah.
Do you think is it too early to be looking at that as a technical flaw? Or is it a kind of your greatest strength is also your weakness kind of flaw?
Umpires have just come together. It's kind of where he scores, right? So he does. There is an issue with that. I don't think that's any different. We saw Jaiswal, right? England just kept bowling short and wide to Jaiswal and going, you're going to eventually hit one to backward point as we're coming off.
We are coming off.
Oh, dear.
We'll carry on, but it does look like we're going to be set for a 5-10 minute spell at least.
So yeah, I think there's something to be said also for knowing where you score and understanding it, but then you have to find a way to negate it. And I think the problem I think what Harmy was talking about a minute ago is sometimes he kind of hangs his bat out a little bit. And if you look at Duckett, when Duckett came back, the first couple of games he played for England, he hung his bat out, and then afterwards, I think McCullum had a chat with him and said, no, if you're going to put your bat out there, you're going to try and hit the ball very, very hard. And after that meant that you're taking a risk. Travis Head did the exact same thing, where they thought Travis Head had a big weakness in that same area, and Travis Head just went, okay, well, you're either going to catch it or I'm going to hit a 4. How often are you going to bowl it, and see how you go? Bethel at the moment, because he's hanging his bat there, it's a little bit more like Owen Morgan. Do you remember when Owen Morgan would do that? I just think you need to back it a little bit more and go, yes, it's a strength, I'm going to go out, but maybe I can average 40 from that shot, and I can get enough runs from it that other teams don't feel comfortable bowling that way.
I mentioned Mark Butcher, didn't I, a few moments ago? Butcher's talking off air about his own methods, and he actually backed himself when, in windy conditions, he thought it put the bowlers off. He was also very refreshing in, we always talk about, it's a terrible time to bat with 20 minutes to go. And Butcher would be like, no, it's a great time to bat. I'm going to go out there, and essentially there's going to be runs all around because they're going to be in catching positions, and I'm either going to get runs or I'm going to be out and I can go out for a drink tonight.
Yeah. The latter part was Butch was, bit of tongue-in-cheek, but I also think the first part of it was also right, because the bowlers are trying to strive for something because they're under pressure. It's like you win the toss, bowl first. So, a little bit different to the way Ben was looking at it, but in this situation, New Zealand win the toss, bowl first. You're expecting 3 wickets by lunch, 7 wickets by tea, and a team all out just before the close. Last hour of the day's play. Looking at Jacob Bethel's figures there, he's played 28 first-class matches. I think Jacob Bethel, as well as everybody else, is trying to work out what he is in the game or where he is in the standing in the game. Batting at number 3, he's played this is his 7th Test match. He's not played any other form of cricket where he's batted at. In the red ball cricket, he played at batted at number 3. So he's still trying to work out what shots you play early on in the innings, what shots do you leave, because predominantly he's been a number 6, number 5, number 6, number 7 player who coming in at that time, majority of the time he's throwing his hands at the ball. Now it's a bit different because you don't want to be throwing your hands at the ball. Lords, first morning, lost the toss, Jamieson and Henry. All of a sudden you've got to try and leave the ball like Ben Duckett's played, or play within your parameters of your body. So these are the little games within a game that a young player like Bethel coming into Test cricket is trying to work out. I think the number 3 position has been a problem for England for a number of years now, and I think having somebody like Jacob Bethel, is he suited at 3? Will he go down the order? Whatever. At this minute in time, he's England's number 3, and I think he's got to try and find a way that suits his game in English cricket against the Duke ball. And if he gets caught in the gully, gets caught at slip, majority of the time, so be it. But at least throw some punches back, and he's definitely got the game to throw the punches back if the conditions are like this or in the bowler's favour.
And that's in essence what Jarrod is saying. You go out there, back yourself to score runs.
Any way you can, whatever way you can, and whatever the game's suited for you.
Well, I think we saw in the IPL, he's not a particularly good new ball player. It's not that he can't become that, because he's barely batted anywhere in his life. But at the moment, new ball isn't his speciality. He wouldn't be a number 3 in any other era of Test cricket. This is the only era that you would make Jacob Bethel a number 3. Any other era, he would be batting at number 6 or number 7, and then years later, maybe you hope he becomes a 4 or a 5, right? In this era, you start at number 3, and no one outside of Kane Williamson is making any runs there, and he doesn't have all the technical skills required at the moment. But he looks like a modern batter. Everything about him looks like he should be able to do it. It was probably, I don't want to get on the Alistair Cook, Kevin Peterson argument train, but there's probably something to be said for England that him facing the new ball against, Rabada and whoever else in the IPL is not the worst thing in the world for him, because it allowed him to understand how hard it is at that level. But he's just got to build that part of his game. He's a project player, right? He's not the finished article. We don't even know where Bethel will end up.
When did cricket change and move away from the idea of introducing a batter at 6, and if they became successful at 6, you move them up the order, or 5? When did that change? When did that stop happening?
I would say it depends who you've got in the rest of your lineup. I think England's point of view, you're not getting it. Your number 7's your wicket keeper. We're now trialing to get Jamie into number 6, but he's not getting number 7 because Ben's captain. Harry Brook is your heir apparent captain, and your Kevin Peterson, as you just mentioned, your gun player, and one of the greatest players of all time is at number 4. So there's no way you're getting in. You look at this team and you go, well, Joe Root's played 164 Test matches. Harry Brook's 36 Test match. Ben Stokes is in the 121st. Jamie Smith's our wicketkeeper. There's no room for anybody else in that, because the combinations are Ben Stokes is your all-rounder captain, Jamie Smith is your wicketkeeper, and unless you drop Harry Brook or you ask Harry Brook, which which I think there is a relevant argument for, to go to number 3.
What I would
You've also
say
got
is
Joe Root.
30 years ago, Joe Root's batting at 3,
Yes.
and Harry Brook would be at 4.
Exactly.
Right? And
so was it 30 years ago it changed?
Basically, it changes with Tendulkar and Kallis, because they're the first guys who say they don't want to really bat at 3.
See, I
and they
knew
move
you
to
were
4.
the person to ask.
They wanted to
And
bat
what
at 4.
year was that?
So Kallis starts at 3 and then moves to 4 around the maybe 96, 97, I want to say.
Nah, later than that.
Was it?
Yeah.
When
much
did
later than that.
Tendulkar move then?
Oh, when he played for 100 years, so God knows when Sachin moved.
Yeah.
But I reckon.
Maybe you
Jack's-
can tell us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Jack Callis was probably number 4 round about sort of 2001, 2002. We certainly went.
Lara switched around that period.
Yeah.
So Lara and Kallis are the ones who move. I think Tendulkar asked to bat 4 pretty early on. Up until that point in cricket, your best players automatically went to 3, right?
When did Ricky go from 6
Kane
to
Williams?
3?
So Ricky starts at 6, went to 3, failed, went back to 6. And I think he would have been late 90s, early 2000s when he went to number 3. And everyone else, really, other than him and Kumar Sangakkara, moved to 4. And the reason is because you don't want to always face the new ball. It makes sense. Cricket, it's not the way that we traditionally thought about cricket, but it does make more sense because you don't have them going in against a brand new ball as much. And so they're not going to nick off to a, unplayable delivery as often. But what it does is it throws everything else into chaos. And we haven't really, when we got Vian Mulder batting at 3, Cameron Green batting at 3, Jacob Bethel, the West Indies had a bowler batting at 3 for a while, right? Like, we've had some random number 3s, and it does mean that you then can't fit everyone else in because the best batters in the world at the moment are not even batting at 4, they're batting at 5.
And your all-rounder's going to bat. You've got to have an all-rounder in your team. And
Most
like
teams
it
do
is,
now.
If you've got an all-rounder, theory you haven't got one, you've got to have 2 because your wicketkeeper's got to be able to bat. So there's 6 and 7 sorted. So the problem position has always been that number 3 spot, and from a youngster, you a little bit trial and error. You throw them in if they're good enough, and you think they've got a ceiling height, which that these England lot talk about all the time. Then you stick with him. Now that's why Ollie Pope was stuck with, the ceiling height that these lot talk about a lot. Jacob Bettel's got that ceiling height, so he will be given more time than he probably would get if he was batting at number 4, 5, or 6. So
the issue being though that when you do that, you end up like they've ended up with 2 pretty big failures in Pope and Crawley, of which both of those guys are hitting their peak ages. They're both out of the side. No one ever thought Pope was a number 3, right? And he had to keep playing it. Did they?
In that dressing room.
Yeah, no one outside of that dressing room thought that Ollie Pope was a number 3. Didn't they play? They batted him up the order his first Test match, I think, and I don't think he'd ever batted that high for Surrey. I think he batted at
You're
5 for
absolutely
Surrey.
right. Here, it was here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Against India in 20
something
18.
Yeah. So I do think things have changed quite a bit. The one difference I would say, and it'd be interesting to see how Harmy thinks about this, there is an element of if you are a number 3. Probably starting your career at 6 or 7. I remember Dean Jones, Australia wanted him to bat at number 3, and his first Test he batted at 7. How do you learn how to bat at number 7 if you've been a number 3 your whole life as well?
I get that.
But Bethel isn't that guy. It's the opposite.
Jonathan Trott. Where was Jonathan Trott playing for Warwickshire?
he was batting at 4.
For Warwickshire.
He was batting at 4 for Warwickshire.
So then coming in at 3
Makes
sense,
It's
right?
a lot easier to sort of make that jump from 4 to 3. I think Jacob Bethel was classed as a little bit. I don't want to be disrespectful here towards him, but he was more of a bits and pieces cricketer when he was playing for Warwickshire. He was that. We've got a wicketkeeper that can bat in the top 6, so we've got a spare spot for somebody. So we'll get somebody in that's a bit younger, that can bowl a little bit, can bat a bit, gun fielder, and have a that word ceiling level again, that we potentially could get him from 7 to 6 to 5 to wherever he feels comfortable once he started scoring runs in his career. I think the interesting one would have been if he did have the finger injury, what England would have done, because Emilio Gay's he's batted at 3 all his career, all his life at Durham. He has opened the bat.
I because he opened a little bit, hasn't he? But yeah.
But whether they would have gone right, Emilio at 3 and bring in a recognised opener, but it looked as though they were just going to go with James Rue batting at number 3, who another one who's batting middle order, batted at 4 this year and gone well. They tried to open the batting with him, but it didn't go as well down at Somerset. So he's going to probably go back into that middle order, probably number 4, once his brothers, start getting established in the side and keeping wicket. number 6, number 7 role. So it is an interesting one. It's been a problem position. Crawley and Pope have been a problem position for a few years now.
Well, really, since
And I don't think England are. I still think we'll be sitting here next year, leading into the Ashes, talking about, from a batting point of view, the similar problem positions, because Bethel will still not have established himself, I don't think. By then, he's played, this is his 7th. By then, he'll have played 16, 17 test matches. If Emilio Gare is their man, he'll have played 10 games. And we'd still be talking about the inexperiences at number 1 and number 3. So this problem for England is not going away anytime soon.
It's incredible how long it's stuck around, really, because you just mentioned Trott a minute ago, and it really ends with Trott and Strauss, right? And since then, it's been terrible. And there's a chapter in Alistair Cook's book about all the people he opened with in that period after Strauss. Like, it is phenomenal.
It's a bit like the old question of, can you name the 20 spinners that followed Shane Warne, wasn't it? It's
I can, but I wouldn't try it at
well,
home.
It's raining here.
I mean, I had every confidence. You wouldn't struggle getting 18 or 19.
I reckon I'd get most of them, to be honest with you. But we won't go there now.
I was going to say there's a couple of guys. I find the even though I covered the batters more closely,
I'm now thinking of them all.
Yeah, because there's the trickier ones like Alex Lees and Mark Stoneman and those kinds of guys. We've kind of forgotten that they existed for a little while, right? I missed Joe Denley recently doing this list.
Joe Denley, Michael Carberry, Adam Lyth. I mean,
Adam Lyth. See, there's another one.
There was quite a few, and that comes down to the
Alex
game.
Hales.
Hales.
Did Jason Roy do it?
Yeah, Jason Roy did it in the Ashes, didn't he?
Sam Robson.
So Sam Robson.
Sam Robson.
Joe Root.
The memories.
Joe Root.
Well, Joe was an opener when he first started. My last 3 first-class matches were for Yorkshire. In all 3 games, Joe Root opened the batting for Yorkshire. So yeah, I mean, from England's point of view, they've picked Emilio Gay. Unfortunately, he's the only one out here. I don't think them positions are going to go anywhere anytime soon from a pressure point of view, and especially when you come up on conditions like we've had today and the bowlers that have been on show. This is international cricket, and international cricket is a very, very harsh school. And if you're technically not quite with it, there's a lot of question marks over that, then you will get found out. And that's the pressure and the challenges of the new selector, Marcus North, Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes, when they're trying to find a balance of what they believe is the best 11 for them, not only in English conditions, but conditions around the world, because both conditions are conditions around the world are completely different to what they are in England with the Duke ball. And I think having a balanced unit, balanced side, alleviating pressure, I think England have struggled with that in the recent past, especially away from home.
We do have a big audience in New Zealand. They're probably getting ready to go to bed now, and unfortunately, apart from our scintillating chat, there's not a lot of cricket to keep you awake. But I'll just jump through some of the questions and some of the greetings that are on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. It's just got heavier here, so we'll probably wrap up things in about 10 minutes' time. But I do feel we should speak about New Zealand before we go. When you go through their batting, just stay for 5 minutes or so, JK. Everybody seems to be 34 or 35, apart from Rachin Ravindra.
It's not a young batting lineup, is it?
This is kind of it, right? And that's, who's coming through? Because their backup batters are the 34-year-old Henry Nicholls, and Will Young's gone back, I think, but he's about 34 as well.
They've got, and you'll be able to tell me, I think I've got his name right. Is it Reece Maru?
Yeah. Is it Maru Marai?
I
know who you're talking
Jeremy
about.
said Maru yesterday.
If he said Maru, then I'm not going to question Jeremy.
There's a lot.
I'm not going to get into an argument with Jeremy this early on in proceedings.
I've seen little bits of him. He certainly looks like a potential high-quality player, but it's very early on in his first-class career at the moment. I think he's played a lot of A cricket for New Zealand at the moment. It does feel like there's a missing generation, though, between these 29, 30-year-olds. And do you remember when Australia had a similar thing where they had a couple of younger players coming through and then everyone else was 33, 34? They've missed a generation there, and Rachin Ravindra and Reece Maru might be the guys in the short term. But they do keep finding guys who hit about 27 and 28 suddenly mature, don't they? So there's something about their system that is working from that perspective. But the problem with that is Conway, Mitchell and Blundell all did that, but then they all had dips, right? Henry Nicholls is another one. He did the same thing as well. So what they really want is someone who comes in at 28, 29 and has 5 or 6 strong years. That would be better for them. But yeah, there's definitely a bit of an issue with everyone being the same age and not a good age.
I think some English cricket fans might be surprised to see Devon Conway still in this side, because when England were last in New Zealand, he averaged 5 and was jettisoned after 2 test matches, but here he is. And when you look at his record, he's feasted on West Indies and Zimbabwe, but back here at Lords, where of course he hit that double century, that's a completely different task. And you know, listening to some of the preview you did with Jeremy Coney on the Good Areas channel, your Good Areas YouTube channel, and I've gone on air and said this as well, I think possibly we are over-egging the challenge, the challenge that awaits England, because nobody's got a good record here apart from Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell.
No, you know, and those 2 guys were the 2 that lost the form. I know that Blundell made their runs against Ireland the other day. To be fair, I don't think Ireland bowled particularly well to him either. But yeah, it's not. You know, Blundell had been in terrible form, and Mitchell has been in terrible form in Test cricket, especially for as talented as he is for a while. So yeah, that was Jeremy's big point, was, are New Zealand going to be able to make the runs? Because you look at this bowling lineup. This bowling lineup doesn't even have Jacob Duffy in it. Right, this bowling lineup can get better than it is at the moment. Who's the other New Zealand seamer that was in the IPL?
No, not Ben Sears.
Oh, Zach Folkes or Fulks?
No, there's Adam Milne.
Adam Milne.
You know, they've
he's another 34-year-old.
He's not played a lot of Test cricket though, Adam Milne.
No, but the point being is they've got 6, 7 guys when it comes. Sorry, 6, 7 guys when it comes to fast bowlers. Their fast bowling depth is still outstanding. Their batting depth is just non-existent.
They're not fit though. They're very, very rarely fit.
That's why they need 6 or 7.
That's why they need 6 or 7. Jamieson struggles from a fitness point of view. O'Rourke's in an infancy of his career. Henry's had his troubles. I think Smith's quite durable. When you look at Folkes, he's only 24 and he's in the infancy of his career. So they have got bowlers. It's just keeping them on the park, probably because they play very few Test matches.
I'm having a look at the top run scorers in the Plunket Shield, which is a domestic tournament in New Zealand. Henry Nicholls is top by miles.
He's found some form recently,
and he's back in the side. He's 34. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce Shmulian?
No, you don't.
No. Do you?
No.
But he's in his 30s. Stackpole is a youngster. Carter is in his 30s. Cooper is 30s, I think. Chu is 26. So even the top domestic run scorers, none of them are that young, apart from Stackpole here.
I see a Cumming in there.
Yes.
Is that Craig Cummings' son?
It is. He's got 2 sons that are playing domestic cricket.
Is he coaching one of the women's teams?
Yeah, the Blaze.
It's Blaze, yeah.
Yeah. He's over here now. So, yeah, his son, Jacob, I think it's Jacob and Zach, I think.
I mean,
he's had a decent start, but he's 21, 22. So, yeah, it doesn't mean Jeremy would be the best person to speak about this, and no doubt we will. Jarrod, you can head off if you like. I'll just run through some of the messages here. We're Vigilante Justice. I think Vigilante Justice was here last year as well. Hi, I'm from New Zealand. Much appreciated. Go the Black Caps. Magna Frisia. Belgium here. Love the commentary, gentlemen. India represented. Akam Taser. Mark Oliver is listening and watching from Johannesburg. We've got Dilsad from Pakistan. Lucas from Brazil. We've got Ranesh from Pakistan as well. Suraj from India. Susie Moon from Spain. I mean, there's loads. Debraj 5000 from Calcutta. Did you know my dad was born in Calcutta?
No, I didn't.
Yep. Kerry, that's Marcus Little. That's in New Zealand, I know that much. Now, Kerry, is that where the oysters come from? I can't remember. Dean Duplessis. Greetings, Dean. Hope you're well, mate. Listening from Harare. There is talk that England might be going back to Zimbabwe, you know. Daryl L. Niel says, we were in dire straits in New Zealand until we found you guys. Just getting used to the camera not spinning out to play. Welcome. Plenty more. Matthew from Seville. We'll run through the rest of those that are joining us, but we will have a little break here because it's absolutely hammering it down, Harmy.
Yeah, I mean, I've just
And this
heard
is a long series.
I heard a bell before I got excited because I thought we were going to be starting soon, but then looked out the window and unfortunately, London's disappeared. The tall buildings and the skyscrapers and the cranes are no more. So at this moment in time,
it's a good night.
Unless they've all fallen out, unless they've all fallen down, the clouds don't look as though they're going anywhere anytime soon. The rain is blasting off the glass in front of us, and it's unfortunate for Emilio Gay that he's managed to get in. He had a couple of lovely drive down the ground, lovely sort of drive through extra cover. He was given a start from Jamieson, but I think all in all, under pressure, bowling first, when your captains won the toss and asked you to put the ball in the right areas, Smith, Jamieson and Henry, I think you've backed Tom Latham up.
Sometimes when you watch cricket on the TV and it looks like there's nobody there, but the reason is everybody's sheltering from the sun and they're huddled up the back of the stands. In England, of course, doesn't mean it's too sunny, it means it's too rainy. And that's what's occurring here. We're going to take a break here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England losing the toss, being asked to bat first, 24 for 1, and we will be back when play resumes.
Welcome back to Lords. The rain has cleared, the covers are off, and we're about to get underway once again with this first test match between England and New Zealand, having been interrupted only 45 minutes or so into the first day's play. England lost the toss and were asked to bat first on what felt very, very much like a bowling morning, and they may well reflect on the fact that it was a decent effort that they only lost 1 wicket in the 10 overs that we had bowled. That was debutant Emilio Gay, caught by Daryl Mitchell at first slip of the bowling of Kyle Jameson for 8. 2 fours, 14 balls that he faced. It was not a long innings, but he looked calm and composed in the brief time that he was there. One doesn't want to cast too much of a judgment on a man who only faced 14 balls, but Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethell are at the crease at the moment, giving England an all left-handed top 3. First time that has happened since Andrew Strauss, I think Marcus Trescothick and Alistair Cook batted at 3 over 15 years ago. Anyway, we're underway. Duckett on strike. It's Will O'Rourke to bowl the first over after the extended lunch break, and he beats at the outside edge of Duckett, who plays inside the line of it, having played at the ball, and then tries to kid himself that he didn't really play at it. Steve Harmison. Will O'Rourke is a bowler that excites you, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. I still remember that spell around the wicket at Hamilton was it Bethell? Started at Bethell, didn't he? He gave Harry Brook the hurry up, bowling around the wicket. He is somebody who I really enjoyed watching when we were out there last, Manners, and it looks as though he's hit the ground running. Great first ball.
It certainly was. O'Rourke in again. Duckett leaves alone outside the off stump. Did you see that stat that Ben Duckett, after just 10 overs in this innings, had left more balls in this innings than in any other that he's played for England? Did you see that?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Why not? It surprised me.
I think the change that England have talked about, I think the sound off Ben Duckett's bat it was probably better to leave it than actually hit it. The way it was sounding, I don't think it had anything to do with the bat. I just think the timing of Ben Duckett wasn't quite there.
There's a short leg in now for Will O'Rourke, no great surprise. Duckett forward again. There's something wrong with that bat. He's driven it away through extra cover, and it will run away down towards the deep extra cover boundary. There's a couple of fielders in pursuit, and there's a very, very long throw. I think it's Devon Conway who managed to get there. It was going downhill, and I think there's a lot of water on the outfield, and that's what slowed it up. But once again, that clunky sound. It really does sound like you hear the noise of a couple of old Barbadian men playing dominoes, just slapping one down on the...
Yeah, Ninja Dominoes they play in Barbados, don't they? No, I mean, but you look at it again, it does sound a little bit off, but he twisted the handle of the bat, he didn't quite time it. I mean, many moons, you'd think, well, that's 4. You know, year upon year, you hit the ball down the hill at Lords, it's gone for 4. That went nowhere near.
Here is O'Rourke again, and Jacob Bethel plays defensively out towards extra cover. It's fielded by Conway, galloping in from mid-off. Duckett has 15 now from 34 balls. Jacob Bethel has 4. I mean, I can't help wondering whether Ben Duckett decided all by himself that he was going to reinvent himself as an opening batsman. You heard me saying, I think, in the morning session that nobody has a higher or a lower leave percentage since measurements began, last quarter of a century. Nobody has left the ball less than Ben Duckett. That's pushed away defensively by Bethel up towards mid-on, fielded by Jameson. But it's interesting because think of the number of times he's been out chasing a wide delivery, playing a wide ball. I mean, somebody had said to him, Ben, if you can average 40 playing at deliveries you can barely reach, imagine what you could do if you left those alone.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that. That's what I'm sort of talking about, the change and the little bit more defensive techniques that he's had.
Here is O'Rourke again, bit booming, short delivery, wide of off stump, left alone by Bethel. 11 overs gone, 27 for 1.
I think you talking about it, man, as you've seen in that first session, you didn't see him play that sort of slash drive away from his body, even on balls that you potentially could leave, or another left-hander would possibly play off the back foot and defend and show the full face of the bat. In the past, Ben Duckett has played them balls with a little bit of a swashbuckling slash of the blade, and it's gone to sort of gully, backward point. How many times have you seen teams have a fielder at deep point because Ben Duckett is very, very good scoring through that sort of cover point region? What I've seen in that first opening salvo of what, 12 overs, Ben Duckett basically said, anything outside my body line, I'm not gonna play at too much. I'm gonna try and leave it, or I'm gonna try and defend it. So you can see there is an element of change when it comes to that, and he only played with balls that were really right under his nose.
Nathan Smith in to Ben Duckett, who's forward, playing defensively up towards mid-off, fielded by Rachin Ravindra, and there's no run. I mean, it's one thing leaving good balls, leaving sort of fifth stump balls and ones that you might edge, good openers leave those, but it's another leaving bad balls.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah, and their balls. It's not so much the bad balls. He was scoring off the good balls. That's what he was doing last year. In the recent past.
Nathan Smith in again. Duckett chops this one away up the hill, past backward point, and that races away into the boundary. Now, the way that ball came off the bat, you have to say that he did time it. It's just making a strange noise. Maybe he's got one of those new plywood bats.
Might have one of them. He might have.
It sounds like aluminium, actually.
It does sound as though it's
tinny.
It's tinny. It's metal. You hear the noise through the stump microphone. Yeah, it does. And I think that ball there is the case in point of the example we're trying to make. He's been leaving balls or defending balls. That's a typical Ben Duckett shot. It's on about 4th, 5th stump, and he's just back foot punched it through point.
Here's Smith again, and Duckett now strapped on the pads, and up goes the finger. Long time to think about it from Rod Tucker, and he's had a long think about it, and eventually the finger has been raised. Well, Duckett is now going to have a chat to Jacob Bethel, and Harmy's instant reaction before he says a word was doubt. I sensed from you.
Massive doubt, but I also sensed that he had hit it. I've just seen the replay. He's got nowhere near it. It's not. I thought I heard 2 noises in my ear, but I think it might have hit both pads. It's jagged back that much, and he hasn't. He hasn't referred it. He's gone. Ben Duckett has gone. He's walked off. He's looked at Rod Tucker. He's looked at Adrian Holstock. He's had a conversation with Jacob Bethel, and Ben Duckett has turned round and walked off. Smith from around the wicket. It's nipped back, jagged back, and it's hit him. It's hit him above the pad on the back leg, but his back leg was bent. His back leg was slightly bent, so he's not the tallest guy, is Ben Duckett. It's hit him on the sort of inside thigh, on the back leg, and it's probably cannon in to the top of the stump. So because of that, he's had to walk off.
Nathan Smith, the man who did all the damage against Ireland, took the first 5 wickets to fall and ended up with a career best 6 for 40 a couple of days ago, and he's made the breakthrough here. He's an all-in cricketer, is Nathan Smith, and England have lost their second wicket, 2 for 31. Jacob Bethell still there on 4, and the man with more hundreds on this ground than anyone else in history has now made his way out. And the answer for a bonus 5 points, any listeners who wonder what that number is, it is 8 hundreds at Lord's for Joe Root. Quite extraordinary.
As we were just talking before the rain came, I think me, John and Jarrod, about the combinations that New Zealand have. Skiddy trajectory from Smith, a little bit taller in Henry, and then 2 really tall high release points at different paces. So they've got a lot of variation. They've got 4 right arm seamers, but they've got 4 right arm seamers that possess, I think, a lot of different qualities, and especially in England with the Duke ball, I think they're all have their different strengths for this surface.
Ooh, just about to face his first ball, Joe Root there, and he backed away. Just wasn't quite ready. I think he looked up a little bit later. Maybe Nathan Smith started his run up a little earlier than Root was expecting. Watery sunshine now, just enough for the players to cast a shadow in the outfield. I don't think there was any movement behind the bowler's arm, but Nathan Smith was probably 2 yards away from his gather and delivery when Root backed away, but we'll go through with it this time. Up to the crease, bowls. Root leaves that alone. It's an away swinger, and swung a lot actually. Didn't start specially wide, but I reckon Tom Blundell's taken that in front of Tom Latham at second slip.
Yeah, it's got a swing. It's the first ball to the right-hander. Obviously, Bethell, Duckett, Gay, all left-handers, England's top order. So that was the first delivery towards a right-hander. Bowling from the nursery end, which is helping the away swinger past the off stump for the right-hander. You just got to hold your action a little bit more at the top to try, and you feel as though you're pushing it uphill towards the stumps.
Smith in again to Root, and he plays it defensively off the back foot, and it just begins to trickle towards the stumps. Root asks the fielder Glenn Phillips at backward point whether he can field it for him, and he does so. Without getting too technical, well, actually you can get as technical as you like, but that delivery from Nathan Smith, which got Duckett, was a wobble seam delivery. So he's just using the slope there, is he?
That's all he's doing, using the slope to trying to get from a wobble seam point of view. If he can hit the shiny side, so he doesn't hit the seam. If he hits the seam and it deviates, great. If he gets the shiny side and it skids on, trying to use the slope back onto off stump.
Here is Smith once again, very full. Almost half volley, I'd say, really, but Joe Root's just going to be watchful and cautious in the early stages of his innings and steers that one to backward point, and there's no run. I must say, Harmy, that just a word about Rod Tucker. I mean, we talk a lot about the 150th Test match at Lord's, but Rod Tucker's 100th Test, and not many have reached that figure full stop, but similarly, not many have reached that figure still on top of their game.
Not on top of their game, no, and Rod is definitely on top of his game. Great man is Rod Tucker. We managed to spend a bit of time with him in New Zealand last time we were there, because Rod Tucker was umpiring. David Boone, one of my former captains, was match referee, and we had a few nights where we had a few beers. He is a great man, and I 100% concur. He is at the top of his game. He's still, I think he's 4th now on the list.
Here is Will O'Rourke, and that's pushed away by Jacob Bethell out towards mid-on. I just need to... I love a few late-night tales, Harmy, but I just need to reveal some breaking news. Matt Henry is off the field probably for the rest of the day with back spasms. Henry Nicholls is on the field as his replacement. But I thought you'd want to know that, because...
That's massive.
That's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's massive. Especially the durability of the body of somebody like Kyle Jamieson. Now the captain, Tom Latham's under a little bit of pressure from a spell point of view.
O'Rourke in once again. Bethell drives beautifully. close to being on the up, actually. It definitely wasn't a half volley or anything like that, but well, he's driven it beautifully. Just for a couple, hit quite high on the bat, but yeah, Will O'Rourke at 6'6". You want to be careful driving straight.
You do. And Will O'Rourke bowled a good spell. I mean, when they're both, I thought Jacob Bethel batted really well in Hamilton when Will O'Rourke bowled probably the quickest spell he bowled in international cricket, and especially the most devastating spell in international cricket. It was a good battle by two promising young players.
O'Rourke around the wicket, bowls to Bethel, who defends up towards mid-off. Straight to the field and no run.
It's been really good from Bethel. He has. He just before the rain break, he played a shot through sort of wide gully, wide sort of backward point off the back foot, and you just thought he might have just leant back a bit and opened the face. But apart from that, everything else has been solid. Talking about him being in the IPL, talking about him not playing for Warwickshire, the amount of volume balls faced, etc., etc. Yeah, this is Lords. This is against Will O'Rourke, who's bowling at 90 mile an hour, 6'5". Bethel's looked good so far in defence.
3 slips in the gully, edge gone, taken at first slip. Well, everyone's appealing, and evidently it wasn't edged because Adrian Holstock has said not out. The New Zealanders are absolutely convinced it was caught at first slip. I didn't imagine that, but Jacob Bethel hasn't walked. And it's been referred by England, and understandably so. I mean, it's carried to Daryl Mitchell at first slip.
Yeah, commentator's curse. I'm just saying how good Jacob Bethel's been in defence. And this is not him in defence. This is a big shot.
He looks pretty confident.
I actually think it's LBW. I don't think he's nicked it. I think it's LBW. I think he's out LBW. I don't think they're appealing. I don't think New Zealand are appealing for caught behind. I think they're appealing uphill. I think they're appealing for LBW.
Oh, I see. So, no wonder Daryl Mitchell, who caught the ball, wasn't celebrating in particular. He was just... Okay, well, it looks very, very close for LBW then, doesn't it? In fact, it looks like it could be smashing into middle.
Yeah, and you've got to remember it's up the hill as well. We've got to remember it's up the hill. It's not going down the hill where you think if that hits him there from the other end, that's going down leg side. This is still waiting, Adrian. This for me is close. I think Daryl Mitchell is having a go at the.
Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field. Adrian, you need
it's
to
out.
change your decision.
Yeah, and absolutely plumb. When I said it was smashing into middle, it was just not halfway up.
Yeah,
about 2/3 of the way up. That was absolutely. Do you know what? I think that Adrian Holstock may have been slightly perplexed by the. So I think in his mind he's thinking, well, he definitely hasn't hit that, and he's thinking about the catch rather than primarily focusing on the LBW.
Yeah, quite possibly, because there is two noises. It hits the front pad, it clips the back pad, goes in the air, and Daryl Mitchell is basically saying to Adrian Holstock, I've caught it just in case you think he's hit it. I'm looking at Will O'Rourke's first reaction there, and he's turning around. The ball's still in the air. He's not even looking at Daryl Mitchell. Daryl Mitchell's not in the game for Will O'Rourke. He knows where the ball's hit Jacob Bethel. That is close. And I just wonder uphill, the way the slope is here at Lords, and that's just held its line at just a touch. That if it's at the other end, it's going down the hill and it's missing leg stump comfortably. That there, up the slope, Jacob Bethel not in defence. I praised him just a second ago and saying how good a defence he's been, how good a balance he looks at the crease. This time, no foot movement, hands way out in front of himself, and unfortunately the ball's jagged back up the hill from Will O'Rourke. And it would have cannoned into middle stump, and England are in real trouble at 33 for 3.
The big two, England's big two out the middle now. Joe Brook, Joe Brook,
what a player,
and Harry Root. Joe Root and Harry Brook at the crease.
We're 12.4 overs into the summer, manners.
Neither of them has scored a run yet. It's 33 for 3. Bouncer. Oh, and a good one too, which Harry Brook actually handles superbly. Well balanced. He just limboed out of the way of that without remotely losing balance. 33 for 3. I was talking to you about the test match here between these two teams at Lord's in 2015. England were 30 for 4, went on to make 380. New Zealand replied with over 500, and England won the test match. Truly extraordinary. That still remains the highest aggregate in a test match at Lord's, surpassing the Graham Gooch 3-3-3, 1-2-3 test match. Here is O'Rourke again, and this one hits Harry Brook, I think on the thigh pad, before being collected at backward point, or in the gully by Glenn Phillips. And for those of you not old enough to know what I'm talking about, Graham Gooch scored 333 and 123 in that test match.
I was play golf with John Morris on Wednesday at Rotherham Golf Club, and Dan Walker, Danny Willets, the Sheffield Children's Hospital charity golf day. Brilliant charity, brilliant golf day. Johnny Morris was in the group in front. I nearly hit him 3 times with me drive. He was in the trees at the times, by the way. And John Morris was at the other end when Graham Gooch was batting. I think he tells a story that he was just the man for a crisis. I think he walked out at 550 for 3.
Right, it's Nathan Smith continuing to Joe Root, and he's off the mark. He pushes it square of the wicket on the outside to point, and they scamper through for a comfortable single, and England move on to 34 for 4. So there are some great stories, aren't there? It's when I think Keith Piper may have been at the other end when Brian Lara reached 500 for Warwickshire.
John Morris was bowling at the time then as well, wasn't he? He hit Brian Lara on the... I think he tells the story, he hit Brian Lara on the head and then said to Brian, look, there's no chance of a game. We finish at the end of this over, of which Brian was on about 493. So he needed to get to the 7 or 8 that he actually got with 2 or 3 balls to go.
Here's Nathan Smith running away from us from the nursery end, and he hits through to Brook on the pads, and there's the beginnings of a loud and confident shout, but not out is the reply. And I'm going back to Brian Lara's 500 for Warwickshire. Roger Twos may have, I think he made a double hundred, and it could have been, or they've referred it. I beg your pardon, they've referred it. They've preferred this.
Yeah, they think it's hit pad first.
Nathan Smith kind of gave up on the appeal, didn't he, the bowler?
I don't think he's involved. I think this has come from behind. I think this has come from... The referral is largely being driven by Tom Latham. And I think it's because they think it possibly hit the pad first. I don't think it did.
Tom Latham and Tom Blundell, presumably in consultation with the keeper.
I think it's hit back first.
Clear deflection. I don't need ultras. Thank you. I'll go back to Rod on field.
Oh yes. Oh gosh, it's a massive inside edge.
So
look, I mean, Tom Latham, the captain at second slip, was definitely sort of, leading the inquiry, but he would have asked Tom Blundell whether he thought.
Yeah, but there was the 2 behind the stumps that were more confident. Nathan Smith straight away run away, and it was like as if it's hit the inside edge. But I think New Zealand are just wondering whether the pad got in the way first.
3 slips gully, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, left alone this time outside the off stump by Harry Brook, and allows it to go through to Tom Blundell. Well, we knew that it was going to be tricky batting on this first day. Cloud cover, rain about, a bit nip and nibble in the pitch, and the weather forecast suggests it's going to be much of the same. There was a few people that were asking me whether they thought it was earth coming down. I said, you're asking the wrong person, but I suspect that with Lord's drainage and an on-off kind of test match, there'll be more than enough. Here's Nathan Smith again, left alone by Brook outside the off stump. You just sort of get the impression that there's going to be, in difficult batting conditions, there's going to be more than enough cricket for us to get a result.
Yeah, 100% agree. We might still be here on Monday, but I would imagine there'll still be a result. Saturday doesn't look great. Tomorrow looks all right, but the on-off, it might help New Zealand if there potentially could be 1 bowler down. Just watching the way Smith's bowling, English conditions, Duke ball, not too dissimilar to New Zealand, with obviously they play with the Kookaburra ball, but played a bit of county cricket for Surrey and Worcester.
Smith in once more and steered away nicely by Harry Brook behind square on the offside.
That probing line and length and skiddy accuracy at the stumps, and you got obviously 6 for 40. I think he had Ireland 30 for 5 in that game. And just looking at the scorecard here, LBW bowled, Court Latham, which is obviously at first slip, LBW and bowled. They were these first 5 wickets. So he bowled very, very well attacking that off stump, and he's doing that here as well. I think in the second innings as well, he got 2 wickets, both caught it slip, their first slip as well. So tells you he's honing in off stump.
Smith in once more. Harry Brook tries to run it away behind square on the offside. Succeeds only in finding Glenn Phillips in the gully. So Harry Brook yet to score off 6 balls. Joe Root has 1 off just 4, and we've had 14 overs, and England are 34 for 3. For those of you joining us late in the day, there was a brief moment of speculation that Sonny Baker might make his Test debut today, but Gus Atkinson has been preferred, along with Ollie Robinson, Josh Tongue, and of course Captain Ben Stokes, with Shoaib Bashir in that 5-man bowling attack. And some members of the squad have been released to go either back to their counties, or in the case of Rian Ahmed and James Rue, they're going to be playing for the England Lions tomorrow against South Africa in the first of 3 one-day matches, after South Africa won the 2 4-day games, South Africa A, that is. But here and now there's a leg slip in place for Will O'Rourke, as well as 2 orthodox slips and a gully and a backward point. O'Rourke in again, bowls to Joe Root, plays defensively, pushing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Do you think Harry Brook will be thinking about running towards the danger?
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself, man, as whether the danger of what New Zealand possess and the way England think about things, and possibly a brave man would come out swinging and having a little bit of a counter punch. Don't want to stand there and just be nicked off, so he possibly could be aggressive.
Short and wide and cut, bottom edge down into the ground. I think it was a bottom edge down into the ground. It's been fielded by Tom Latham at second slip, and I think it's gone very quickly to him. It wasn't a top edge.
No, it's bottom edge.
Okay,
It hit him.
right.
It hit him hard. It hit him really hard, man. It is a lower bottom edge. Joe's changed his bat as well. He's only faced 6 balls. I think the second ball he faced, played a defensive shot, and I think a little bit of his bat came off. So this is a new bat, a different bat. I don't think it's a brand new bat. I think that one's hit an under edge. Oh, it's not. It's hit the top edge and hit him in the shin.
Yeah, it went very, very quickly. Here's O'Rourke once again. Root plays defensively, and there's no run. It's picked up at mid-on. It has actually flown straight to him.
It has. I think it bounced. It's bounced, but I think it's kissed off the surface
It's
and
gone so quickly,
and struck him straight in the middle of the shin. I mean, I think when Tom Latham lifts his trouser leg up, I don't think we'll need any clues to realise where that is. But it is is it top of the bat? Bang! Oh, that hurt. That's going to hurt.
You don't wear
Ouch.
shin pads at second slip, do you? Here's O'Rourke from the pavilion end once again. Straight approach, bangs it in. Oh, and he's edged it! He's gone! Joe Root's gone! He's had a little push at that one outside the off stump. Tom Blundell takes a straightforward catch, and you know how much it means to New Zealand when they celebrate with gusto like that. My goodness me, Joe Root will not be adding to his 800s at HQ because he's gone, and Will O'Rourke, the danger man, in the absence of Matt Henry, is off the field with back spasms, and England are 34 for 4.
Might not need Matt Henry. This is an absolute beauty from Will O'Rourke. The ball's bounce. This is what this guy possesses. Remember, he's bowling from the pavilion end, so he's getting the ball to go down the hill. But I've just signalled there to John Norman. You watch Will O'Rourke's action from behind. He just gone over the top of the perpendicular, Courtney Walsh style. He's just got his fingers just on the other side of the ball, which has made the ball a little bit of a leg cutter, stands up and bounces. An absolute beauty from Will O'Rourke is getting Joe Root out, and England really now in trouble at 34 for 4. But manners, that was like West Indian at their best. I mean, that was described that I used to get that, where I used to get over the perpendicular, over the top of the straight, and because of the release point, the height, the velocity that was coming on the ball, to get the ball in a decent area from there, you would just get the ball to stand up and straighten, and that's what he's done. Joe Root's expecting that ball to come down the hill with the slope on towards off stump, and he has this beautiful ability to make the ball stand up. It standed up, it stood up, it straightened and clipped the glove. Fantastic delivery to get out one of the best players of all time.
Just by way of explanation, if you don't know what going over the top means, just if you bowl the ball or not, doesn't matter. If you stick your arm straight up so it's going 90 degrees, and then just move it, if you're right-handed that is, just move it a few degrees so it's over your head. Changing that angle of delivery by doing that can make such a big difference, because 2 or 3 degrees at this end can mean 10 degrees at the other.
Absolutely. Ben Stokes does it well. It's one of these deliveries where, as a bowler, you're not sure how to do it. You're not purposely doing it. It's sometimes when you get it, you don't get it quite right, but it works perfect, and that's what's just happened there. He's not trying to sort of get over the top. He's not trying to bowl a big leg cutter. He's got this ball to stand up, and it's Joe Root's expecting that to come onto the middle of his bat because of the slope and because of the way it's coming down. Batted here loads.
Well, England in the spot of bother. Jamie Smith, the new batsman, outside the off stump from Will O'Rourke and left alone. 3 slips, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham and Kane Williamson, with Glenn Phillips in the gully, and Devon Conway at backward point. So Tom Latham, by the way, has just had his right shin heavily strapped, and there's going to be a bit of a boiled egg under there by the time that comes up.
Yeah, he's not going to get too much sympathy off teammates, so we're just going to walk around the dressing room and start poking him. Oh, where did you get hit there? Ah! Yeah, we're just seeing the delivery now, the difference between where it was going to go and where it held. Beautiful delivery.
Here's O'Rourke once again, and Jamie Smith plays defensively up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by, that's Henry Nichols, I think, who's on the field for Matt Henry. Well, Jamie Smith yet to score, Harry Brook yet to score, 34 for 4, with Emilio Gay, the debutant, gone for 8, Ben Duckett for 19, Jacob Bethel for 6, and Joe Root for just a couple. Root's now failed to pass 40 in his last 13 innings, including 5 single-digit scores. That's okay. It's called form. I mean, it's called the fluctuations of cricket. Here's Nathan Smith, bowls. Harry Brook on the charge. Well, he's only going to try and make the bowler change his length. That's gone down the leg side, and it's taken by Tom Blundell, but interesting that so like players who play the reverse sweep, for example, against the spinners, who play it regularly and often, for them it is no different from playing an orthodox sweep, and there are batsmen who genuinely say that they are safer playing the reverse sweep than they are playing the orthodox sweep. And for Harry Brook, charging down the wicket to the seamers is not increasing the risk for him. That's punched off the back foot behind square on the offside. I don't know exactly what the analysts and statisticians say, but that's what he says. You take him for his word. I mean, when he runs down the wicket, he feels just as likely to be in control of what happens when he's taken a couple of steps down the pitch as not.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I think what Harry will say is, I'm just trying to get my weight transfer and momentum going at the ball at this minute in time. I might be just being static on the crease. I might be too much weight on my back foot. My head might not be coming into the ball. The best way to doing that is actually coming towards the ball and coming out of his crease.
Here's Nathan Smith running away from us, and goes past the outside edge. Just using the slope again and moving that one away from the right-handed Harry Brook and into the gloves of Tom Blundell. He did have a little push at it though, and he's now walking down the pitch now and giving it a bit of a prod. I don't think there's anything wrong with the pitch. In fact, I know we're a long way away, but there's been no excessive seam movement.
No, there hasn't, and sometimes, Manners, that's why you end up being 34 for 4. If there's excessive seam movement, lavish movement through the air with a swing, there'd be 20 for 1. Batters getting nowhere near the ball. There's not as much seam movement. That's why they're hitting them.
Here's Nathan Smith again. Brook drives away through the offside. It's running down the slope towards the boundary, and you'd have to say that the ball will win that race. It was a good chase. It was a very valiant chase from
Conway, is it?
Is that Devon Conway? It is Devon Conway, yeah. No, he gave it a really good chase and slid alongside the ball, accompanying it into the foam triangles. But it's 4 runs and Harry Brook off the mark with a classic cover drive, if you're happy with that. Nicely balanced at the crease. Nathan Smith's getting some swing, and therefore he is going to pitch it up. There are 3 slips and a gully waiting for the outside edge as Smith is in. Brook plays defensively, and it's fielded by Smith off his own bowling.
And I think what you'll find is we're 16 knots into the 16th over. You know, the narrowest cricket of the, you know, Bazball times, was it Bazball Mark 3? And you know, there will be criticism off the back of the Ashes, and yeah, but England have been got out here. England haven't getting themselves out here. This is good bowling from New Zealand. England are under pressure going into this Test match. They've lost the toss, and the bowlers have stood up. So anybody that wants to criticise England off the back of England's winter and everything that goes with it, New Zealand have bowled brilliantly here.
Nathan Smith in, good big away swinger, which kept low. That's doubly difficult to get a bat on that for those 2 reasons. Harry Brook on 4 has played a miss to that one. Gee, there's been some good balls. I mean, the one that got Ben Duckett was a very, very fine delivery. Wobble seam going down the slope, LBW. The one that got Jacob Bethel, well, if you want to be critical, say, well, he shouldn't have missed it, but he's bowling at 140 kilometres an hour and, you know, moving it. So it's okay to miss those. Lots of people do.
Yeah, and I agree. I think England have been got out. I really do think England have been got out. I think, you know, there's always a lot of pressure coming onto this England side coming into this Test match, whichever way they went. County cricket bringing in an opener, changing their number 3, bringing Smith in instead of Stokes. I think New Zealand took a lot of credit out of this because they bowled fantastically well.
Continuing down the leg side though, this one, it will be cut off by Nathan Smith, who's bowled brilliantly well. Matt Henry off the side, and Jamie Smith taking a single off his hips. 39 for 4. If you are just joining us here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, it's myself, John Norman, alongside Jarrod Kimber, talking you through the next half an hour or so as I put my headset on. A lot of the mystery of commentary goes when you're actually being streamed as well.
I do sometimes wonder if people like watch how bad our transitions are.
Yes. Here is O'Rourke. Oh, and that is driven, but sliced away really. Forcing shot from Harry Brook. He's leaning into this, but the bat's well away from the body. And in Wall from Sky is just walking past and just shutting the door for me. Thank you very much, Wardy.
He might get paid slightly too much to be a doorman.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He was reaching, you're right. But what I would say there is he waited for that to be under his ice.
Okay.
So he did wait for the ball. It wasn't one of those ones where you slice at the backward point because you're chasing it. It actually
no,
came back
right.
in a little bit to him.
It did. It looked like he was reaching a touch more than he was, but he actually waited a touch for the ball to come in, and that headed off to the point boundary down the leg side. O'Rourke's not quite getting his angles right in this over, but boy oh boy has it been an explosive session. Sun's out here at Lord's for now. There's some dark cloud on the horizon, but it seems to be skirting us at the moment. Some really dark stuff has gone past without dropping water on this old ground, so long may that continue. We had the forecast that the morning session we might be lucky and emerge unscathed. That didn't happen. We only got 10 overs, but the afternoon session was forecast to be a bit of a washout. England maybe wishing that had occurred. Down the leg side again. There is a leg slip in place. That's Williamson. There's also Nathan Smith down at fine leg. Just chatting to one of the coaches. Playing at Lord's. This is the first time he's played at Lord's. Nathan Smith. He's run drinks for Surrey. That's about it.
It's weird. I feel like he's played more county cricket than he has. I looked it up the other day. He really hasn't played that many games, has he?
He played a fair amount for Worcestershire in 2024.
So I think he played one season for them and then a couple of games for Surrey. Does that sound
half
right?
a season, yeah. Then he got a back injury and missed a couple towards the back end of the season last year. A rook again, and this is on the pads, and there's an impassioned plea by a rook for leg before, fielded at short leg, but the slip cordon do not go up, and as soon as they don't go up, a rook just quietens down and makes his way back up to the top of his mark. His folks are here, and his brother as well, I think. I think his brother lives over here, but his folks have made the journey over. I wonder if they're on the same plane as Jeremy.
I think he's got a little bit stronger over the years, a little bit faster, but also he swings it more than he did, I'm told, when he was younger.
Well, these are the conditions to exploit as he's in. This is dropped, is it? Is that dropped at backward point? Either way, it's a misfield. And is that Conway there?
I think it was hit into the ground.
I think it may well have been hit into the ground, yeah, it was. Conway put down a couple when England were in New Zealand. Has he injured his hand? Is he going to go off? He's looking at his hand suspiciously, but I think it's more that it hurt rather than he's injured himself.
It was hit very hard, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Devon Conway cut a forlorn figure when England were in New Zealand at the back end of 2024. He didn't score many runs, and he was putting down catches as well. And in the end, it felt like a bit of a relief when he was let go from the side for the third test match, a test match that New Zealand won handsomely. But he's here today, and of course we'll have amazing memories of 2021. It was a catch.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was a catch. Well, they've dropped him a few times in the past, haven't they?
It doesn't work well for them. It's a bad tactic. They should stop doing it. Yeah, even on the replays, the camera person was losing the ball. He hit the ball that hard. It took us a while to actually get a good angle of it. But yeah, definitely hit straight to the fielder.
I mean, he absolutely wanged it, didn't he? This is a better shot.
That's
here.
the angle we were looking
There's
for
the
from
angle.
the start.
Also, the producer's head isn't in the way quite as much. Not that I'm blaming him for. Although no, I did call it a catch first up. Oh, I mean, it's gone really fast, right? Yeah, Harmy's not having that. He says he's fielded it. He's not dropped it. Straight to Jamieson this time. We've both worked with Steve Harmison a lot over the last 8 or 9 years. You weren't in the box when the Joe Root dismissal occurred. I can't remember a reaction to a fast delivery quite like the one that Harmy gave. I mean, you loved that ball, right? I mean, shades of Weston. Courtney Walsh was mentioned.
Interesting. I think O'Rourke, I think we called this, and Harmy kind of argued with us, but I think O'Rourke is like a mini Harmy. I think there's some mini Harminess to him. A slightly different athlete.
Here is Nathan Smith. Different angle of attack. He's not going to get that extravagant bounce and lift. This is pitched up and driven past the bowler. Slow outfield though, with a fair amount of rain in and around London over the last 4 or 5 days. So it just slows up. Henry Nicholls on the field for Matt Henry, who's suffering from back spasms. There's another link to Harmy. Harmy got back spasms when we got to New Zealand back in 2023. Right. He did. He carried his golf clubs all around New Zealand, didn't play one round. Here is Smith over the wicket. Short delivery, and this is pulled towards the grandstand. And it's going to bounce once, and then actually bounces back inside the field of play again. That is hit very hard from Harry Brook, who moves to 11. We were talking about his innings in Christchurch when I was last on commentary duty. I did look through this, the ball by ball. Harry Brook versus New Zealand at Christchurch. He scored 171 from 197 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes. He was dropped on 18 by Glenn Phillips, on 41 by Tom Latham, on 70 by Devon Conway. He's been put down by Conway. Oh, there's a good ball from Smith. There's a big shout for leg before. The ball actually is caught at, is that second or third slip? So, oh, it's hit him high in the back. It's a back leg high on the thigh, and it's caught by Tom Latham.
It was not a good shot, whatever that was. He got completely trapped there.
He trapped on the crease. There's a lot of movement there, though. Yeah, Harry Brook, and remember, England were in all sorts of trouble for the majority of those first 2 test matches when Harry Brook came to the crease. Dropped on 18, 41, 70, 106 and 147. And he's been dropped again today. Here is Smith, and this is on the pads of Harry Brook. He gets behind the ball and just kind of flicks it through vacant mid-wicket. Will O'Rourke runs around from mid on to field. 50 up for England. 51 for 4 actually, with Smith 1 and Brook 16.
So I do think one of the reasons we're getting more drops in cricket at the moment is just the power of the players. I think they're hitting the ball in the air more often and harder more often. Rob Barron has done a little bit of work for TalkSport at times. We got him in Dubai to go up against Robert Nutapa in the nets and do catching drills. We got him to catch 30 catches. Could you just explain what colour his hand is at the end of the catching drill, John?
Ooh.
That's a good noise.
I mean, yeah. That's a dark red.
Yeah.
And it's not just, it's all over the hands and fingers. In fact, the base of the fingers is actually where it's darker. In fact, it's not even dark red, it's almost a brown. Brook defending on off stump, no run.
He had so much bruising on his hands that he actually had bruising on the back of his knuckles. It was incredible actually watching an amateur go up against a professional, because Robbie wasn't hitting the ball as hard as he could, but the timing is so good, and the noise of these balls hitting Rob Barron's hands it was terrible. He did well though, he caught 28 out of 30, but he couldn't pick anything up for 2 days.
Andy Jacobs, the TalkSport presenter, recounts a tale when he was playing for Lashings or something 15, 20 years ago, as O'Rourke is in, and Harry Brook takes on the hook and will pick up 4, backward as square on the leg side. That was a shot of real authority. Absolutely no risk there as well. Ball coming off the meat of the bat. As soon as he'd hit it, it's just a case of whether it was going to go for 4 or 6. Sun's out here at Lord's, 18 overs in. Harry Brook once again taking on New Zealand in the manner that we saw at Wellington and Christchurch. He's scored big centuries. He's got such a strange record against New Zealand. I think he's faced them 9 times. He's been out for a duck twice, for 1 once, and the rest of his scores are over 50 and 100. Oh, inside edge, has that been dropped as well? I think it might have just dropped short of Kane Williamson, who also is wringing his hands.
I think it was just short, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was just short of Kane Williamson.
Good pickup actually in the end.
And he's
it did hurt his hands.
He has hurt his hands. So Harry Brook is basically going to injure his way to 100 here.
This is a really tough position, leg slip, if you're not used to it. It's not easy to field out, but you are never expecting the ball to come to you from this angle. You're expecting it off the hip or the ribs or the pads. And so there's a possibility Williamson wasn't even ready, and suddenly the ball's flying at him, and he did well. Yeah, you see that? Look how long it took him to realise it was coming.
This time down the track comes Brook. Phillips, who fields at Garley, 2 slips in place now.
It's also, if you've ever seen anyone when they try and flick the ball on the leg side and they get an outside edge and it goes to slip, it's a bit like that.
Zach Crawley's not playing.
But when your eyes are naturally going to where you think they're trying to hit the ball, and it goes completely in a different direction. And so it was well done by Williamson, but yeah, might have hurt him just a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose just naturally, as soon as the ball is clearly going past the down the offside or around that 4th stump, 5th stump line, you're kind of thinking, well, that ball's not coming to me. On the pads and caught at short leg diving. And Harry Brook, I think that has possibly come off the knee.
Well, it's not off the pads completely, is it? Because he's limping at the moment. So it certainly hit something. That's hurt him just a little bit.
Everyone's hurt at the moment.
But every over, we seem to have 2 or 3, I don't know, quarter chances, half chances, 3/4 chances.
It's been plenty mentioned, of course, 2022 when Baz took over. That famous series where England chased down 3 big 4th innings targets, and the manner that they went about things. But there is also possibly a parallel with what has occurred today in this test match. Matt Henry off the field with a back spasm. and will not bowl today. A rock again is in, and this time defended by Brook. Haven't seen much of Jamie Smith, have we? It's all about Harry Brook, but it will be Jamie Smith who faces the first ball of the next over. Yeah, cast your mind back to that series. We were there for all three, weren't we, Jarrod? The first test here at Lord's, England was set 279 to win, which they did so. But what is often forgotten is that New Zealand had to bowl with 3 bowlers.
Is that de Grandhomme?
Yep, Colin de Grandhomme.
What was his economy in that game?
Well, he didn't bowl in the second innings.
No, in the first innings?
First innings, 3. Trent Boult was bowling at 1.5. So they were helped somewhat, I'd say, England, because New Zealand selected Ajaz Patel, and they shouldn't have. So they're essentially down to 9 men.
And then in the next game, Jamieson got injured, and then England knocked Bracewell out of the attack. That was Trent
right.
Bridge, wasn't it?
Second test, chasing 299. And is that the second test? Yeah, chasing 299. Bracewell's knocked out the attack. He was going at nearly 8 and over. Jamieson into Smith, who defends on off stump, no run. Again, New Zealand were down to 3 bowlers in the second innings because Cole Jamieson got injured. And then weirdly, after losing 2 games, because essentially they've got 3 bowlers, New Zealand for the third test went in with 3 bowlers. And Michael Bracewell, who had gone at 7.5 and over. And guess what happened?
They didn't win that one.
No, they didn't. They failed to defend 296.
To be fair, that was the first Bazball series, and they were completely shook, weren't they? They really didn't understand what was happening to them. I remember watching Boult get hit by Bairstow and just thinking that the game had changed around him.
Here's Jamieson again. Ooh, kind of sticks his hand, jabs his bat out at this, does Jamie Smith. Scott, the producer, just pointing me in the direction of the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, I think. What am I looking at, Scott? Right at the bottom. Man, a few words. Oh, we've got these. Thanks from you. What are we doing? What are we looking at?
I feel like the producer could have found this for you, put it up on the screen.
Isn't it obvious?
And we might have made it slightly smoother.
Conrad McBad is back.
Hey.
Ever present last year. Welcome back, Conrad. Jamieson. Oh, Jamieson strikes! Jamie Smith comes forward, then at the last minute decides to take the bat away, doesn't do so in time. Oh, he's actually just been beaten. All ends up by a ball that has just nipped back into the right-hander and off stump. Looks an absolute mess. Smith goes for 1, England 55 for 5.
There's a subreddit page called Death Rattle Porn, and I think that is going straight on there for that one. That made a beautiful sound. Look, that was probably too close to leave before it nipped back, and it did nip back and it hit the center of the stump. Just trying to have a look. When does he decide to leave? It's quite late. It's not one of those ones. Sometimes you see someone decide to leave before the ball's bowled. It's a beautiful delivery, but you have to be playing that. You just cannot leave a delivery there. Unless you are 100% sure he's bowled a big hooping outswinger. I think that was a big mistake by Smith. But as you said, how long has he been out there and how many balls has he faced? That was his 6th ball. He's kind of starved of attention, although he got a lot of attention after that. And we'll be getting quite a bit. That'll make a good picture in the newspaper tomorrow. Do they still have newspapers?
What a stream of consciousness that was by a man who's not shy of a bit of attention himself. But absolutely, I mean, a beautiful delivery from Carl Jamieson. And boy, oh boy, have New Zealand bowled well today. I mean, brilliantly well. A huge error of judgment by Smith. But do you know what? Even if he had tried to play that, he could very easily have taken the inside edge and gone back onto the stumps. Or possibly have...
catch a short leg or...
yes, exactly. He could have been out.
Has Harry Brook just gone for a wee break, comfort break?
Harry Brook is off the field, is he?
Well, Ben Stokes has walked out and then just stopped. For a minute I thought maybe they were looking at a no ball or something, but I'm assuming we're a batter short.
Yeah,
do we usually have 2?
I took 2 Italians to the cricket on Sunday, and they kind of got everything, apart from they just couldn't understand why you wouldn't... Why if there was still a batter there who could bat, why he couldn't just bat.
Last man stands in backyard cricket, right?
Yeah, they were all in. They were great. They took me to the San Siro 2 weeks ago. I took them to the Oval at the weekend. Slightly different
Similar?
atmosphere.
No?
Yeah,
Okay.
slightly different. But both brilliant.
That we just heard.
Did you just hear that?
That was the sound, by the way, of the ball hitting the stump. That wasn't John Norman dropping a pen again or anything. It was a beautiful sound.
It almost sounded like lightning in the distance.
I don't think it's like the Simon Jones Michael Clark one, which is a ringtone. This one's more. Maybe when you're deleting something, look how much that has seen. I take that back. I'm not. Maybe he was right to leave it, John. I didn't realize it went that far. Wow. You're right. I don't think he hits that even if he tries to play.
I don't think he does.
He would have been bold. We would have said a loose shot.
We would have. A big gap between bat and pad.
Oh,
What's he driving there for?
that was it.
Leave that alone.
Did it say what degrees that moved? Looked like over 1.5, over 2 degrees maybe, which is basically off spin.
Can you count the slips?
There's a lot of them.
I think New Zealand might fancy this. Jamieson in. First ball for Stokes with 4 slips and a gully, point in place. And Stokes is back quick. He's going to have to hurry, and I think a better throw would have had Ben Stokes run out coming back for a second there. The throw was wayward. I gave Nathan Smith the big up at the start of the day, saying he was New Zealand's best fielder. I think Stokes could have been run out there.
It was terrible running because he wasn't going for the run. Sorry, that's the stump again, by the way. He wasn't going for the 2. Did you see? He was moving slowly, and then suddenly he decided there was 2, and really got himself into trouble. I think even if it was a good throw, he might have just got in, but he didn't need the second run. Have we heard enough? Have we heard enough sounds of that?
I think Ben Stokes was running at full pelt. It just.
No. He was definitely in the first run. He wasn't.
I hope not.
Well, okay, fair point. If he was running at full belt, he shouldn't be running 2s.
I mean, that does happen to all of us the day we turn 35. Wow. Just got a bit of a hold up here. Ben Stokes isn't happy with something behind the bowler's arm. So, floodlights are on. There's still quite a breeze here at Lord's. Good crowd. I saw that all tickets have been sold for days 1, 2 and 3. Possibly the tube strike and maybe the threat of rain has kept a few away, but all the people that have decided not to come because of the rain or the tubes have essentially, or were going to be sitting in the same stand.
You sure isn't that the stand where they go off for the big lunches?
Well, what about that stand there to the left of us?
Yeah, that's a fair point. Or is that? We are missing the top of that stand over there.
Yeah, we are,
which puts me off every time I look over there.
Still waiting. Still got a bit of a hold up here. 57 for 5. And do you know what? I wish Harmy had been on for that last delivery, because the ball that dismissed Joe Root was a good one. I mean, we've seen some good deliveries today.
The delay's going to go a bit further because we've now realised that whatever the umpires thought they were communicating to the ground staff, they weren't. So.
Oh, is it the yellow tarpaulin? Is that what it is? Does that need to be dragged across?
No, it's the actual boundaries.
The advertising hoarding has still got the writing on it. What, the digital Sky Sports?
Shouldn't they bring that on the other side? They've moved it a metre. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to be out of Stokes' eye line, is it? I know he's okay with it. There's an important metre, that, John.
Feels like Johnny Bairstow's playing again. He used to love a movement behind the arm, didn't he, or something.
Callis is the best one, isn't he?
Was Callis worse than Johnny?
I think Callis and Tendulkar were 2 of the worst. They could see anything.
Jamieson continuing round the wicket. Oh, nearly chops on again. It tries to withdraw the bat at the last minute. Doesn't. And he's lucky not to have deflected this ball from Jamieson back onto the stumps.
Yeah. Billboard has moved. It still looks directly behind the bowler's arm to me. I think that's what Army's trying to say as well. But I think they could have moved it onto the other side completely and got it out the way, but they haven't. Anyway, this one he's left, and as you say, it's just off the toe of the bat. Yeah, not far away from the stumps. A Denley leave off the middle of the bat.
Oh, big pressure on England. Apart from when Harry Brooks batting, he's at the other end, just leaning on his bat as Jameson comes in, and this will be 4, just slanting across Stokes and whistling away down to the boundary at fine leg. Tom Blundell will turn and chase. Do you think this pitch will get easier to bat on tomorrow? Because
I can't imagine we're going to have 2 degrees of seam on deliveries tomorrow, are we?
right, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean,
even that one there, that was a bad delivery down the leg side. But even with that, it was it seamed away after it hit the pitch, so Blundell had no chance of getting the ball. I can't imagine we're going to see that all the way through this test.
no, you'd think not. It does feel like, and it did at the time, a really good toss to win. And it was New Zealand that won it. England, of course, under so much pressure, they would have loved to have been able to get out and about this New Zealand side. But as it is, they're going to have to battle back. It's Brook facing, and this is just guided down to backward point, no run. 61 for 5 then. Here's a question for you, Jarrod. Although actually no, I might wait for that. No, actually I'm going to ask you.
Okay, I'm back.
So, in the Ireland Test match, Dean Foxcroft nearly became the 13th New Zealander to win, to hit a Test century on debut.
Name all 12?
Can you? I'll give you one clue. 3 of them.
They're all New Zealanders?
3 of them are in the side.
Oh. Okay.
Brook 20 not out, facing O'Rourke, short delivery, and Brook ducks to avoid. 61 for 5. New
Who's
Zealand.
I will answer the question. Who's that at cover? Is it
Henry Nichols?
whoever it is? He's having an absolute war with pigeons out there. As he keeps coming in, the pigeons keep getting between him and the ball, and then so as the ball is delivered, they fly up in front of his face. It's happened 2 or 3 balls in a row now. Okay, players in this game who made 100 on debut. Dean Conway obviously did.
Correctamundo.
Devon Conway, sorry.
Devon, yeah.
Dean Foxcroft.
Wait, yeah, he was 2. He was short again and left alone.
Foxcroft?
So Foxcroft isn't playing.
Yeah, Foxcroft, yeah.
And he would
He
have
was
become
98.
the 13th.
Did he make 98? Yeah.
He would have become the 13th.
So Devon Conway definitely did.
Yeah.
Henry Nichols had a great start to his career. Is he one? No, because he's a 12th man. So you said playing in the game.
Correct, yeah.
Retract.
But he could have been. Because he could have been one of the 9 who isn't playing in this game, of course.
I will say Blundell.
Yes, Blundell hit 104 against Wellington against West Indies at Wellington in 2017.
Yeah, I remember that
in
one.
the same match that Colin de Granholm hit the fastest maiden 100 from 71 balls. And do you know what was notable about that moment for Blundell? Pushed into the offside, and it is Conway or Smith running in from the pigeons to field 1 run.
No.
He walked home in his whites.
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I remembered it too when I read it.
Because he lived like near the ground,
That's
didn't he?
right,
And
yeah.
and then there were all these social media posts of
That's
him like
right.
walking down the road.
Yeah. He then didn't play for 2 years because he was only in the side because of BJ Watland, and then scored a century in his second debut against Australia.
Can you have a second
Weirdly.
debut?
No, you can't, but you can see what I'm doing. Well, I suppose you could have 2 debuts. Kepler Vessels must have had 2 debuts. Luke Ronke must have had 2 debuts. Here's O'Rourke again, and this is fielded behind the stumps by Blundell, who reacts like, well, he didn't see it because it went down the leg side, and Stokes just shouldered arms.
It had some heat on it though.
Yeah, it really did, didn't it?
Hit his gloves very hard. I haven't seen the speed come up, but it felt fast. Yeah, 90 miles per hour. So if that was using the IPL speed gun, that would have been 112 miles per hour. If you watch any of the IPL, people bowling slower balls at 150 Ks. They said to Rabada, "You're bowling faster at the moment," and he went, "I think it might be the speed guns."
Get Goffey out there. Here's O'Rourke again. Oh, that's very wide, taken by
And then he falls
in
over.
front of first slip. So Devon Conway is one of the 3.
Blundell.
Blunder was 2. Devon Conway, of course, won the World Test Championship final 2 tests later.
Latham's too old for me to remember. But Mitchell started his career very well. I don't think Mitchell made 100 in his first test, though.
He didn't. He hit 73 at his home ground, Hamilton.
Perth.
Hamilton.
Grew up in Perth, didn't he?
He may well have done. No, I don't think he did. Oh, no.
Yeah, he lived in Perth for quite a few years.
Yeah, you're
right. So Latham then?
It's the obvious one.
Ratcher and Ravinder?
No. The obvious one.
Oh, Williamson?
Yeah.
Did he make 100 in his first test?
He did.
I don't remember that
Did
at all.
you know he shared a partnership
It was a million years ago. It's so long ago. Was it Martin Crowe?
No, it wasn't.
Bert Sutcliffe?
It was
Jeremy Coney?
It was 2010.
Ross Taylor?
There's a reason I'm asking you. 3 slips and a gully, backward point as Cole Jamieson continuing. Rolling over the wicket to Harry Brook, who is 21 not out. England 62 for 5. Jesse Ryder.
Oh. Did Jesse make 100 there too?
Yeah.
Jesse made one of the funny...
So do you know who Kane Williamson made his debut with? Kane Williamson, of course, went on to play 100 tests or whatever he's hit. The player he made a debut with never played a test again. And for me, it's one of the biggest what-if moments in modern cricket. And I have talked about it before. Here is Jamieson again with Brook. Bat raised high like a periscope back and pushes this to cover where it's fielded.
So he played
1 test for New Zealand. Debuted with Kane Williamson.
Did he play limited overs cricket?
He did, and he came back a couple of years ago. You know, like New Zealand these days, when they play bilateral cricket, about 30 of their best white ball cricketers aren't even in the country, so they just have to. Adam Milne always gets selected, Ish Sodhi always gets selected, and this guy also got selected. And I was so happy that he played again. And it was about 13 years after he made his debut.
So it wasn't Jeetan Patel.
No, it wasn't Jeetan Patel. Here's Jamieson. This is touch Fuller targeting the stumps, and Brooks disappointed because there's just one fielder in front of the batter and the offside, and he's hit it straight to him.
I think Jeetan Patel was quite high up on the list of the most performances as 12th man.
Maybe. Still not the answer. Shall I give you a clue?
Yeah.
It's got a Scottish first name.
Well, can't be Mitch McClenaghan because he's got a Scottish second name. Scottish first name.
Oh, Brook goes big. Very little foot movement, waits for the ball, swings through the arc, smashes it past the fielder at point and away for 4.
Yeah, a little bit more Bazball than we've seen from some of the shots today. But to be fair, they've just been off the mark, for a couple of deliveries here. Jamieson had the one down the leg side last over. O'Rourke's done one, a couple of wide balls. If you're going to bowl it that wide, you might as well swing your bat at it on this wicket.
If I was to say Rutherford, first name?
Hamish Rutherford.
What? So it's Hamish?
Hamish Blake.
Nearly. The letter's correct.
Hamish.
Here is Jamieson. Oh, he goes big again. Oh, what's Barry Brook doing there? He's waiting for the ball, and that's just slogging it straight down the wicket, and it almost miscues it straight to mid-on or mid-off. It's gone very, very straight. It hasn't reached the boundary. No timing at all. And Brook moves to 27. We've got 1 ball left.
It's not Hamish Marshall.
Not Hamish Marshall. God, there's a lot of Hamishes in New Zealand cricket, I just realised.
There were 2 Marshalls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One almost played for Ireland.
He was a bowler.
Hamish.
Bowled off the wrong foot.
I think you've invented a cricketer.
Gordon.
Hamish Gordon. Wait, what?
Last ball, and this is driven again and fielded brilliantly by mid-off, who gets across really well. Otherwise, that probably would have made it to the boundary. Very slow outfield, but that was hit with, if not timing, power. And Brooks stays where he is. He's 27. That's the end of my com stint.
No, whoa. Hamish who?
Bennett.
I do remember Hamish Bennett.
And I'll be back, listeners, in half an hour to continue this tale.
More details on Hamish
of
Bennett.
the 12 men the 12 men who've scored a
Well,
debut
I know
on
one of them.
Century.
One of
and
them-
Hamish Bennett isn't one of them.
One of them is Rodney Redmond, Aaron Redmond's father, because he played one test, made 100, never played again, right?
Correct. He's on the list.
There's a fun one.
It's surprising how many fun stats there are to go with this
Did
list.
Rod Latham make 100 in his first test?
No.
No, okay. All right. I thought Manners might have been there. Are we still on air?
Harmy seems like he's stormed off. Manners is about to come in. Jarrod's still here. He can guess the other 9 players. Manners probably knows them. England are 68 for 5.
Just having another slight delay here. This time just with the side screen at the members' end, as O'Rourke is coming around the wicket to Stokes and defended up to short cover, no run. Niel Manthorp beside me in a shirt that his mother bought him. 1,200 rand, Cougar rand.
Not Kruger rand. You know how much that? Yeah.
Is that different? Just rand, South African rand.
Well, Kruger rand, solid gold.
Oh, is it? Well, this is quite gold, this
Do
shirt.
you not remember the English rebel players from the 1981-82 season? You remember those? And be paid in Kruger rands. Here is Will O'Rourke once again outside the off stump. Stokes, I think, played at it and goes through to keeper Tom Blundell. I think Stokes played at that. Yes, he did. Yeah, and it was an absolute beauty. That's nipped away and left him going down the hill. That's a beauty. I must say, New Zealand have bowled extremely well. Jamie Smith leaving one that crashed into his off stump wasn't the best of the shots played by the dismissed English batsman, but as Stephen Harmison was saying a little bit earlier, there have been some beauties bowled. Carl Jameson and Will O'Rourke, what a handful. What a towering handful, literally. Here is O'Rourke again, a little bit of width outside the off stump, cut shot from Ben Stokes. Leaning perhaps away from it rather than into the shot, didn't time it, so it gets a couple off a bottom edge down into the offside. Harry Brook has got one very underrated quality amongst all the great qualities that he has as a batsman, and the one that perhaps is most important is he's really good at being dropped.
Who, Bairstow, Marnus Labuschagne,
Are they good at being dropped as well, are they?
Jeet Ravel. Do you remember Jeet
Yes,
Ravel? I
do.
looked him up once. He averaged 27 in Test cricket, and he also had one of the highest drop rates within that.
Here is O'Rourke once again. That's a good bouncer, but it's a little bit too short, in fact, and Stokes just drops underneath it. Remember Harry Brook's 170 odd at Wellington? He was dropped 5 times.
But early career Bairstow, when he had that first big run, so I can't remember, it started in South Africa, and where he dropped all the catches off Chris Wokes. And then he went through, and he was averaging about 90 for what, year and a half, 2 years, or whatever it was. And I won't say who, but I was talking to someone in the English camp about it, and I said, how do you balance it? Like, he's dropping this many catches, but he's making this many runs. And they were like, as long as he keeps averaging 90, he can drop as many catches as he wants, was the response. He didn't keep averaging 90.
No. 4 slips in a gully here as O'Rourke is into Stokes and chucks it into him, and Stokes is defending off the back foot straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Glad to say that many of the vacant seats during the lunch break, rain stroke lunch break, have now been filled up. People have filed back out. They've heard that there's no rain around imminent. There's blue sky above the ground at the moment.
Do we expect any more rain?
Actually, the weather map I saw about half an hour ago suggested that we're clear for the rest of the day, and that there will be rain overnight, showers in the morning. Here is O'Rourke again around the wicket, and hits Stokes on the pad, I think maybe via an inside edge, and there was a yelp from Will O'Rourke, but it's bowling beautifully at the moment. And England are 70 for 5, having lost the toss this morning and been asked to bat first. Ben Stokes has 4, Harry Brook has 27. And the men out so far: Emilio Gay on debut, caught by Daryl Mitchell at first slip off Carl Jameson for 8. Ben Duckett, LBW, to Nathan Smith for 19. Beautiful wobble ball seam, nipped back down the slope, trapped him in front. Jacob Bethell, also LBW, to Will O'Rourke for 6. A ball that deflected off his pads into the hands of Daryl Mitchell at first slip, leading me to believe that the appeal was for a catch, but he missed it by a long, long way, and it was crashing into into middle stump 2/3 of the way up. That was Bethel gone for 6. Joe Root edging O'Rourke behind Tom Blundell, the keeper, for a single, and Jamie Smith leaving one from Carl Jameson, which hit his off stump. He was bowled for 1. Brooke now chops this one away from quite close to his body into the gully, where it's fielded by Glenn Mitchell. 3 slips for Kyle Jameson at the moment, and a gully. Also got a man on the cover boundary. I'm glad to say that Jeremy Coney is an expert and a source of great knowledge on a great many subjects, but one of them that he'll be able to explain, which I cannot, is why there is a man on the deep cover point boundary. There's a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket as well. So 3 slips, a gully, a deep cover, a wideish mid-off, a straightish mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. Here is Nathan Smith once again to the crease now. Bowls Brooke. It's a thick inside edge down towards long leg, and they'll take a single. Brooke will move on to 28, 71 for 5.
Don't think he'll be there for Stokes. I think it'll only be for Brooke, and it means, of course, that he can pitch the ball outside off stump, and if it's not moving so much, and it doesn't appear to be swinging for Smith, and as I mentioned, he's kind of 2 bowlers in one. There's the time when it is swinging away from the right-hander a la Brooke, and then he's in the game when that happens. If it's not swinging, then length becomes irrelevant, and you can start to go and stand up, because he is a skiddy bowler. If you mentioned Harmy before was talking about how there's differences between the New Zealand bowlers.
Stokes plays defensively to Smith, no run.
Smith skiddy. The 2 tall men, of course, much more bounce about their deliveries. One swings it a bit and one sort of just angles it away and nips it about. And so there's a variety between the bowlers. Now, Smith is one of those who, if it's not swinging and it's just on a decent length, you can still drive that. You can just stay with the line. Very like in Australia. You can just stand up and hit through the line of the ball. So length becomes very difficult for a bowler like Smith then.
Here is Smith again around the wicket to Stokes, and it's pitched right up, and Stokes sort of checks a drive up towards Will O'Rourke at mid-on, and there's no run. It's if they were 221 for 5, I can understand you putting a man on the cover boundary because you want your bowler to pitch it up, but at 71 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's an argument, and that's to be made by the captain and between him and the bowler wants him out. The bowler just, maybe they want to bowl at Stokes.
Oh, okay. Here is Nathan Smith, and that's defended by Stokes out towards mid-wicket, and fielded by Henry Nichols, the substitutes on for Matt Henry. That's something I wouldn't have given serious consideration to. He's a new man.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think also the slice comes into play as well. If it's wideish and you have a real go at it, which Brooke can do, can't he? It's normally a little bit straighter, more to sort of extra cover area rather than, cover point where he is at the moment. That when Brooke's on strike, but you can slice it in the air.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and he's a bit skiddier, quicker actually. He's skiddy, just as you've said, but he's quick, and Stokes looks hurried as he defends that one. Can you imagine facing Nathan Smith and with 3 slips and a gully and a mid-off and being caught at point, deep point?
It'd be disappointing. It'd be disappointing.
Yes, it would be troublesome to explain, wouldn't it?
I think if he's got out a few times like that.
Yes.
Over the past 4 years.
Well, Jeremy, it's drinks. It's extended afternoon session. I can't wrap my tiny mind around the possibility that Harry Brooke could be caught at deep point. But now that you explain it, yes, I mean,
it is a chance.
If it's full and wide, and he does throw everything at those attacking shots, doesn't he? So it's conceivable. Anyway, it's drinks, as I said, and there's no rain around. There is patchy, little less and less blue sky at the moment, grey overhead. But Jeremy, New Zealand have bowled very well. It didn't happen immediately for them. When it rained, just 45 minutes into the morning session. Just 10 overs had been bowled, and they had just the one wicket. Debutant Emilio Gay caught at first slip by Daryl Mitchell off Kyle Jameson. And I have to say that, I don't recall seeing any time when it looked like any of New Zealand's bowlers were overstretching, were trying too hard, as can often happen in conditions like this. And I must say they bowled some very good balls. And apart from Jamie Smith, who left one and was bowled by Kyle Jameson for one, the other four can all say they got pretty good deliveries.
I thought Smith's dismissal wasn't a bad one. It was actually a second or third ball from Jameson when he came in from. He had just been replaced Smith, hadn't he? And I thought it actually started to swing away.
So that wasn't as bad an error of judgment as it looked?
Not as bad, I don't. Well, I mean, we can take different views on this. And I just felt that because he could see it in the air leaving him, he therefore would think that's missing the stance. The mistake was that at least there was no pad presenting itself in the line of the ball if it did come back. It was just a leave and no pad in the way. I think you've got to do that as well, even though he would be out unless it, playing no shot. But nevertheless, it hit the off stump because it came back up. The anti-gravity ball came back up the slope and hit that. He thought it was going to carry on down the slope, but it came back and hit the off stump hard.
Having a look at the replay of some of Harry Brooks' propensity to counter-attack, and having a little look back at some of the ways that he has fought England back into contests when they've been in trouble. I was talking about the 2015 Test match here at Lord's because England were 30 for 4 and recovered. Ben Stokes made a 90 before making the fastest 100 ever at Lord's, 87 balls in the second innings, and they won that Test match. There is scope for England to fight back here. And who knows? 220 might be a competitive score.
Definitely. And it's a danger for New Zealand with Henry off the field. And O'Rourke's just bowled a 6 or 7 over spell. Neither O'Rourke nor Jameson, this is the first test they played coming back, they don't really know how long they can bowl a spell, let alone for a day, into a second spell, into a third spell. So there is an element of, just unknown about the way that they will bowl, and that's where I was mentioning Duffy became a very important integral component who's not here on the tour, and so Smith is going to have to pick that slack up now, and can he do that if it's not swinging? Otherwise you're into people like Daryl Mitchell or the part-time spinners. So New Zealand, there's a vulnerability about the New Zealand position at the moment, and if Brooke takes advantage of it and hits them.
Here is Jameson. Drinks have been taken. Brooke steers it away behind square on the offside. Well, it's not a danger at the moment. You said at the moment. You're talking about in an hour's time.
I'm talking about this next little mini session.
Right.
And if Brooke gets away with his attack on these three bowlers that New Zealand really would like to use to get themselves through and then rush in to say, you're okay, you're looking great, Matt. Your back looks terrific. And come and bowl a few overs for us. Because that's what they need.
It's the unknown of back spasms, isn't it?
Sure.
You just don't know. And you have to give it time and see how it reacts to treatment. Here's Jameson again. Pushed away behind square on the offside by Brooke once again. Harmy and I spoke to Nathan Smith. He was very generous with his time. I was fascinated by the fact that he revealed that the bowlers had all flown to Ireland 3 days before the batsmen. And I asked him, I said, well, who decides that batsmen need less acclimatisation, they suffer less from jet lag?
Less room in business class.
Anyway, the other thing he told us was that Jacob Duffy was missing the tour because he was giving birth to his first child, which caught me and Harmy a bit by surprise. He did.
It was going to take a while.
Yeah, I would imagine so. 3 slips and a gully. Here's Jameson again, short and wide and cut down into the ground and fielded by Phillips in the gully, and there's no run. But he was terrific value, and he said, well, I mean, it's all right for the batsmen. They just stand there. You know, the jet lag's not going to affect them as bad as. You don't want us feeling tired running up, you know, bowling 6 or 7 overs on the trot. The other thing that.
Well, it worked for him. He got 6 in the first innings, didn't he?
That's right. The extra 3 days made all the difference. I am fascinated by the amount of work bowlers need, and this it's an evolving science over the last 30 odd years. I think it's changed quite a lot. How many overs they need under their belt before they're ready for a test match. Down the wicket comes Brook now, slashing at this one, driving straight down the ground. It looked a little bit hoiky, to be honest. There was nothing classic about it. A lot of bottom hand. Didn't time it. Thick inside half of the bat, through mid on. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. On the charge, Harry Brook. It's the way he plays, and he's got 4 runs for it. It wasn't entirely convincing. I mean, as a captain, if you saw your key fast bowler sort of bowling what you thought was a lot, you know, bowling for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 days before a test match, would you be inclined to say, just to take a breath, just sit down, have a cold towel? Here is Jameson again. This is a much better straight drive from Harry Brook. That's a beauty, and that's going to be 4 more as well. He kept his shape there. There was no charging down the wicket. He's just stroked that straight back through the line. Lovely shot.
Yeah, a little bit full, the second one from Jameson, and it's right in the arc for Harry Brook, and it's just a punch, really. Straight down the ground, along the pitch, which is obviously a lot less high, the grass, and so it seems to gather a bit of speed, put it that way, and no chance to stop that. So it's a much better stroke. I don't mind Brook having a few shots. I think as a captain you'd accept that.
Jameson into Harry Brook, opens the face of the bat. Once again it's Phillips at gully who fields, and there's no run. England 79 for 5. Harry Brook up to 36. Next highest score, Ben Duckett's 19. Do you know what I mean? It's like you used to say, well, you know, if a fast bowler hasn't played at least 3 first-class games and been on his feet and got through whatever 80 overs in the 3 weeks before a test match, then he's not ready. He hasn't got his workloads up. But there's also that sort of balance now that has come in more recently, in recent sort of decades, where
Absolutely.
you don't want him to have having bowled too much.
That's true. That's true. You'd have to ask the bowlers that. Ask Harmy. He'll know. He'll have a much better idea about that than I will.
Harmy's view is that there are too many scientists and not enough cricketers involved in the process
the clipboard
these days.
men.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. Yeah, men in white coats rather than whites. Pushed away out towards extra cover by Ben Stokes, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but you've got to trust your bowlers, don't you? Are you ready to play this?
Mind you, there have been a few fast bowlers who've said, I know my body better than anyone else, and they've done a hammy sort of the next day.
Yeah, well, you only make that mistake once, I think.
Whereas, you know, do you ever take a risk with a fast bowler, thinking, well, he hasn't got many games or any games under his belt, but he's so important to us, and he is looking good, and he's, you know, let's just hope he gets through. That's pushed away by Ben Stokes up towards mid-off. Is it ever worth taking a risk on a fast bowler?
Well, it depends on whether you feel that he's got a rhythm about him and the way, and you kind of know that. You know that because you hear it hitting the wicket keeper's gloves. He gives you an idea. He gives you the feel of, yeah, that's good pace. That's coming through nicely. And you look at the length of spells that he's able to bowl. You look at how he gets to chasing the ball in the field. It's not just the overs he bowls, it's also all the other stuff as well.
That's over pitched, and it's clipped away for a delightful 4 by Ben Stokes through square leg. That was full and straight, didn't swing, it was heading into Stokes' pads, and he's just eased it away in the direction of square leg. Lovely shot.
Yes, runs are coming a little bit more, aren't they, folks? And that's not from Brook's bat, this one's from Stokes, and he handled that very comfortably. A little shimmy, just as he's batting outside of his crease already when he starts in his stance. And then he brings the back foot forward first so it doesn't open the body up slightly, and he's able to get that length on his leg stump right away very comfortably.
Three slips gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Smith is in, and Stokes punches it off outside the off stump towards cover and fielded by Conway.
My memory about watching Stokes bat, he usually takes a bit of time, and more time than some of the others, apart from when he first started with Bazball, when he came out and showed everybody, I'm going to slog it, I'm going to slog. This is the way to bat. This is the way I want you to play. And he got himself out a few times, didn't he? And he hit a few sixes as well. But his better innings, I remember.
Here is Nathan Smith again, and defended. It kept a bit low once more, and he's having to hurry down on the ball. Smith fields off his own bowling. 83 for 5.
The innings I remember are ones where he's kind of got himself in, put it that way. You know what I mean by that, is that he doesn't play aggressively from the start. He sees the ball, he lets it go, he defends it, he works his way to 10, and he plays more, you would call it, an innings that we've seen many times, and then he launches. And because he's in, he makes better decisions.
Nathan Smith into Stokes once again, who plays defensively with plenty of time.
Even that Headingley innings, that wasn't just...
I was just about to mention it.
Yeah.
149, that partnership with Jack Leach. I'll never forget, because he had 6 off his first 50 balls. I mean, that wasn't just, taking your time. That was ponderously laboured.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just seems that the slower the start, the greater the chance of success with Ben Stokes. And currently he has 8 off 21, so it's very early days. Harry Brooks going nicely, 36 off 48, and England are 83 for 5. You gave me a very reassuring nod when I said that 220 might be a competitive first innings score. Jameson in, driven down the ground by Harry Brook. There's a dive from Will O'Rourke. He's not able to stop it cleanly, but he did take some of the pace off it, and that allowed the batsman to come through for 2. So you reckon 220 in the context?
Well, it may well be.
Yeah.
Let's see what the day is like, say, tomorrow.
Let's say it's like this for the next 4 days.
Oh, well, the bowlers are going to be in with a chance, aren't they? I think there's the saying, isn't there, in England, you look up, knock down. And I was never of that ilk at the time, but I think over the number of games I've watched now, I think that the ball certainly moves more with cloud cover. Don't ask me to explain that, folks. I have no idea. I've just noticed the effect.
Here's Jameson again. Short, pulled away, handsome shot from Harry Brook, and it's racing away to the deep square leg boundary. He was very quick to seize that. It's just one of Harry Brook's great qualities. Apart from being very good at being dropped by fielders, he's very, very quick at picking up length and doesn't mind a pull shot.
No, it was a good stroke again. It was appropriate for the bowled ball. And one of the things that Jameson has lost a little bit was that such consistent, steady line and length that he had prior to his injuries. He swings it more now. He wasn't a swinger really early on. It was more seam and bounce.
Here is Jameson again, and back of a length, banged in, pushed out towards mid-on, and they go through for an easy single. It's great credit to Kyle Jameson, I think. You mentioned that he's had 2 stress fractures and into his 30s now. He's 31. He's a very, very fine cricketer. Not the worst lower order with the bat as well. Big man, hits it nicely, hits it far, bowls good white ball skills. And for him still to want to play Test cricket so much at 31 rather than try and huge credit. But then why wouldn't you want to be a part of an occasion such as Lord's Test match? Here is Jameson once more. Short, this time it's Stokes playing the pull shot, and equally effectively behind square on the leg side, up the hill into the boundary, and he's just looking a bit weary, Kyle Jameson now. That's a couple that the ball's getting a bit older as well. It's almost 30 overs old, and 27th over. Sunshine, probably hasn't had that much effect, but it is sunny now. The shadows being cast by the fielders, and it's just warming up a degree or two. It's what England's top order were trying to do, get to this stage of the day. Edged, and it's taken! Oh, what a catch! Kane Williamson, superb at third slip. I thought it was heading towards Tom Latham at second, so did Latham, but Williamson has made that split-second decision that it's not carrying to second slip. And did he go with one hand, wasn't it?
One-handed. Right hand.
Do you know? I mean, it sounds ridiculous. You're talking fractions of a second, but he has had to make that call, Williamson.
They're going to have a look at it, but it's certainly the reaction of the fielders and the slips is that he's taken that cleanly. It's just a question of has the hand turned at the time.
I mean, it is heading for second slip. Williamson has said it's not going to reach him. I'm going one-handed. Let's have a look. One-handed. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant. And that is sensational, Kane Williamson. Yeah. He's only caught half the ball as well.
He has. No, that's the other part of that catch. It's in two parts. The first one is that he's grabbed it, but it's an uncomfortable grab. It's the thumb that's holding it in and so now look, he controls it with the elbow and also pulling it against his body. So it's nowhere near the ground at any stage. That is a very clear catch, and Stokes is going to have to walk off.
You know, and Kane Williamson looks as pleased as a man who's just found the book he's looking for in the library.
Totally. Even more, several books. It's a set of books.
But there's no jubilation. There's no, I mean, he's just like
he's
quietly pleased.
With himself, pleased for the team. He's a terrific team man as well as Kane Williamson. And he has such a good effect on the rest of players around him. They admire the way that he plays, and then the effect that he has around another. Particularly, I'm thinking of younger players like Ravindra, who's such a capable player, but he behaves differently when Kane Williamson is batting with him. He just comes down and you say, just a little word.
He's one of those people
in your ear, Ravindra. Rav.
One of those people that the less he does, the more he does, he does so much by doing so little. Apparently, obviously, he's not ostentatious in any way at all.
No. So that's an important wicket because this partnership was beginning to develop. Stokes was starting to join the happy parade that we've seen from Harry Brook, and he was starting to open up the range of shot. Jamieson was starting to look a little tired and fatigued, and New Zealand was starting to be under pressure. You mentioned the sun coming out, so that's a good catch.
Gus Atkinson is the new batsman, and he leaves his first delivery. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think he's pushed forward, is thinking about looking to lay bat on it, but has decided against it. And England are 94 for 6, and Gus Atkinson is now Harry Brook's new partner. Brook is on 43. 94 for 6. New Zealand winning the toss, choosing to bat first, and it's been a very good day for them, although they only had 45 minutes in the morning session before rain curtailed proceedings. And are we double changing? We are indeed. I think times have all changed. I think taking us through till tea now will be Steve Harmison along with John Norman, except Harmy's disinfecting his microphone first.
Cheers,
cool,
man.
That's strong smelling stuff.
It is good stuff, good strong stuff. Smith comes in from nursery end, just outside off stump, dive, one-handed from Phillips. Brook defends it down towards gully. It's been a brilliant day for New Zealand. Fantastic start first thing this morning, and just as England was starting to build a partnership and put pressure back onto the New Zealand bowlers, John Norman, Kane Williamson's come up with something absolutely brilliant.
Well, it was brilliant, wasn't it? And Williamson, for me, is one of the most underrated slip backward point gully fielders in the world, and has been for about 10 years. Atkinson first, or rather second ball, just defending. if you, at the end of his career, you were to see a compilation of the best Kane Williamson catches in and around that area, third slip, backward point or gully, up there with anyone. He is incredible and has been consistently incredible, and it's probably because he's a reluctant hero, isn't he? You know, when you think of the very best, you think of in that area, and who's played the game now, Jadeja. I know Glenn Maxwell's just stopped playing, but him, I think Williamson's up there with the very best, and has been for a long time. This is driven really nicely by Gus Atkinson. Again, the slowness of the outfield will prevent it reaching the boundary, but it's a good looking shot, and it just gives an indication that England will have a lot of what ifs today. Not because of poor stroke play. I think this was a toss and a half to win for New Zealand earlier today. And it's been really difficult for England. They've come up against a side that has played a test match against Ireland. They're Matt Henry aside, they're ready, and they have taken advantage of the bowler-friendly conditions. And how Brook, though, may prove to be the answer for England. Off air, I said to Jeremy, just give Brook a single. That's what's happened there. It's on the pads and it's just tickled fine. Get Brook off strike and bowl at the other guy.
Yeah, I would have gone about half an hour ago. I would have gone the short ball tactic with Harry Brook. Get him into shot mode. He's already in shot mode, but get him into more shot mode. Have your deep point, have your deep square leg out with your fine leg and third man, and just say to him, we're going to bowl short at you, and then when we do pitch it up, if you want to throw the kitchen sink at it, if it deviates, we've got 3 slips in play.
Smith again left alone by Atkinson. One of 4 changes, I think. 4 changes from the last time England played a test match in Sydney. Scene of that fantastic century for Jacob Bethell, but in a losing cause. Emilio Gay, the opener, alongside 3 bowling changes. Gus Atkinson, Ollie Robinson and Shoaib Bashir. You would have had good money on Ollie Robinson and Shoaib Bashir at that point, coming back into the side. The big question marks about Bashir.
Huge money on Ollie Robinson.
And then Robinson, I don't think anybody thought that was going to happen again. It just goes past the outside of off stump and left alone by Atkinson. 99 for 6 England. Extended session, so Manners will be back. They started at 24 for 1. They're now 94 for 6. They lost 3 wickets for 3 runs. But it hasn't been Bazball. It's been brilliant bowling and phenomenal fielding from New Zealand. Apart, of course, for the obligatory dropped chance from Harry Brook.
Yeah, what could have been from New Zealand point of view a whole lot better. Brook 45 not out. He was in his teens when he was dropped at backward point. So I mean, New Zealand have been brilliant. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a go at England here. I'm really not. This morning coming to the ground, I think I put on my soldiers at 9:15 this morning. What a bowling morning this is going to be.
Here's Jamieson again. Down the track comes Brook. Gets squared up a touch. And it's a leading edge, which is fielded in the gully. There are 3 slips in a gully, and backward point or point is back out on the boundary. Rashin Ravindra. You know, the short ball tactic, because, of course, I heard Manners saying the scores that England found themselves in when we were in New Zealand in 2024. But that short pitched attack to Harry Brook, and he is facing now with a deep point and a deep square leg. Nathan Smith down at fine leg. 3 slips in a gully in place with a wideish, well, extra cover and a mid-on. And Jamieson bowling over the wicket, and there wraps Brook on the pad, who's coming forward. And slipcord do not join in though. Cast your mind back to 2015. England batting first against New Zealand when Brendan McCullum was the captain. Adam Lyth, Gary Ballance, Ian Bell all went very early. Sir Alistair Cook joined them. 30 for 4 when Joe Root and Ben Stokes came to the crease, and New Zealand went short at Stokes, and Stokes took it on and on and on. He hit 90 odd in first innings, 100 in second. England won the game. Oh, that's a good ball from Jamieson, and Harry Brooks loses his body shape there. It's turned inside out. Go back 9 deliveries, and it looked like Jamieson was cooked by that phenomenal catch. It's just breathed a little bit more life back into those long, rangy legs. 3 for 43 from his 9.3 overs. No Matt Henry, of course, with back spasms. Possibly rule him out for the innings. But
that's what I mean with the. It's not so much the short ball every ball. You just got to bowl a couple. But then you see Harry Brooks in shot mode, and that there just illustrates what from a.
Jamieson again takes it on. It's in the air, and he's been dropped at deep square leg. Oh, what is it about Harry Brook that New Zealand just love giving him chances? This is as straightforward as they come. And it's Rachin Ravindra who's put him down just inside the boundary. He had to move maybe 2 or 3 yards to his left. The 100 is up for England, and Harry Brook has been put down again.
I disagree, John. He didn't have to move 2 yards to his left. He didn't have to move at all. He's hit this straight at him. This is what I mean by Harry Brook in shot mode. He's wanting the ball before he had itchy feet. Rachin Ravindra, he hasn't had to move. His slide step to his left. Oh, my word.
That is a drop for the ages as Atkinson comes forward. A run was taken, by the way. The 100 is up for England. Brook is 46. He's had 2 lives on 9 and now 45. The second of which, well, Rachin Ravindra better hope that isn't on a loop at the end of this series, because that could be a sliding door moment.
Sliding door moment in many, many ways. This England cricket team, Bazball, everything that goes with it. If England, Harry Brook was to manage to see the tail through to another 100 runs, then the way this surface has been, the atmosphere has been, England are in the game then.
Jamieson again, left alone by Atkinson. Good bounce there. Jamieson turns and takes his jumper from the umpire at the pavilion end. A little slap on the thigh from Conway as he walks past. In fact, 3 of the New Zealand fielders are coming up to him, just giving him a little bit of a G up, and also heading over to Rachin Ravindra. It's Tom Latham out there, actually, not Conway. He's just saying, come on, mate, you're all right. But that was a bad drop. The fielder knows it. Everybody in this ground knows it. And New Zealand better hope that, unlike in Christchurch, it does not come back to haunt them.
Yeah, as well as that, they were being on the field and past experience when you're a bowler down, and a bowler down of Matt Henry's calibre, and you drop a catch.
Here
Wow.
is Brook again, and this is Nathan Smith running away from us here at the media centre at Lords. You're watching or listening to us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Yeah, it's disheartening, right? It must be. And also, how many overs has Jamieson got left?
Yeah, not many. You energise a bowler, all of a sudden, from a captain's point of view, if you're Tom Latham, you're thinking, right, I'm going to have to make a change at this end. If he picks that wicket up, you might nip another over, possibly 2 out of Jamieson, especially when you're talking about Matt Henry being off the field. Then Willow Rote comes on later. We can get through the tee with all our frontline bowlers.
Here's Smith. Oh, it's a shout for leg before wicket, but I don't think it hit Harry Brook on the leg. Too high, and nothing given. Yeah, see, that's the difference, isn't it? Suddenly Jamieson's got a 4-fer. He's 1 wicket away from the honours board. England are 7 down. Robinson's walking to the wicket. They know that they can control the run scoring. He sticks around for another over or 2. 5 for up. Last one goes, and then, you know, early tea. Jobs are good.
And the bowler that's not let you down, but the bowler that's, you know, had the struggle from a body point of view. Yeah, it's not a huge loss in the grand scheme of things.
Smith again, and this is defended by Brook. Brook, who has now been dropped 20 times in his career, 9 times against New Zealand.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, well, that innings at Hagley Oval when we were there, I mean, it was like a bit of a circus act by the end of it. So Harry will be hoping that will be the same. He's just trying to diffuse things here. He's trying to take some time out of time out of it and compose himself, and go again. Smith's in a decent spell here. He's bowled a good length.
And he's in again. And this is just dropped into the offside towards point. And Brook comes through for a single. Sun's out at Lord's. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with the weather? This is why I don't know if I've ever mentioned the fact I don't believe the weather forecast, Harmy.
Not in this country. I mean, sometimes they couldn't get yesterday's right, but looking over to the right of us, they're looking out on this fantastic pavilion, the historical pavilion at Lord's. And the left-hand side, that's not really where it's coming from. It has been coming from, I think, over the new stand.
That's the Warner stand, isn't it? This is helped fine by Harry. Is that Atkinson? Is that Atkinson? Yes, it is.
Yes,
It's,
it was Atkinson.
Just kind of helps this fine via the thigh pad. That'll be a leg by. 102 for 6.
It's a little bit darker over to our right as it's coming towards Lord's. That's towards the east, I think.
I think we would have taken this. How many overs have we had? 40 odd, 30. Oh no, not quite that many. 30. 30. Well, one ball shy of 30 overs. 102 for 6. We've had a lot of action as Smith comes in, and it is Harry Brook this time who tries to guide this ball Joe Root style, albeit on the front foot rather than the back, but can't bisect the field at point and gully. It's Ravindra, and that's a dot ball to end, meaning Atkinson will face start of the second. We haven't. Gus Atkinson is a player that has not received much attention. If you think about the build-up to this Test series, there's been a lot of talk about players who aren't in the side anymore, like Zach Crawley and Jofra Archer. There's been a lot of talk about the new guy, Emilio Gay. There's been a bit of chat about Jacob Bethel. We talked about Ben Stokes.
Ollie Robinson.
Talked about Ollie Robinson and, Jamie Smith and the spinner debate, of course. Jamieson is going to continue running in from the pavilion end, and this is nicely played by Gus Atkinson, who plays it quite late. This opens a face and guides the ball past point for a single, gets off strike. He moves to 4, 103 for 6 here at Lord's.
Yeah, not much talked about him because he's hardly played, has he?
No, but he was dropped.
Yeah, he was dropped.
He was dropped in the Ashes, and there was a bit of talk that maybe Sonny Baker was going to. I'm not sure that was ever going to happen, but you saw him marking out his
I thought he was marking his runabout. I thought he might have had an outside chance of playing. I think the way the forecast is, and the way I'd have been only tempted to play Sonny Baker instead of the spinner.
Brook 47, not out as Jamieson comes in, and he's beaten past the outside edge. Good ball from Jamieson. Harry Brook is shaping to move around the crease. Kind of a double bluff, but that was a bit of a nothing shot, really.
He's played quite a few of them, I'd say nothing shots, because he's in shot mode. His body, his brain's telling his hands to go at the ball. He's trying to sort of counteract any sort of movement that is there by trying to be aggressive through the ball. Jamieson and Smith have bowled nicely, so did O'Rourke. So Harry, when he does that, it does look awful. It does look ordinary.
Jamieson again. This is upward. Oh, it's gone past a diving backward point and down to the boundary gully. Actually, it wasn't a chance, but it was in the air, and that looked like it just lifted a touch more than Brook expected it to. Went through with the shot, and once again, fortune is favouring Harry Brook, who moves to 50 with another boundary. And England now find themselves 107 for 6.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the way Harry Brook's mindset is in this. He's faced 64 balls. He's trying to hit the ball. He's trying to access. He's trying to keep his body out of the way, and he's trying to say get his hands in a position to try and be aggressive through the ball. And sometimes when the ball's too good and it beats him, it looks a bit ordinary. But he's looking to try and put the ball under pressure.
Jamieson again, a flat-footed drive. Trying to hit the ball through cover. It ends up getting fielded at mid-wicket by Will O'Rourke. 108 for 6. He's got an incredible record against New Zealand. He's either out for 0, 0 or 1, or he gets a 50.
I dropped 8 times.
Well, 9 times.
It's just, Pakistan and New Zealand seems to be the love for Harry Brook loves facing their bowlers, but you can see his game plan. It's not fluid. He's not moving his feet that much. He's trying to keep himself leg side of the ball.
Atkinson facing, and this ball is left alone by Surrey, an England man who is in the side. Now, you've got Bryden Cass and Jofra Archer. You know, whether they play a second or third test. But, you know, these Gus Atkinson and Ollie Robinson know that when they come out to bowl, they're going to have to perform.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Archer's coming back for somebody.
I think Robinson will be happy to come out and bowl this afternoon. I mean, I wouldn't. We've had been a bit critical of Ollie Robinson, but I tell you what, I wouldn't like to face them out there this afternoon. He's in the perfect conditions for Ollie Robinson. I think Baz gives something away towards the end of his press conference that Archer might not be available for second test.
Oh, there's a good ball from Cole Jamieson, and Gus Atkinson has been hit in front of the stumps. The umpire's finger's gone up as quickly as you'll ever see. Hit on the back leg, and unless Gus Atkinson's hit that, and they've reviewed it quite quickly, then he's going to have to make his way. As it is, England 7 down here at Lord's, 108 for 7.
He reviewed it straight away, so that suggests that he's got an inside edge on it. It does look as though he has got an inside edge on it.
Can we have outrage?
If he hasn't got an inside edge on it, he might as well walk off, because he's in front of all 3.
Clear gap.
See you later. See you later. I mean, Stuart Broad wasn't very good when it come to reviewing, both with when he bowled and when he batted. But I mean, he's missed that by a foot and a half.
So when you said that, I could only see it on the big screen, Harmy, and I thought to myself, what's Harmy seeing that I'm not seeing? Because I'm a long way away from that screen.
I'm seeing a deviation that you didn't see Jamie Smith get when you said he should have. He wasn't hitting it.
Just as far. That's the second one that we've seen just go sideways. But yeah, fair play to Atkinson. He just wanted to see that delivery again because he didn't see it the first time.
Well, maybe he's watching it because he's thinking, how should I bowl him?
I mean, do you know what? He might be thinking it might have gone down leg side. It's got to have done far too much. I'm batting at the end where obviously the slope's going to take a huge more effect on where the sort of the ball goes. You know, the gravity of travel. So maybe he's thinking for where it's pitched, for where it's hit me, there might be a chance of that going down leg side. Unfortunately, it didn't.
Is there a possibility Harry Brook wasn't quite awake at the non-strike? I think that's a non-strikers one. Unless Atkinson, he went up so quick, maybe he didn't even have the chat with Brook.
You went up straight away.
Yeah,
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I don't think he did have the chat with Brook.
Good on him. Confidence, misplaced, but confidence.
Yeah, I mean, you've got reviews.
Yeah, well,
come on, we used to be young kids. What wouldn't you burn when you were a kid?
Yeah, well,
burn everything.
I think that was when it hits you on the back leg. There's a review and then there is a review. I think
it's all for the bants.
I might have reviewed it as a number 11, knowing that there's nobody else coming in behind me and I'm not wasting the one here. But no, when you hit him on the back leg,
is there?
Ouch!
I don't know where you sit on this one, Jarrod, but is there anything better or worse than a 10th wicket falling in the second innings to end a test or a series? As New Zealand continuing here, and I think we're going to see Harry Brook trying to hit every single thing towards the oval, and his first ball has smashed this delivery from Nathan Smith through mid-wicket and away to the boundary for 4. So he moves to 56 to score 112 for 7.
Yeah, Harry just moved himself onto off stump there. He's going to stand on off stump, probably just to access the leg side. And the majority of this innings so far, he's been on sort of middle in leg, and he steered leg side of the ball to try and hit the ball through the try and hit the ball through the offside. And I think now he's looked as though he's gone onto off stump to basically access that big gap on the leg side.
Smith again, right arm over the wicket, comes down the track, does Brook, and is a big swing and a miss. Fielded by Blundell, he's out of the crease, but the keeper decides not to try and throw down the stumps. No run.
Did you see the fielding effort by Rachin Ravindra down on the boundary?
Yeah, he just rolled over, yeah.
Did he? It's like he thought, I'm going to dive, and then at last minute he went, I'm nowhere near this. What I'll do is just roll. There's token efforts, Harmy, but that was somewhere between a token effort and I want everyone to know that I would have dived had I been within 4 meters of the ball.
2 slips in place for Brook. Oh, and Nathan Smith nearly nips him out. He's inside edged that back onto his pads, I think. He hasn't gone too far from the stumps. Oh, he's actually nutmegged himself and then side-footed it away from the wicket. He's just impossible to get out, this guy, when New Zealand are bowling.
Yeah, inside edge onto and inner thigh, I think, isn't it?
I think it dropped onto the side of his foot, and he's, without even looking, he's kind of side-footed it away from the stumps.
Clouds are getting closer, a little bit heavier. Might be good
Looks
for
like a bit of rain over
England
there.
if England do get to do have to bowl soon. Come out with a brand new ball with a little bit more heavier cloud.
Smith again with the sun on his back. This is down the leg side and fielded by Blundell. 112 for 7. Yeah, the question I was about to ask you, or I started asking you, was, at the end of a game, when someone's given out LBW is out and Team A have beaten Team B by whatever, and they just review it. And the only reason they're reviewing it is just to stop the opposition from celebrating. Are you for that or against it?
Yeah, but you celebrate twice then, don't you?
No,
you celebrate
it
a little
ruins
bit
it.
and then
They only do it because they just want to. They also muck up the commentator.
To be fair, those number 11s over the years have been triggered so many times at the end of games.
Smith again, and Brook tries to guide this down to vacant third. Can't beat Gully. No run. 113 for 7.
What do the umpires call them? The M1 decision? When you just want to get
The
ahead of
motorway
the
ones,
yeah, you just want to get ahead of the traffic. And it's
Many-
that hit him on the pads, I think.
many
Fingers up.
times I've had conversations with umpires at square leg and they've gone, do you know what? If this game finishes in 40 minutes, I can get past where it's dual carriageway onto 3 roads. There are three lane roads, and I'm off. I'm away down the road, of which I'm walking towards Dale Benkinside going, get me on. I've got 3 cheap ones here coming. Not a problem. How's that? Yep, that'll do. See you later.
There is Smith, and this is helped fine, and will he be caught? Oh, everybody! Harry Brook has actually been caught at fine leg. A catch has been taken, and it was probably the worst delivery of the innings so far.
It was.
But Brook's got to go for another 50 against New Zealand. 113 for 8.
It was one of the worst deliveries. Harry Brook, like I said before, he's gone on to off stump, so he's trying to access the leg side, and it's just been a pick up. It's not quite a pull, it's just a pick up shovel round the corner. And if the batters aren't going to catch it, the bowlers unit are going to stick together. I think it's Jamieson down there, fine leg. Jamieson down there, fine leg. Not quite above his head, around about his eye line where he takes the catch, straight in front of his eyes. 6'7", thank you very much. Just composes himself. It's going down the slope, takes the catch, and a good innings from Harry Brook. Good innings, yeah, it was a good innings. He did throw some punches back, but England in real trouble. 113 for 8.
He did, but he also played 2 shots where I don't think he was trying to hit 6s, and yet he knew the fielders were back. If you're going to play that shot, I've no issue. You've got the tail in, but swing hard. He did the same with the one that was dropped out here. There's kind of half shots.
Did you notice Brendan McCullum's face?
It wasn't a happy face.
I'm no body language expert.
But
I totally.
Did we not do
you
that in
need
Australia,
to commit to that, didn't you?
He did that in Australia, though, didn't he? A lot. You got out caught in the sort of, not on the, right on the boundary, 10, 15, 20 yards in on the boundary a couple of times.
That was more in front of the wicket, though, isn't it? These are. He's just not going through with the shot in the way that you would imagine.
He just helped it round the corner.
I know you said that these clouds and this rain that looks like it's heading this way could suit England, or rather you come a bowl now. That's what you want England to come and bowl. But of course for New Zealand,
It just got very dark.
it's got very, very dark. If they can go off and get some more juice back in these legs. Smith is in. Oh, what's happened there? Blundell was shaped to take this behind the stumps and then suddenly realised, is that swung or taking an inside edge? Oh, it's a thick inside edge. It's wrong-footed Blundell, who's starting to move to the offside, then realises he's got to jump to the leg side, gets a glove to it, but not enough to prevent a 4. And Josh Tongue is is off the mark. Well,
It's not very often you get two batters at the crease, neither of which have faced the ball. He's so close being bowled, isn't he?
oh dear, very, very close. Does feel like the end is in sight for England, and if
No, I think the end is in sight. Feels as though the end's in sight for
I
this next part of the session.
the end is in sight for all of England.
We're going to have a delay. I know he's got away with it at last minute. Short leg has been readjusting parts of his inner trousers for some time, dropping things on the floor. He hasn't even tucked in. He's just said, I'm ready.
Who's that bowling? So Rourke is back, and he's replaced Cole Jamieson, who robbed himself of his own fifer by taking that catch, and that was the end of a fine spell from him. Just a little wayward with his first delivery. O'Rourke, whose family are here at Lord's, they must have enjoyed the wicket of Joe Root nearly as much as Stephen Harmison earlier on today.
Certainly more than Joe Root did.
Well, I did see a stat from Gary Morgan, who's been firing them across, but it's been such a busy couple of sessions. I've only been able to see a few of them. There's O'Rourke again. Oh, this is on the pads. Keeps a touch low, but Robinson is off the mark and has returned to the England set-up with a single. Joe Root's single-figure scores. Something like 10 in the last 13 innings or something.
Yeah, it's quite a lot, isn't it? I saw that one come through as well.
I'm glad.
He's struggling. O'Rourke, interesting here. He's come back on. His first ball's 134 Ks. He does take a little while to move, get a bit like a Mack truck.
Yeah, long levers, isn't it? I think sometimes them speed guns, don't take too much notice of them.
Over the wicket. Here comes O'Rourke. Short delivery. And tongue ducks, lets it go through.
If that one says 134, then the world has gone mad, because that was lively. That was good pace. That hit the wicketkeeper hard.
Yeah. Are you doubting some of the speeds you might have seen in the IPL?
I doubt quite a lot of things I see in the IPL, to be honest.
Did you see any of the IPL?
No. I pipe up and watch it every now and again.
I set him up.
Just
You knock him in.
because KP keeps having a go at everybody that has never played in the IPL.
Here's O'Rourke. Oh, this bounces up off the top of the bat. Josh Tongue, no position there. And Devon Conway isn't close enough.
There was some good attacks, to be fair, in the IPL.
There was some good attacks, yeah.
Siraj and Rabada, Prashid Krishna. In fact, Prashid Krishna got dropped at one stage during the tournament. You had Duffy, Hazelwood, Bhuvi Kumar.
Well, I should hope there is some good bowlers in the IPL.
No, I mean more attacks, as in there was a couple of teams who worked it out. A couple of teams maybe you didn't.
RCB went back-to-back, is that right?
Yeah.
It's funny that first one's always the biggest challenge, isn't it? In all sport, full delivery, dug out by Josh Tongue, no foot movement, and it's fielded at mid-on. Virat Kohli. When did he change?
2024.
Was it that late?
Yeah.
Wow.
Rahul
And that's
Dravid.
when they won.
Yeah, Rahul Dravid had a
Good
bunch of chats. They won the World Cup that year too. He was a lot more aggressive from that point onwards. Took him a while to buy into it, but
Was it 2024 when he hit that six against Pakistan in Australia? Was
that was
2024?
2022, wasn't
Was
it?
it?
2023 when we won it, when England won it.
Yeah, he's right.
Wow. Here is O'Rourke, and Josh Tongue is beaten.
That was 2022. 2023 was the 50 over World Cup. So 2021, then 2022. So Australia won the first one, England won the second one. But it's okay to be confused because there was a World Cup every year.
There was a lot of back to back to back.
Oh, is that my stint done? Well, Manners is back. Harmy's done. Oh, Jarrod, you can keep speaking.
All
We
right.
never even got to talk about Hamish Bennett.
Ah, the memories.
No wonder the listeners will be back. So
All
will
the-
we.
Aaron Redmond, Rodney Redmond, all the Redmonds. It's got very dark here very, very quickly after England had been batting, especially when Brooks and Harry Brook and Ben Stokes were batting. Did get the sun came out for a little while, but now you could see the shadows. In fact, there is a conversation between the umpires here. A pre-light conversation, Manners?
So much for that weather map that I was telling you about that I saw an hour ago, which said that there was going to be no further rain.
I went off at that stage, but I did look at it and went, I don't know what weather map he's looking at, but it's not the same one I could see.
Well, and we can see the rain, can't we? Over to the southwest. That's a random guess. Here is Jameson again outside the off stump. It's a beauty. That's bounced and gone down the slope slightly. We're seeing pronounced shadows now from the players, the fielders out there, and 4 of them. So they're obviously from the artificial light, from the floodlights. It is very dark indeed, and the contrast between the bright sunshine that we still had 20 minutes ago and now is very pronounced. I was surprised when Kyle Jameson was taken off 15 minutes ago, but in fact it's just a change of end, because he does have 4 for 50.
I think we're going off.
I think we are going off. The umpires have taken a reading, haven't they? Unless there's a few sprinkles of the showers.
It looks like a day-night game at the moment, doesn't it?
There are actually a few drops of rain. If you focus through this beautifully cleaned glass in our commentary position, you can just sort of pick out a few drops of rain. And I think the ground staff very often have this communication, not necessarily electronic, with the ground staff. In other words, the head groundsman will be positioned in their line of sight and will be waving frantically at them to tell them to go off, because an extra few minutes to get the covers on is required. I think there are a few drops of rain, so they are going to be taking their leave, and the umpire's the last to go, of course, like captain going down with the ship. The umpires wait until everybody else is off and safe.
I don't think there's any rain, because they would have brought the covers out straight away. So I think there's a very big chance it's about to rain. But the covers have not been rushed out, Jeremy, in the way that they might.
Here's an interesting question for you, gentlemen, very quickly before we sum up what's happened on the field. But the recent ICC annual general meeting, at which they decided to trial the use of pink balls in situations exactly like this. So you have the red ball, you work on it, you get it in the condition you want it to be in after 35 overs, and then the umpires say the light's too bad to continue with that ball, so here, use this pink one.
How is it going to work if you're playing with a
don't ask
ball?
me. Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. And Kookaburra are the only company that make the pink ball. But that's what they've decided. The ICC have said that there's been too much negative talk about people going off for bad light. So in order to keep the game flowing, we'll just use a different ball. And not just a different colour, a different make with a different seam. And so it's a difficult one to get your head round and to digest that. I mean, they have called it a trial, and it has to be obviously at the agreement of both teams. So I don't know which 2 teams would say, yeah, all right, let's give that a go.
Well, Australia would say yes if Mitch Starc was playing, since he averages about 12 with the people.
I can't see too many batting sides saying, let's change the ball and see how it behaves.
Mitch has got none for 50. Yeah, we'd like to see him bowl with a pink ball in the afternoon.
And the thing is, when the light improves, you get the red ball back.
This was made. What decision? Who made this decision?
The ICC Cricket Committee, and it's got some fairly high-powered,
Are you not on
real
that,
cricketers
Not at all
on it. Anyway, I think it is an experiment that's destined to failure.
What's the worst experiment in cricket, do you think? There's one here.
Well, there's one that's
126 years ago I could tell you about. You might both have been there.
Well, they decided to use liquid manure
They got rid of boundaries and they put rope up, like nets up all around as a trial. All the old players pulled out of the game beforehand. You got 2 runs if the ball went into the net, but then you still had to run the runs. So there was something like 10-5 scored. Then there was a 10 scored. One stage the ball got trapped in the net and the fielding team couldn't find it. So we've always tried things. It's okay to have trials.
I'd forgotten about that trial, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was busy in the nets probably.
It also it was so weird because I think you got fewer runs if the ball went over the boundary than if you just got it stuck in the boundary.
How long did it last, this decision?
It was a game.
Right.
But
One game.
But they talked about it for ages. It was something they were really worried about, that for the first time ever batting teams were making huge scores. I think Surrey had made 900 or something, and they were like, oh, we have to stop this. We never did ever since. We just kept helping the batters.
Breaking news, gentlemen. Tea is being called. So it's been one of those days. And actually, you know, I have some sympathy for the men with calculators who come up with the reshaped sessions and how many overs there'll be and what time the next break will be, and it's quite difficult to keep up with. And this when the number of overs lost is decided by the fourth umpire and the match referee. I think there's a large degree of thumb sucking involved in that. It's quite difficult to put a stopwatch on every single unscheduled stoppage, but tea has been taken. Very, very much New Zealand's day so far, Jeremy Coney.
Well, yeah, claiming all those wickets, of course. The game has moved ahead quickly. I think that if the last couple of wickets fall, then New Zealand might equally find it very difficult to bat. I think it's just it's a hard day to bat. There's enough happening. And I think with the new ball again, I mean, they might find themselves, if they remove the next two quite quickly, they might, and have to bat, there might be 72 overs left. There was 84 after the first break of rain, wasn't there? So we've only really lost 12 overs. And
We've barely
which is
begun.
ridiculous. I don't know where those calculators were that you're talking about a moment ago, but nevertheless, yeah, it's been a hard day for batting. It's been a bowler's day, and they could be actually in a worse position, England, if New Zealand had caught the catches.
Harry Brook dropped twice, which makes it 20 times that he's been dropped in his career, 9 by New Zealand. 5 of which came in one innings at Wellington when he made 170. Was dropped for the first time on 8. Anyway, they say you make your own luck. That's not always true, but 118 for 8, it's a long way back for England, but not impossible. I mean, what if New Zealand finished the day on 60 for 4?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. It could easily be that way. I mean, using the bat today is just a little bit tough, and there's something in it for the bowlers. I don't mind that. I think it's always good to see bowlers actually. I enjoy the game a little more when bowlers hold sway, and batting is hard. Runs matter. You know, a 40 or a 50 actually counts, and you can make a difference for your side because of that. But yeah, it's been a goodish day for New Zealand. Jamison's had a good day. He'll be very pleased with his results. I think O'Rourke has had a good spell as well. He removed a couple after lunch, didn't he, including Root, and that made a difference for his side. And so, you know, runs have been at a premium. And so even though we're talking about Harry Brook having a little bit of luck, it's one of those days when you need a little bit of luck as well. And that's really where this particular game stands at the moment. 118 for 8 doesn't sound a lot, but New Zealand could equally find runs hard to get when they bat.
So Harry Brook top scoring with 56, a counter-attacking innings including 10 falls, and there were 19 from Ben Duckett and 12 from Ben Stokes. But 4 for 50 for Kyle Jameson and 2 for 19 for Will O'Rourke. Steve Harmison's destroying the commentary box here. He's just had a fight with a whiteboard.
The back of the commentary team.
Yeah,
completely.
he's got a lot of chocolate cake and what look like cucumber and tuna sandwiches. But we'll take a short break. Just a reminder that Kyle Jameson's been brilliant. 4 for 50. Will O'Rourke 2 for 19. England are 118 for 8 with Ollie Robinson and Josh Tongue at the crease on 1 and 4 respectively. We're going to go off and find a cup of tea ourselves. We'll be back as soon as the rain allows us after the tea break. We look forward to your company then. About to begin the final session on the first day of the first test match between England and New Zealand. And it's been very much the tourists' day with England limping along to 118 for 8 with a couple of rain delays. And glad to say that the rain has now cleared once again. We've got patchy blue sky, lots of grey cloud. But Kyle Jameson, 1 wicket away from an inaugural place on the Lord's Honours board, 4 for 50 currently. He's got 5 balls left of the current over. He's got numbers 9 and 10 at the crease. Ollie Robinson is on strike. Josh Tongue is at the non-strikers end on 4, and there's Shoaib Bashir to come. With respect to Shoaib, fine off-spinner he is. He's at number 11 for a reason. So Carl Jameson will be, I'm sure, invigorated and refreshed from a rub down at tee, and here he is, first ball, 5 to go in this over, and up to the crease he comes, and Ollie Robinson plays defensively, pushing it out on the offside up towards mid-off. It's hard, perhaps, for England players, England supporters, to understand the gravitas with which touring cricketers take a place on any honours board, but mostly the honours board here at Lord's. It's a cherished achievement. Actually, I think they probably do understand. Here is Jameson once again, and oh, that's good delivery. It's gone up the hill, if anything, or maybe just gone straight on. It's gone between bat and pad, past the inside edge, and just over the top of off stump, I reckon. Steve Harmison.
There was a little faint noise. Does that hit the stumps? That was a little faint noise. Ollie Robinson's looking back towards the stumps. I think at first look, it was miles. It was not miles away from the stumps, but it was away from the stumps. But the only thing I could think of was that, because Ollie Robinson was late on it. It didn't really bounce that much. We've just seen a replay again. It's nipped back up the hill. Robinson's feet's gone nowhere.
It's close to the top of off stump.
Close to the top of off stump. Blundell thinks it's hit something. Have they referred here?
I think they may have done, actually. As
yeah, there's been a referral.
Tom Latham was doing the sums and remembering that they have one in the bag, and fearing that, or feeling that England are 8 down and they may not need
ball
it.
is very close to the bat.
Just have a little check. Checking inside edge. There's
I think he's got
a 1 in a million
There's a
chances.
clear spike when the ball
Oh,
is next to the
yes.
bat. Can you show
Oh,
me the
good
catch,
review.
please?
It
I
is
need
an
to see the
inside
position
edge.
of the catch, please.
It is an inside edge, and it's 5 wickets for Kyle Jameson. What a good piece of captaincy that is from Tom Latham. Second time he's almost looked like he's acting man alone, because Jameson
Can you show me the
barely
catch, please?
went
I
up
need
at
to
all.
see
I'm
the ball
not
in
sure
the
that he
hand.
heard anything. I think he was just disappointed it didn't hit the top of off stump, but that is excellent work from Tom Latham. It's an inside edge, and Kyle Jameson has 5.
Yeah, Jameson has 5, and he didn't go up. He threw his arms in the air as to say, how has that missed off stump? Ollie Robinson's looking down, he's looking round.
Okay, thank you.
Blundell
The catch
just
has been
manages to
taken
get
fairly.
it
I'll go back to
above
Rod
the
on
ground,
field. Rod,
but
you need
another
to
one which is nipped back. It's gone up the hill. The amount of deliveries, especially from the tall guys, especially from O'Rourke and Jameson, who they've got the ball to nip back up the hill, and Kyle Jameson on the honours board. 5 for 50 so far. England 118 for 9. And you mentioned Shoaib Bashir. He's now walking out to the middle. And England in such a horrendous position in this test match. The clouds are building again. I don't think we're going to have rain for at least half an hour, 40 minutes. At this moment in time, you look out, there's a little bit of shell shock around Lord's Manners, I think. There's a lot of there's a hum, there's a buzz, but it's not the usual positive buzz that is here at Lord's. The champagne corks and the celebrations of England playing good cricket. England have come into this test match under pressure. England, there's a lot of question marks of, well, a lot of nonsense being said over the course of the last 5 months in their eyes. And they're 118 for 9. Make your own mind up on how you think England have gone on this. I actually think New Zealand have bowled brilliantly. They've bowled very, very well. I'm not saying it's not England's fault. I think New Zealand have getting England out so far.
Here's Jameson to number 11, Shoaib Bashir, and he's forward playing defensively out on the onside. And there's no run. 9 down for 118. Of course, you should be loath to make any sort of judgment on England's performance today, because what if New Zealand finished today 60 for 5? Actually, if we get all the overs in, they don't know how they'll only have 60. I mean, they could be 100 for 7, and then it's game on. They could also be 120 for 2, in which case England are in deep pain. Here is Jameson again, bowls to Bashir, follows one that goes down the hill. It's well beaten outside the off stump. He's missed that by a long way.
We've had 33.5 overs so far, Manners. England are 118 for 9 with 43 overs left in the day. So, England. I mean, Emilio Gear might bat twice on his debut.
You know what? We're chuckling, but I mean, one of the quickest Test matches of all time was here. England against the West Indies in 2000 and about 2000, wasn't it? Yeah,
I was in the squad.
It was 2 days, wasn't it? Here is Jameson again, and Shoaib Bashir plays a nice little tuck off his hip. Nothing wrong with that at all. They'll come back for 2. You know, every time Shoaib Bashir bats, and I know he's only ever batted at number 11, but every time he does bat, people laugh at me when I say he clearly can bat. I'm not saying that he's going to score lots of runs, but there have been a number of number 11s who just can't bat. You know, Chris Martin, like there's no shape or method or any. I mean,
Philip Tufner was in our box about half an hour ago.
He was one.
He was one, yeah.
But do you know what I mean when I say that Shoaib Bashir can bat?
It reminds me that I've just done Philip Tufnell, Matt Dawson, Sue Barker, unbelievable on A Question of Sport. That program got taken off the TV, and they did a road show, and I did the road show with him, the theatre show in Scotland, and he told a brilliant story about his batting, and he used to call his bat his little teddy. He said, because do you know when kids sort of drag their little teddy when they're not really wanting to go anywhere?
It's Will O'Rourke pushing. Oh, that's driven down the grounds. Good shot by Josh Tongue. Through mid-off, past mid-off is very wide, and they'll scuttle back for a couple of runs. That's a lovely image. It's a very accurate one too.
He always said he liked batting at number 11 because he didn't like walking back by himself. And he also, his bat was called his little teddy, because when small kids used to drag their little teddy
by the
protest by the ear, that's the way Cat looked at his bat and felt like his batting was. It was, yeah. When he told me that story, he fell off my chair. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Facing the fastest bowlers in the world, dragging his bat down the stairs, dragging it onto the middle like his little teddy.
Here is Will O'Rourke again with a very, very short bouncer indeed, which is extremely well grabbed by Tom Blundell, well over the top of Josh Tongue's head. I'll never ever forget. I have to go and ask him to retell the story, but I'll never forget him apologising profusely to Courtney Walsh, having backed away and slapped him over point for 4. He could barely reach it, but he apologised. But you could, I mean, he didn't. It was no secret. He was, I'm sorry, Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, please pitch the next one up. I had a similar experience with Courtney on that one. I didn't apologise and I got hit the next ball.
Here's Will O'Rourke again, and this one flies past the outside edge at some pace into Blundell's gloves. What, you also inadvertently hit him for 4?
Yeah, I mean, it was my third first-class match, I think. It was my first-class 5-for. Played Gloucester in the freezing cold at Chesley Street. Courtney would have been about 39, possibly into his 40s. And he was bowling in a long sleeve sweater obviously at Durham's tail enders. One have bowled me a short ball. I thought, I can hit that, and belted it for 4. And the next ball, I didn't get my hands above me waist, and it hit me on the head.
Here's O'Rourke again, and Josh Tongue backs away a little, but then gets back into line and defends it to mid-off.
Yeah, so at one stage he showed me his age. The next stage he showed me his greatness, or his ability to bend his back whenever he need to. I mean, he was an unbelievable bowler as well. Courtney Walsh, talk about Will O'Rourke over the perpendicular and getting the ball to stand up. And the big tall bowlers, O'Rourke and Jamieson in this game, have been able to get the ball to nip up the slope from either end, to make the ball go the opposite way than gravity is taking it, which has been fantastic to watch.
Here is O'Rourke again, driven, not timed, straight back to the bowler. Nice fielding by O'Rourke, tumbling at the end of his follow through. It's a peculiar concept, isn't it, for most bowlers, the vast majority of bowlers, bowling fast in a long sleeve sweater. I mean, it's a bit like playing golf in a dinner jacket. You can't get your head around that. Like, you probably never ever bowled in a long sleeve sweater, did you?
Never ever, no. I was only a couple of times I bowled with a t-shirt or anything underneath. I just couldn't have anything tight to my skin. You've seen how many times when I was walking back to my mark.
With your oversized tent of a shirt.
Oversized tent of a shirt, which would just barely fit me now. It might not fit Sam Allard, who's sitting behind me, but it would barely fit me then. I mean, it was massive, them shirts.
O'Rourke in once again, and that's a lovely back foot cover drive from Josh Tongue. He's got 4 for it through extra cover up the hill. Really, genuinely fine shot that. He's playing a little away from his body, but that's what you do in the back foot cover drive. He struck that very nicely indeed. 126 for 9. I mean, but Courtney could bowl in a sleeveless sweater and a long sleeve sweater. I saw him do it.
Sleeveless sweater, long sleeve sweater, and trainers, sand shoes and trainers. He used to just skip across the crease. He'd just be as quick from 4 yards as though he was from sort of, running in from the boundary.
He did that sometimes. He turned off a third of a run.
And that's why he played for so long. He never missed. I think you told me the stats once, and the amount of times how many days he didn't go without bowling was quite remarkable.
Here is Jameson, and that one is steered away behind square on the offside. No run. When he started his first tentative steps into the commentary business before he decided that he'd rather stick to the dressing room side of things, we worked out how many. Do you remember how many marathons he'd run? And we said, first of all, why didn't you take a season off? You played 12 months of the year for 16 years, and he said a simple reason: if I had taken a season off, I would never have started again.
Yeah, I get that, because I remember in 2009 when I stopped playing 12 months, it was such a chore doing the next 3 years of my contract.
126 for 9. That's left alone as Jameson pitches it up outside the off stump. He's got his 5 now, so his place will forever be etched in history on the honours board. But so discounting running from third man to fine leg or anywhere in movement in the field, just discounting practice, of which he did do very little in the second half of his career. He'd bowled 12 balls would do him. But just the overs he bowled in List A cricket, first class cricket, international cricket. Here is Jameson once again, steered away behind square on the offside. This includes no balls. So we took as an average 20-yard run up. And we said, how often did you turn and surprise the batsman with that one you bowled off 5 paces? He said, once every 3 overs. So we did that calculation as well. Just bowling in official cricket, he did this equivalent of 93.1 standard marathons in his career.
It's crazy. The amount of the distance you cover as a fast bowler day to day is crazy.
Here is Jameson once again, and that one is slashed away past third slip and down to the boundary for 4. It was a thick outside edge, but if you're going to commit to the shot, do it with everything you've got, and hopefully the edge will fly wide of the fielders, which it did. And you remember that we did the same calculation for all the overs that you bowled. So any time, Harmy, somebody says to you, you ever run a marathon? You can say, actually, I ran 38.
Yeah, I ran quite a lot. I mean, I couldn't do one now, and I think I was to do next year's London Marathon. I'd make the finish line if I set off now. But no, I mean, yeah, I'm looking at, I think, 16, 17 kilometres in a day you do as a fast bowler. That's what probably Jameson and O'Rourke will do today.
Here is Jameson again, and that one is driven by Tongue. He's playing some shots now. Slap drive through point. It won't get to the boundary down the hill. Devon Conway will cut it off. It wasn't perfectly timed, but he does pick up another couple, and Josh Tongue's in double figures. He's 10. That was Shoaib Bashir. I beg your pardon. That was Shoaib Bashir. I told you he could bat.
He was. I mean, the last one he uppercut. It was an uppercut. He tried to hit it up over the top of the slips. I don't think he was going to be that fine. I think he's trying to hit it square in there. When you hit a 4 as a number 11, you think batter. They did. Rocked out, front foot, batting outside of his crease.
Bashir 8, Tongue 10, 132 for 9. Here's Jameson again. Bowles beats the outside edge. Good play and missed that. Honest number 11's shot. 132 for 9. If England can somehow scramble closer towards 150, they'll sort of feel like they've escaped. I mean, 118 for 9. That's, you feel like there's. I mean, we're only talking about 30, 40 runs difference, but it can feel like double that. You get to 150, you sort of feel...
Yeah, but it gives you momentum going in. All of a sudden, if the tail end put a partnership out, the batters that are out there, so Conway and Latham and Williamson, they've already started the process of thinking about facing Robinson and Tongue and Atkinson. And all of a sudden, the numbers 10 11 hang around. It can be a very annoying and frustrating.
Here's Will O'Rourke. It's a bouncer, and Josh Tongue ducks underneath it. Just a reminder, folks, to those of you listening in New Zealand, I know that we're your only source of ball-by-ball commentary, so top of the morning to you in New Zealand. I guess it's must be 6 o'clock in the morning now, so the farmers have been up for a couple of hours. Oh, it's 4 in the morning, is it, Scott? Thank you. But Matt Henry's been missing, so England have been reduced to 132 for 9 with just 4 overs from Matt Henry, who suffered back spasms in the morning session and has not taken the field since. 3 bowlers have done this to England. Here is Will O'Rourke. He's one of them. Pushed away up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder. And there's no run. There will be people, Harmy, who say, as well as New Zealand have bowled, there is never an excuse to be bowled out in less than 40 overs in a test match.
No, definitely not. I totally agree with that and concur from that. And here's one for you, Manners. You mentioned about the pink ball a little bit earlier. If they were playing first-class cricket in England, would Matt Henry get a substitute?
Well, they gave substitutes out for runny tummies earlier in the first round of the championship, so I suspect he probably would. Well, that's pushed away behind square on the offside, straight to gully, Phillips Fields. But I don't know whether New Zealand would ask for one, because if it's a back spasm, and it is actually just a spasm, and there's nothing more serious than they can be massaged out and the nerves calmed down, then, you know, they'd want Matt Henry for the second innings.
You want Matt Henry for the second innings or for the second test, because it means he would miss the second test. So that would be the sort of fine balance of, do you then bring Zach Folkes? I think that's the backup bowler. Do you bring Zach Folkes in, or do you try and keep going with what you've got now?
Here is Will O'Rourke, and that's guided away by Josh Tongue again towards gully, and there's no run.
You could go Blair Tickner. Blair Tickner's not there. I'm just looking over the top of the tavern stand there. I think that rain that's building up, I think that's missed us. Watching from this morning, and where the rain's come twice today, has come sort of, if you're looking at the old pavilion just to the right, the new stand that's been built, constructed to the right, it came over that floodlight. That came, both times that we've had rain. I think the stuff that's over there at the minute is just sliding past us.
3 slips gully, short leg. O'Rourke in, another short one. Josh Tongue's expecting it now, and he ducks underneath it, but then plays an uppercut air shot, as if to say, do that again, and you're flying over third man for 6.
I think the next one might be at his feet. Yeah, try and get this one out from the base of the stumps.
36.5 overs we've had. Will O'Rourke 2 for 25, but one thing you can be absolutely certain of, amongst all teams, well, most teams, but particularly with New Zealand, is that Will O'Rourke and all the other bowlers would be thrilled to bits for Carl Jameson. Here is O'Rourke once again. It's not quite the Yorker, it's just length on off stump, and it's pushed by Tongue up towards mid-off. Talking about that honours board, I was talking nonsense when I said that England players might not know what it means to touring players. I think it's pretty obvious, isn't it? And do you know, I've seen teams happy as a team that just one of their players is on that board.
Absolutely, because especially when you come, I only had it a few times playing here, where I played in the opposition's dressing room for Durham. And you look at the honours board in the opposition dressing room, and I mean, it's global. I mean, it's the game's great of all time, because it's obviously all the other nations.
Here's Jameson. It's over pitched on middle and leg, and it's clipped away very nicely indeed by Shoaib Bashir. He's picked up a couple of runs there, and that's very, very nicely done. Shoaib Bashir moves to 8, 134 for 9. You know, it's a roll call of honour.
Yeah,
There's some great players, But every now and then there's an imposter. And you look at the batting honours board and you go, how did Ajit Agarkar get on there?
Ajit Agarkar, he got on there. I'm trying to think from an England
Wrong
point of
honours
view.
board for him.
Yeah, Stuart Broad got on England's honours board.
Batting honours board, that is. Here is Jameson again. He's disappointed with himself. Short and wide and cut by Shoaib Bashir. He's playing some very tidy cricket shots. And Bashir now joins Josh Tongue on 10, and England are 134 for 9.
Yeah, given some width as well. I think the sentiment to give Jamieson the first, or he had 5 balls left after the break. The sentiment to get his 5 wickets, but I think Nathan Smith bowling at the stumps at numbers 10 and 11. I think that would be good for New Zealand right now. I think Jamieson and O'Rourke trying to have the ball too short, although Jamieson's just dragging it a touch wider.
Here is Jameson again, and once more back of a length, a little closer to off stump. Bashir drives off the back foot to backward point. You know, there are some cricketers who are just sort of, I think, genetically unable to bat, but if you're in your 20s, there's very little excuse why you shouldn't get better, more proficient as a batsman as your career goes on.
Yeah, because then you start picking up signs that where the bowlers are trying to bowl at you, and the more you're out there, you get sensitive signs that bowlers will bowl at certain places at you.
Cut shot to one that's not wide enough or short enough from Bashir. He swishes at it with a bat angle at about 45 degrees and misses it.
Like if I'm, the more I was bowling bounces at individuals in the opposition cricket team, the likelihood is the short ball would come into play when I would walk out to bat, as well as obviously the base of the stumps and the Yorker. So you tend to try and find your game plan. You work your game plan through that, but you're right, you should, as you get better, you should be able to bat. I used to think I could play every shot in the book, and I could, it just everything went to third man.
Here is Jameson again, bowls fuller, wider of the off stump, and it's left alone. There are 2 reasons. If you have a physical disability, like Chandrasekhar had a withered arm from polio as a child. Now you can't, there's no way in the world that you can say that he should be able to bat any higher than number 11 or be. And the other thing is eyesight. If you've got really, really poor eyesight, to the extent where contact lenses and glasses, or sometimes you have to wear glasses, that can be a big hurdle towards seeing the ball and therefore being able to hit it. Back of a length now from Jameson, and Bashir guides it away to backward point. Otherwise, just spend some time in the nets and, make sure that you face proper bowlers rather than just the batsman bowling dibbly-dobs to you. But your teams do that these days. Yeah, 136 for 9.
You should be able to pick up little signs on what you mentioned eyesight there. When you're talking about back in the days, early in the days, I remember there was a game when Paul Collingwood came in. He had batted for about 20 minutes before the session, and he came in, and I mean, he might as well have batted left-handed. He couldn't get anywhere near this, and he came up the stairs at Durham, and he was giggling with laughter, and we were like, "What are you giggling at?" He's, "Well, I need contact lenses. They've got them in the wrong way around." He just completely messed him up going out. He couldn't do anything while he was out there other than survive.
Here's Will O'Rourke. Oh, that one struck him on the pads, and Will O'Rourke is excited momentarily, but doesn't follow through with the appeal. It's a bit high and a bit leg-side-ish, I think. 136 for 9.
Yeah, there wasn't much going for that one. There wasn't much going for that one. Yeah, he walked out to bat like, he ended up batting like went from batting like me to Viv Richards, and it was all just because obviously the lenses weren't in right.
There's a great story about Shrikant dropping a catch in, I think might have been Callis or someone in South Africa, went straight up in the air, and he realised as it went up in the air that he hadn't put his second contact lens in, so he had one, and he thought, I'll fix it after the break, and of course the ball goes straight up, but he can't see the ball at all.
O'Rourke in again, driven by Tongue to mid-off. It's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I've never worn contact lenses, but it must have been some distraction after he put the first one in for him not to put the second one in.
I think he was rushing back onto the field, and I think they had like 20 minutes to bowl or something like that, and he put it in, and he dropped the other one, and he couldn't find it, and he went, "Oh, it's only 20 minutes, I'll be fine, I'll go off, and then I'll be able to put it back on," and it was only when the ball went up in the air, he went, "Oh, this could be wrong."
Lovely. 3 slips, gully, short leg. O'Rourke in, bowls to Tongue, who's driving this one up towards mid-on. Time also to remind listeners that who might be thinking, well, if Josh Tongue and Shoaib Bashir can add 20, 18 for the last wicket, what's going on with everyone else? Well, the ball's a bit older, the bowlers are a bit tireder.
And they're striving to, they haven't gone back to the good length to a top 6 is the same good length to a numbers 9, 10, 11. What happens is numbers 9, 10, 11 play and miss a hell of a lot more, so then you go striving for.
O'Rourke, another bouncer. See, oddly, that was ducked underneath and avoided very easily, but why do you bowlers do this? Because he barely bowled a bouncer to the top order. He barely bowled a didn't use it. And now he's got numbers 10 and 11. He's trying to knock their heads off.
That's the thing. If you're going to bowl a bouncer, you've got short leg in there for a reason. That's too. I would say since we've restarted, William O'Rourke has bowled 7 bouncers, of which I would say 4 of them probably borderline wides. Do you know what I mean? So he's not getting that right. He's making it too easy for the batter to get underneath.
Another bouncer. It's gone through to Tom Blundell, but it's harmless. Josh Tongue, wouldn't have been able to get an edge on that if he'd wanted to. It's a strange thing. I mean, so I've said it a lot in the commentary box. Just do what you were doing to the top order, but it feels like an easier wicket, doesn't it?
It does, but it's more difficult as well when you're bowling at the tail enders. Peterson used to shout that a lot from extra cover. Just bowl it at the stumps. You're programmed not to bowl it at the stumps. And many arguments to him. If I bowl at the stumps to you, you hit me through mid-wicket like an exercise. Like, shut up.
Here is O'Rourke. Oh, and that one's quicker and it's fuller length. And Josh Tongue tries to drive optimistically, I must say. To back of a length delivery, he's looking to drive. It's hit him on the thigh pad, ricocheted into the slip cordon. Josh Tongue has 10. Shoaib Bashir has 12. And England, who were 118 for 9, are 136 for 9.
One thing I would say, though, at the moment is the easiest time for batting was when Stokes and Brook were together. And that was also the sunniest time today. It's just, I think we now know enough about science. Harmy will disagree with me here, but I think we know enough about science to know the ball doesn't swing more in clouded covers. But
it swings in your head more.
It's harder to see. And I think the more shadows you get, the darker it gets, the harder it is to see the ball. The later you pick it up, the more likely you are to push at balls or play at balls that you shouldn't play at. And every time today it's got dark, it's looked a lot tougher. Having said that, occasionally the ball still seemed massively, but it hasn't seemed at the same rate as it did earlier in the day.
Yeah, I just think the tall bowlers to the top order have bowled a good length, and they've changed their lengths. I think different now with Smith coming on.
Nathan Smith in, right. This is down the leg side. That was a bit of a stiff delivery from Nathan Smith, and it's also fumbled by Tom Blundell down the leg side. I think this will be 2 byes. It is 2 byes confirmed by umpire Rod Tucker in his 100th test.
He does occasionally bowl the ball a mile down leg side, and I think, Harmy, it's because he bowls so wide on the wicket. He sometimes he's almost touching the return crease. I don't think I've seen him actually bowl wides, but in the old days, if you bowled outswing, you would bowl really close to the stumps like Richard Hadley or Dennis Lilly, and now you come wider and wider, and so if he gets it wrong...
Open the angle.
Yeah.
Especially with the slope.
Here is Nathan Smith once again, and flat-footed waft from Shoaib Bashir here. That was genuinely not his best shot in this brief, but otherwise quite composed innings, and he's beaten outside the off stump.
That looked like a computer game where you press the wrong buttons and it plays a different shot than you intended to that ball.
That was what was wrong with my batting.
What do you think of Tom Blundell's hair? I think it's nice when a 35-year-old grows his first mullet. Do you remember 2 years ago we thought his career had ended? He looked so badly out of form. It was, that's a slog, and an effective one from Shoaib Bashir. He's not transferred much of the energy from the shot into the ball, but he has just managed to clear the infield over mid-wicket. Proper hoik that. Gladden the hearts of traditional number 11s. He's got 2 more.
Yeah, I can talk you through that one comfortably with good experience. He's just thought, if he's going to pitch it up at the stumps, I'm going to try and that's the thing we talked about earlier, having a tell when you know your reactions aren't as quick as the top order batters, so you know that if he pitches it up, this is the area where I really think I can score my boundaries from.
Nathan Smith in again. Edge gone, taken at third slip. Kane Williamson gobbles up another one, and Nathan Smith has knocked over the last England wicket. They have improved their total to 140. It just feels a little bit better than 22 runs. From 118 all out to 140 all out, just sort of feels like it's bordering on respectability. Not without actually touching respectability, but it's 140, and it does mean, that New Zealand will have to bat for a pretty long time. But all credit to New Zealand. They've done superbly without Matt Henry for all but 4 overs, and England have been dismissed for just 140, and there is a murmur at Lord's, and you can tell the difference, can't you, between that satisfied murmur and the murmur of disapproval.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite the sort of doom and gloom of what we've had. There is a murmur of disappointment, and I think it should be disappointed because there was a lot of anticipation of this Test match. It's been a huge wait for this Test match to get this England team to get back underway, and from the last 5 months waiting for England's cricket to start again after the Ashes. And I think we've got to give a huge amount of credit to New Zealand. They've been absolutely fantastic. They got the conditions. Tom Latham won the toss, came here this morning thinking this will be a great toss to win. Bowl first, put the ball in the right area, ask the questions, and from the minute they got Emilio Gay out, New Zealand looked as though they were going to bowl England out for a total which was going to be below par. In fact, it is. It's well below par. I don't think they should be bowled out for 140, but I think they have been bowled out as opposed to in the recent past under Bazball, last 18 to sort of 24 months. England have got themselves out when they've been bowled out cheaply. Today, not so much Matt Henry, but Kyle Jamieson 5 for 62, Nathan Smith 3 for 38, and William O'Rourke 2 for 25. New Zealand have bowled England out rather than England get themselves out.
Yeah, I mean they've kind of sought fast runs with fast wickets, I suppose. Today still hasn't worked for them. Look, there was a lot of good deliveries. There's still, I think, Harmy, it's fair to say, there's still lots of technical issues with the English batting. Nothing has changed in that situation. One of the reasons they played in Bazball was because they knew they had limitations. I thought that New Zealand understood the assignment quite a lot. They swung the ball all day. They got the ball to seam around. They've got different kind of bowls. They also did well without Matt Henry. I think even in favourable conditions, to bowl a team out for 140 without your main strike bowler is a pretty good effort. So they'd be happy with that. Would you like me to read out the bowling figures? No,
Harmy can do it.
Harmy's doing it.
He knows more about bowling.
Yeah, obviously the bowler. That's the man. The man that they missed was somebody that was going to spearhead, New Zealand's challenge over here. Kyle Jamieson, somebody who, a lot of injury, and in his short career, he's in his 30s, but in his short career. And Nathan Smith, William O'Rourke, very early in their career, but. Henry bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. Jamieson, 14 overs, no maidens, 5 for 62, and will be on the honours board. Nathan Smith backed up his 6 for in Ireland in the Test match they played in Belfast with 10.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. And William O'Rourke, all from the pavilion end, running down the slope and making it very difficult for the England batters. Bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25, and the one of them two was the brilliant delivery. He got rid of Joe Root. So all in all, 140 all out, 2 balls short of 39 overs. And England will come out to bowl with, I think it's 38 overs left in the day. Will we get 38 overs left in the day?
Right, yeah,
I'm not sure we will.
That's the 4th time in 6 tests. Sorry to interrupt you. That's the 4th time in the last 6 tests that England have been bowled out in less than 40 overs. That requires some Rennies to digest that.
Pro 40 game?
Yeah, and I'll back up what I've been saying. I think in them other 3 times, Manners, I think you could say England were guilty of being giving their wickets away to being bowled out. I think England have been knocked over by a good bowling performance here. I think a lot of good conditions, a lot of good deliveries, a lot of good pressure. And to be fair, sometimes as a captain, when you have good bowling conditions, sometimes you can make a mess of it by making the wrong decisions. Tom Latham didn't have any decisions to make. He had William O'Rourke, he had Nathan Smith, and he had Kyle Jamieson. They were the only 3 bowlers that were in the game here, and unfortunately for him, they've gone and backed their captain up by bowling England out, because we've seen just a couple of times, sample size, that when England started to put a little partnership together with Stokes and Brooke, and even the last 2 there, Jamieson was a little bit flat, and he didn't quite hit his straps. So I think they got wickets at a good time. They bowled good pressure, good deliveries, and they apart from Harry Brooke, they caught their catches. A brilliant catch from Kane Williamson, and even that one at the end there from Williamson or Bashir. It's a simple regulation 3rd slip catch, but that was travelling. That was flying at him. So apart from Rach and Ravindra, it's been a pretty good day all round with both bat and in field for the New Zealand cricket team.
Heavy roller on the pitch at the moment. That's what we'd expect?
I think, considering there was a ball just not long before the wicket that seemed quite violently again, I think if you can get yourself 40 minutes of heavy roller batting, you'd be taking it, wouldn't you? This morning was probably, the first session was probably one of the better times to bat before, Emilio Gay went out. It was
quite low bounce then, that first session though, wasn't there?
But it wasn't seeming violently, was it? It was keeping it wasn't some of the deliveries we saw later in the day. So I think if you can get some of that, I think it's fine. I don't think this pitch is going to have time to fall apart, Manners. So not too worried about the footholes or the cracks opening up in this surface. I think we should be okay.
Well, I was going to say how did New Zealand, what sort of approach they come out and bat with, but there won't even be thoughts of approaches and whatever. It's just going to be one ball at a time, and we've got 4 1/3 days to go.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued by what England's approach is, because I'm trying to think of games in my time where we've been bowled out cheaply, and I go back to 2000, my last series, 2009, Australia at Headingley. We got bowled out for 120, and all of a sudden, as a bowler, I'm thinking, well, we've got to bowl them out. We've got to bowl them out for less than 250, because if we bowl them out, if they go past 250, we ain't winning from here. So you come, and it's a game within a game, and as a bowler, you're the wicket-taking bowler. I remember getting a wicket early. I think you got Simon Katic early, and then Ricky walked out early, and you're going, right, he's going to take me on. So I'm going to gamble here by bowling short at Ricky Ponting, knowing that's his favourite shot, hoping that he thinks if I get a couple away, I'm going to move the scoring rate on, and I'm thinking, well, I've got a gamble here to try and get him out. So if he hits one up in the air, who's going to win? And he got 80 in about 75 balls, and Australia won the test.
That's what I was thinking,
so
Jarrod.
Now, as a bowling unit, you have got to potentially, do you go that little bit fuller? Does Ben Stokes say, right, we know 3 slips in the gully and offer you something to drive? The one thing you will say about this New Zealand batting unit, when you look at some of their strike rates, they don't bat very quickly. And when they get in, they cash in. So Coney might come out, play out in front of himself. Latham's going to be there for the day. Williamson's there for the day. Ravindra can play a bit of both. Mitchell can dig in. So does Blundell. So it's going to be I'm not intrigued about how New Zealand are going to bat. After a disastrous winter with a ball from England point of view, so intrigued on how England go about their 40
I
overs
was
tonight.
just wondering whether some of the top order, and there's probably only one really, Ravindra maybe, or Conway possibly. I was just thinking, do they say it's seeming about we've bowled them out for nothing? Let's not plod along and four of us nick one and we suddenly find ourselves 30 for 4. Let's play a few shots, get some put them under pressure.
Yeah, why wait for a delivery which we've just seen on this surface? We've just getting 10 of them. We've had a trio bowl balls in areas where we've been rewarded. So do we be proactive and put a quick hole, 4 overs in, 25 runs on the board, and try and put a hole in the 140 target, or do we think, right, Robinson's been accused of not having a second or third spell. Atkinson's bowled 3 or 4 overs in the build up to this match, but he hasn't got a great deal of volume in him. Stokes is the one we've got to try and put under real pressure, because if we can get him into his 3rd and 4th spell, we might try and break him. And Josh Tongue, Josh Tongue's the one that's been playing a lot of cricket and durable. So there's a lot of different little games within a game here. But I think from an England point of view, I think you couldn't have gone any better for them from when they're going to come out and bowl. They've got 40 or 30 odd overs tonight. They might have a little bit of rain around. They will be doing a bit, and then they get a good break to go and bowl tomorrow. I think the problem for me with looking at this game and looking at the game before the game was how would England go a full day in the field if they had to field for a full day and then come back and bowl tomorrow morning. The way it looks at it, they're not going to have that question in this test match.
Is it now that I mentioned that my little weather app suggests it's going to rain in 15 minutes time?
I mean, so does my window app. Just looking outside.
Ooh, that sounds
here.
good.
I think that's missing, I think that's missing.
I think somebody else might have patented Windows.
Have they?
Yeah.
Damn it. I think that the best time to bat probably all day was in the last half an hour. We had number 10 and 11 out there. So
Well, it was the second highest partnership in the innings.
Yeah, I think
22. And the way that Shoaib Bashir carved this New Zealand bowling attack all around Lords to register his highest ever test score suggests to me, Jarrod, 400, 450 is on tonight.
I think if it gets dark, it's going to be tough to bat again. So,
I'm just going to check out your Windows app. It's going to be dark, and it is suddenly dark again now.
So,
but look, you can see that breeze. It's whipping across the grounds. So whatever wet stuff is coming, it doesn't look like it's raining over there as well. As Gus Atkinson starting the bowling for England, this is pushed to mid-on, and Tom Latham wants to get on with things in a hurry, but is sent back by Devon Conway. So England bowled out for 140, and New Zealand on 0 for 0.
I think for Gus Atkinson, this is almost an ideal situation, because all he has to really do is find the ideal length on this pitch, which is what the Kiwi bowlers did, and then do it over and over again. That's what he's at his absolute best. I think that's what he does.
For the next 14 minutes.
For 12 to 15 minutes of cricket.
Bowling round the wicket to Tom Latham, and Latham does set off quickly again and will scamper through for a single. Pushed out towards cover point, and Emilio Gay runs in to pick up the ball for the first time as a international cricketer. Don't think he picked up the ball when he was batting.
I hope not. You shouldn't ever be picking up the ball when you're batting.
Well, he wasn't there for very long, unfortunately. He was the first of the 10 wickets that fell. 16 for 1 when he was caught at first slip from the bowling of Cole Jamieson, who's up on the Lord's Honours board, if not now, at some point in the next few days.
They put the tape up, don't they? Generally, the teams now.
They do. Devon Conway, who averaged 5, I think, the last time these two teams met, about to face his first delivery, scored 200 back in 2021.
I think he'll average more than 5 this series. Mark it down. Bold predictions.
It's Atkinson in, and this is driven back to Atkinson, who dives to his right and fields. Again, no real timing there from the bat of Devon Conway. It was a touch full from Atkinson. It was there to drive. 90 miles an hour, that's down at.
He has bowled 3 balls absolutely dead straight, though. It's early on. That's fine, but he's going to have to get some sideways movement. He generally should be able to move it around off the seam at this stage.
Pass the umpire in, and he goes full again. And Devon Conway touched flat-footed on the drive, but in no position to do so. And this ball travels out. Will get a single. In fact, I don't know, was he trying to drive there? Was he trying to push that towards mid-on? Either way, it's gone out towards and through covers for a single.
Devon Conway, for someone as talented as he is, has the ability to look about as ugly as anyone in world cricket.
And not in a Graham Smith ugly or Alistair Cook ugly kind
Dean
of way.
Elgar or a Rory Burns ugly.
Yeah,
It's a
this
whole
is just
different,
how I do it.
He ends up in just in obscene shapes.
Here's Latham, the skipper, and this is dropped down towards field at Gully. It's Bethel at Gully, Jarrod at first slip. They've all got their backs to me. Probably should have done this in the first over. Duckett's at third, so that means Harry Brook is at second. Emilio Gay is at point. Stokes at mid-off. And we've had a question in. This wobble ball is so unfair in Test cricket. Jamieson is an ordinary bowler, yet he doesn't get smacked from Ezio_miss, M-I-S.
Harmison doesn't actually bowl the wobble ball all that
I
much.
thought he learned how to swing the ball. I was listening to Jeremy Coney. This is, again, very straight. And Latham forward, pushing this out to the covers. But the field is in. There's just one fielder out on the boundary, down at fine leg. So Ollie Robinson, I think. Actually, that was the first over. What am I talking about?
Talked yourself into circles there. Jamieson is, what, 6'7", 6'8", right?
Isn't he the tallest bowler in New Zealand history?
Yeah. And he can swing the ball both ways. He's very strong. Most tall bowlers can't swing the ball, and the reason is when they bowl it full, it floats, and when he bowls it full, it does not float. He is not the one to be blaming for that. We just seen a guy come in and bowl the wobble ball 6 balls in a row and didn't get it to move an iota. If you have an issue with the wobble ball, it should not be with Kyle Jamieson. It is with other bowlers.
There you go. We will answer your questions. That was from Ezio_miss on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Getting his question into Jarrod. Kimber, it's myself, John Norman, Steve Harmison, who's been commentating on and off air all day. Jeremy Coney in the back of the box.
Was Harmy's best moment when he destroyed the whole studio because he had 2 cakes?
Mate, if there's a better moment involving Harmy this series, then I'll be surprised. It was a wonderful moment. He's commentating again right now. Doesn't have a microphone on. There was cake, there was
cream, a lot of cream. Sandwiches, several sandwiches. There was whiteboard markers on the floor, there was paper.
And the thing he was most angry about, didn't have a fork. Not for the first time today, guys. We've got a hold up with the batter just complaining about something behind the bowler's arm, and there's a few shrugged shoulders, and the ground staff are moving across, and the camera might be moved. Devon Conway saying, yep, okay, let's get on with things. 3 slips, there's a leg slip as well. Gully, backward point, and it's that. Oh, it's Ollie Robinson's first delivery, and he is targeting off stump. Ball coming into Devon Conway on a length, and we know all about this.
You did say, though, that he's not like Graham Smith. The one thing he does have common with Graham Smith is he's never found a ball on off stump he doesn't want to hit the square leg.
South African?
Hey? Well, that too. Different parts of South Africa, I think. Slightly different physiques, the two gentlemen. But his ability to find the inside part of the bat every single ball.
Round the wicket, as Robinson is in again. And Devon Conway knows exactly what's going on here. And he's stepping out of the crease. He's jabbing his bat down. And for the second ball in a row, the ball has nipped into the left hand. It's hit the inside portion of the bat. It looks ugly, and it's a dot ball. 2 without loss in New Zealand after bowling England out for 140.
Got a leg gully in, and after that ball where he's played the shot that we've all seen him play 1,000 times in Test cricket, they've like, oh, maybe we should have a short leg. Could have argued that off a tall bowler bowling that line to him, they could have beforehand. Anyway, Emilio Gay's come in because he's the new player, and that's the law, I think.
I think it is. It is the law. Okay, Conway again. It's Robinson. And he's struck him on the pad. He's gone up for a leg before wicket. The finger's gone up. Robinson has struck in the first over. Devon Conway. Oh, Devon Conway's come down the track. Has this done too much? Has Conway reviewed? I think he has.
To director.
He
We
has
have a player
reviewed
review
now.
For LBW, original decisions out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
The first two balls, he's really stepped down the track. All right, you can see leg stump.
Ball seems to miss
Behind the
batter.
batter.
Please.
It's got to be clipping the outside of leg stump. It's moved a long way though. He tried to get outside the line, and it darted
Gap
back
between bat
in.
and ball.
Hit
He
him.
has darted a
Clear
lot.
gap between bat and ball. Ball tracking, please.
Here we go. Oh, he hasn't hit it, that's for sure.
Pitching
Out.
outside of impact in line.
Okay.
Wickets umpire's call.
Umpire's
Thank
call.
you. I'll go back to Rod on field. Rod, you can-
Devon Conway's got to turn and move away back to the pavilion. The ball shown to just be glancing the outside of leg stump. It looked good to the eye. Devon Conway may feel slightly hard done by here, but doesn't really matter now. 2 for 1 New Zealand. Devon Conway's gone, and his average has actually dropped from 5.
But I still think he'll average more than 5 in this series, but there's no doubt that he has a issue that world bowlers have worked out, which is don't even try and get him nicking off. Try and bring the ball back into him, try and get him to drag it on, get little edges onto his pads. LBW bowled, and it was good bowling from Robinson. Didn't feel like it bounced a lot to me. Did you feel?
No,
Like,
I
don't
think
that
it was just a late movement.
No, but
And also he
I'm
was
saying,
shaping up, wasn't he?
But I'm saying even after it bounced, it didn't feel like it took off. That wasn't why he missed it. But yeah, it seemed a long way. Good bowling there.
And we saw it earlier today. Jamieson and, well, Jamieson in particular, got some extravagant movement, didn't he? A couple of induckers. O'Rourke as well. And that brings Kane Williamson to the crease. Williamson, who didn't enjoy the 2 tests that he played the last time he was in England, and doesn't have a brilliant record in this country.
Doesn't have a very good record in India or Australia either.
No, he doesn't. First series in Australia he did okay, and I think the first series in England he did okay. Well, he scored centuries, did well, and that's about it. Ollie Robinson then is there in first ball, and a ball just snakes past the outside edge of Kane Williamson's bat. He may have actually just played inside the line and played a touch on length there. Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, he played inside the line after he missed it.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he tried to hit that.
He played a very Kane Williamson shot, wouldn't he?
It's hard to tell with Kane Williamson because he does guide most of his balls to backward point anyway. But I think he was trying to hit that one. Just a wobble ball, yeah. Oh, he didn't miss it by much.
Curse that wobble ball.
Now, if you want to curse it with Ollie Robertson, I'm all for it.
Floodlights on here at Lord's. It's gloomy, but dry for now. It'll hold up. With that Kane Williamson, second ball into his innings. New Zealand have lost a wicket in the second over, and Ollie Robinson back in the side has picked up the wicket of Devon Conway. So
We're just moving a cameraman a metre to the other side. So another batter with great eyesight.
over the wicket, Robinson is into Williamson, and this is struck and caught a short leg, and Kane Williamson has got an inside edge onto that. He doesn't even wait for the umpire, he just turns round and walks off. Emilio Gay with the catch. 2 and 3 balls for Robinson, and New Zealand 2 for 2.
Yeah, you could hear the noise there on the stump mic. He smashed that into his leg, and unfortunately for him, it's hit above the knee roll and just ballooned up in the air. Emilio Gay had plenty of time to come around and jump almost onto the pitch to take the catch. But it was good bowling. He bowled a couple of good balls. One nipped away, the next one came back. And unfortunately for Williamson, it could have gone anywhere, and it found a short leg.
Well, we had a feeling it could be a 16, 17 wicket day, and as long as the players are out there, and it is gloomy here at Lord's, the floodlights are on, but the movement when Robinson bowling certainly is there, as it has been all day for the New Zealand bowlers, and Kane Williamson follows Devon Conway back, and he's gone for a 2-ball duck.
No one's ever argued that Ollie Robertson's not good with the new ball. We talk about second and third spells, but he's looked fantastic here. Very good bowling. I love the way he worked over Conway and basically bowled 2 wobble balls there. One went away, one came back, and now New Zealand are in a lot of trouble.
We've had another question from Ezio Miss, who says, how's the marketing been for England versus New Zealand Test Series? I asked my English colleagues if they're excited for the Test Series, and they said, is it starting today?
I was in Dubai. There wasn't a lot of marketing there.
Yeah, I can't really tell you how the marketing's gone.
I mean, to be fair, it's almost a sellout, so something went right.
Yeah, first 3 days are sold out. I mean, there is a Football World Cup starting next week, is it? A week Saturday, so that's kind of...
And a women's...
No, actually, is it next Thursday?
Women's World Cup in cricket as well. There's a lot going on for attentions.
I think those with tickets for day 3 might be feeling a little bit nervous right now. Rashan Ravindra, the new batter. He's got 1 ball to see off this Ollie Robinson over. 2 for 2 New Zealand. And the field is coming in. Even the fielder down, who was at fine leg, is now... It's almost like an umbrella or an anchor as Robinson bowling round the wicket to Rashan Ravindra. He's trapped him on the pad with Ravindra coming forward. The finger's gone up! Rashan Ravindra has been given out leg before wicket. Ollie Robinson was so convinced that that was out, he started reviewing it before the umpire's finger had actually gone up and he'd made the decision. 2 for 3 now New Zealand, and no doubt at all that Rashan Ravindra will review this, but as things stand, New Zealand have lost 3 wickets inside the first 2 overs, and their innings is looking as messy as Jamie Smith's stumps earlier on today.
It's high. It's very high.
No, it's hit him on the knee roll.
I think it's probably nicking the bails, but no, it's above the knee roll.
Clear gap between bat and ball tracking please.
He's off his feet there too. It's high. I think he'll get away with this, Ollie Robinson, but yeah,
he has got away with it. It's another umpire's call that goes the way of England, and Rashan Ravindra has gone first ball, and Ollie Robinson at the start of his second over is going to be on a hat-trick.
If you're a New Zealand fan, you might be thinking to yourself, that's 2 umpires' calls, and I say that because that's literally what Jeremy Coney just said to me. It is unfortunate, but brilliant bowling from him there again. Easily could have gone against him in either direction, and now we've got so many wickets, John. We've turned this into an Australian-style scorecard. We've reversed the numbers here.
This is Adelaide's 2010. 2 for 3, or is it 3 for 2? Either way, it doesn't matter. New Zealand, the batting team, are in all sorts of trouble. And Ollie Robinson has just delivered a triple wicket maiden.
He may not need a second spell in this one.
Did you see that? He did look like he was about to review it, didn't he? He started reviewing it. Of course, if it had been given out, or if it had been given not out on the field, and he'd reviewed it, it would have remained not out, as would the Devon Conway leg before wicket.
Reminder to all junior cricketers, always worth having a friendly relationship with an umpire before you bowl.
Rudra Patel says, who impressed you most with the bat, and why was it Bashir?
It's no one from New Zealand so far. Latham's only faced 4 balls.
It's Latham facing now. Gus Atkinson is in now, and the crowd are behind this England team, roaring him in. And it's left alone by the Kiwi skipper.
Yeah, Atkinson again, just sliding one through straight. If he can get any seam movement here, it'll put so much pressure on.
Ruben Logan Nathan says, umpire's call is destroying New Zealand today. Here is Atkinson again, and Latham forward, meeting the ball. full face of the bat. There's no run there. Jeremy's with us. He's just going to get his headset on. I mean, it's about now, Jeremy, that when you've flown from New Zealand this time of the day, jet lag really starts to take effect, right?
I missed those two, but Rod Tucker didn't.
I think they were both decent calls on the,
fair
pitch.
enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
it's just unlucky that both of them went against you.
Yeah.
Atkinson again, and Latham will take a single to cover. Daryl Mitchell, a rescue job once again for him. He has been here before in 2022, as we all know. As you have to wait till I remember actually 2015, and New Zealand felt on the wrong side of a few umpire calls in that win for England. But these things do have a habit of kind of evening themselves out. I'm sure at the end of the series there will be a bit like earlier today with the terrible drop catch by Rashan Ravindra on the boundary and the brilliant grab from Kane Williamson at third slip. I just have the feeling we won't be talking about umpires call at the end of this test series, but right now, if you're a Kiwi and have waited up until 6 in the morning in New Zealand, you're probably kicking something. Defended by Mitchell, first ball as Atkinson switches to over the wicket. How are you? How are you, Jeremy?
I'm interested to see those again, not because of the LBW, just to see why batsmen missed them. Whether it's nipped at all and beaten the inside edge or beaten an outside edge, probably the inside I would suggest, or whether it's behaved in any way slightly differently from some of the other deliveries. But I mean, you have to hand it to the bowler for getting the lengths right.
Atkinson again, and Mitchell pulls this with no great timing and comes back for a second. The one fielder out. Is that Ollie Robinson? No, it's Josh Tongue, I think. A deep backwards square comes in from the boundary. Parbs198 says, comments from Harmy, please. Well, he is commenting. He just doesn't have a microphone, but he will be back on duty very soon. For now, it's myself, John Norman, Jeremy, Coney.
But I think the thing about Robinson has always been he's certainly a tallish man, and he gets every little inch he can out of his delivery because he delivers from such a high position. He also hits the seam.
Atkinson again, and Latham is he's quite keen to get on with things. He's down the track at the non-strikers end. Mitchell pushes this out to cover and sends his skipper back. 5 for 3 then New Zealand, with Tom Latham 2 not out and Daryl Mitchell 2. But they're in trouble here.
Well, of course they are. They've just got to be able to try and see this difficult period through. It's not a case. I mean, I think probably Mitchell, when he faces, will try and move out of his crease a little bit, as we know that he does most of the time. He's in a lot earlier, of course. That one from Ravindra, I'd like to see it down the line. That doesn't really show us if the ball actually moved to beat the bat.
Well, the umpires are just having a chat. The light meter is out. As you can imagine, that's not gone down too well with the fans here at Lord's. There is Joe Root's already got his hands on his hips at first slip. So has Ben Stokes at leg slip. And they're not looking too impressed. Daryl Mitchell's just having a little word, possibly, as he follows the umpire, Rod Tucker, back to his mark. You hear the cheers. They're going to stay out there for the hat-trick ball at least. I mean, England knew they didn't have a lot of time, possibly with that dark cloud over the stands, to take advantage of these conditions, these bowler-friendly conditions, which have seen England already bowled out today for 140, and New Zealand reduced to 5 for 3. And Ollie Robinson, at the top of his mark on a hat-trick, is in. It's Latham facing, Robinson's in, he shoulders arms, and it sails through to the keeper.
It's not a bad little bowling analysis, is it, for Robinson at the moment?
Well, when I came on duty for this commentary stint with New Zealand yet to face a ball, Sam Ellard at the back of the box, who you no doubt would have heard delivering his passionate wicket updates on TalkSport, said to me, enjoy commentating on Ollie Robinson's first wicket back, and I said I'm going to commentate on his hat-trick. So I got that one wrong. Robinson in again, and he strikes Latham on the pads, but it's too high, and Latham forward. Crowd go up, but they're not followed by the bowler. Didn't do a little bit too much there.
Yeah, that nipped back in, that's why it beat him. And it just was short enough that it bounced sufficiently that it wasn't going to bring stumps into play, but it beat the inside edge because of the movement.
There is a short leg in place, and that leg slipped. 3 slips and a gully, and that ball could be heading to Stokes at leg slip. There's Robinson round the wicket again. Oh, just gets one to go past the outside edge this time of Latham's bat.
Well, he's coming and he's using the slope to come down the wicket, and that's moved away, has it? Just a smidgen, not much. Just outside the edge. Pretty close to the stumps. He's always bringing the stumps kind of into play, Robinson. That's the other thing. Doesn't give you much respite. And that, if anything, has gone slightly away.
Robinson again. He's in. And Latham behind the line of the ball and defending out to cover. We got that period of the day where the floodlights and the natural light are kind of competing. Ollie Robinson's currently got 4 shadows as he makes his way back to the top of his mark. It is gloomy. The umpires have taken a light meter reading. The floodlights are on. As things stand, we still have play. With New Zealand 5 for 3. England bowled out for 140. Ollie Robinson with a triple wicket maiden in his first over on his comeback. And, it doesn't drop too short of Ben Stokes at that leg slip position. Diving stop from the England skipper. Robinson still yet to concede a run.
Yep, that one moved in the air prior to pitching and then carried on. And that's why it ended up leg side for Latham. Was able to get a bat, sort of turn it round to a leg slip there. I think it's probably leg second slip if you like. Third, maybe.
Short leg, just takes a pace forward, then skips back. It's Emilio Gay there. He's taken one catch, and Latham again sets up well, takes a step forward and defends back to the bowler. Over number 2 for Robinson. He's yet to go for a run. 3 wickets in his first over back for England. And already people are asking, why wasn't he playing in the Ashes? But that's the story for another day. 5 for 3.
Yeah, it was another probing kind of surgical over that you do get from bowlers like Robinson. Tall, using the new ball, using the wobble seam so that it goes in sometimes and out the others. The bowler doesn't know either, and certainly therefore the batsman hasn't really got too much idea to cover which way it's going to go, and you haven't got a lot of time when the ball is new and it's bouncing at different heights. So it's not easy. And Robinson at the top of his game now and feeling good, back into Test cricket.
Atkinson start of his 3rd over, and first ball to Daryl Mitchell of that over is defended back to the bowler. New Zealand just clinging on a touch, but equally that pull shot from Mitchell and the way that Tom Latham seems to be trying to push those singles. They know there's no point just trying to survive. They've got to try and score, put some pressure back on England, because of course they didn't score too many runs either. Certainly a huge blow to lose your best batter inside the first 2 overs. Atkinson again, and Mitchell up on his toes, forcing shot through point. Chase on for Jacob Bethel, and Mitchell comes back for a second. 7 for 3 then New Zealand. They trail by 133. Bit of pressure on Gus Atkinson. He had a mixed time of it in Australia. In fact, he didn't have a mixed time of it. He had quite a poor Ashes campaign. He was expensive, he was dropped. But he's back at the ground where he scored a Test century and taken a 10-fer and a 5-fer. Here is Atkinson and Mitchell again. Big man coming forward. And this just drops short of short leg.
Batting well out of his crease. And then he can move back in his crease as well. Just trying to play with the bowler's length and win that battle. It's always a battle that goes on every time a different batsman comes in. There's always that battle for, I want you, I'm going to try and influence you where you're going to pitch the ball. Atkinson tends to bowl pretty much at the stumps. And so he's setting up now out of his crease.
Mitchell facing, Atkinson in again. Oh, just jabs the bat down on the ball. Again, real straight lines from Atkinson, targeting the pads and the wicket. And that's a thick inside edge, which flies to the right of Emilio Gay at short leg, who gets down smartly to field, no run. Oh, he only just got the bat down, didn't he? Atkinson is bowling at good pace. And in this light, with the scoreboard reading 7 for 3, it's really tricky for Mitchell and New Zealand, as this ball from Atkinson is once again on the pads, but a touch to leg side, and it will be a leg by. It moves the score along, 8 for 3. Jeremy, there are times when we talk about the 12 New Zealand debutants who scored a century, and there are times when we talk about oat biscuits, but there are times when the cricket does all the talking.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of been the case for most of today, isn't it?
Well, it's been a day for the bowlers, hasn't it? It's been a difficult time for the batsmen. Runs matter. And then all the batsmen have found it difficult to get going. There was a bit of a counter-attack from Brook, as we've seen before.
Here is Latham, and he'll let this one go through to the keeper, Jamie Smith, who was promoted up to 6, could only score 1, but possibly the ball of the day from Jamieson, although the one that dismissed Joe Root from William O'Rourke. Those two really stand out. But Ollie Robinson is showing that he can make the ball talk here as well. 8 for 3 then. We've had a message through from Ruben, says maybe New Zealand should have batted in the second innings in their match against Ireland instead of enforcing the following on and winning by an innings. Their bowlers got maximum practice, but not the batters, and it shows here. It's not a bad point actually, because of course Ireland nipped out Tom Latham, Devon Conway, even Kane Williamson and Daryl Mitchell relatively early, didn't they? So they haven't had a lot of batting.
No, it was a shame that they didn't perhaps get a second innings. Nevertheless, they didn't, and they decided to follow on and press ahead with the victory, rather than perhaps the draw, which would have certainly given those 3 or 4 players that you mentioned there a chance in their second innings to get some time at the crease. Now, how will Mitchell bat here? Will he actually get out of the crease as well?
It looks like he's shaping up outside of the crease. Oh, he's beaten by a delivery from Robinson, which has left him. He's coming forward to defend, and it's just bounced and moved a touch from the... it's straightened, and it's gone through to the keeper.
Just down the slope, that one, wasn't it? Just slightly. Always movement is the issue, and the New Zealand batsmen won't know which way it's going to go. They'll try and get as close to the pitch of the ball as they can, and try and hopefully get to that in order to play it. Otherwise, get it well away from it. But Robinson's not going to allow them to do that.
Here is Robinson rolling over the wicket. It's pushed out, so it's run out chance, and I think Ben Stokes has missed the opportunity to run out Tom Latham.
Well, that's a nonsense run, isn't it? I mean, that's just a hit and just go for it, hitting it almost to gully. Latham gave up.
Well, Latham was on his heels, and Mitchell was just on a red ball run. By the time Latham realised he had to go, it was too late, and Stokes has picked this up and hurled it at the stumps and missed by about 6 or 7 inches.
Well, he's only got really 1 and a little bit more stumps to aim at, because he's throwing virtually from side on. He's moved from gully to just in front of square at point area.
Robinson again, and defended by Latham, who, of all the batters that we've seen in this very small sample size, has shaped up the best against Ollie Robinson. But that single just shows the panic that is currently in the minds of the Kiwi batters.
Absolutely no run there. That's a hit and a run, and I want to get off strike.
Yeah, Latham had given that one up. Pressure on New Zealand. They're 9 for 3, and Robinson bowling round the wicket to Latham, who again gets behind the line of the ball and defends back to the bowler. No run. That missed run out also meant that Ollie Robinson conceded his first run in his spell.
Well, it's exactly what you want from an opening bowler, isn't it? You want your opening bowler to be consistent, so it's not easy for the openers with with set fields that are, in this case, 3 slips, leg slip, a gully, a bat pad, plenty of open spaces to score, in other words.
Here is Robinson, and beaten this time is Latham, who's on the move, but this is a fraction wider. Robinson's got a bit bored of Latham just hitting it back to him. Oh, that's decked in, actually. It started wide and then came in. Latham beaten past the outside edge. Oof. All smiles from England.
Yeah, I mean, they will. Certainly, the batsmen from England will be appreciating the way that Ollie Robinson has started here. That one's actually swung a little bit and then straightened back up the slope.
Here's Robinson again. All eyes on England's opening bowler, pushed out to cover, and there is a single there. Double figures for New Zealand. 10 for 3 with Latham and Mitchell at the crease. England earlier today bowled out for 140. I mean, Jeremy, am I mad to even say this, but England could be batting again today.
Well, I suppose that's possible. 7 balls will do it.
Well, it's 36 overs still to be bowled.
Well,
if we can get them in, it won't happen, of course.
You'd expect the pitch to pick up speed a bit tomorrow as well.
Atkinson continuing from the pavilion end, but he's just got to turn back to his mark because Tom Latham has just seen some movement behind the arm. I mean, tomorrow could be the day to bat, Jerry. I mean,
well, it's supposed to be good weather, isn't it?
Good weather. Possibly the moisture that's in the pitch would have gone, and New Zealand just need to be there, just 3 down. If they do, they'll be ahead of the game again. But that seems quite far off at the moment, as this is helped around the corner by Latham. Was there a bat on that? We shall see. The way it's another run. No, another leg by. 11 for 3 then. Just got a little bit of calm here at Lord's after all the excitement of that triple wicket maiden bowled by Ollie Robinson. I mean, if that was Ben Stokes, you'd be asking who writes his scripts, but whoever writes Ollie Robinson's script, I mean, it's a strange old story. We wait again. Well, Daryl Mitchell does like to keep the opposition waiting once he gets himself ready. Atkinson is in, and this is pushed out to point. And there's a backward point and an extra cover. Bashir and Bethel, and they can't stop the run. So Mitchell gets off strike. 12 for 3.
Not much on, though, for the New Zealanders at this stage. They're trying to desperately change ends and keep using the left-right hand that they've got and try and just alter the bowler's line that they can, but it's not easy. But there's nothing, no freebies on offer here so far from the bowlers.
No, there isn't, but the field is in. You beat the field and you're going to get value for your runs, although it is a slow outfield. Touch too wide from Atkinson and left alone. And I suppose that's what New Zealand would be mindful of, but of course going for those kind of shots brings its own risk. I like the way that they're pushing the singles. I didn't like the single that Daryl Mitchell took, but I don't think Stokes is going to move that field around, even if a couple of shots reach the boundary. This is the time to strike. England have got to continue the work from Robinson as Atkinson is in. There's a shout for leg before wicket. Atkinson likes it, and so does the umpire. England celebrate, but Latham has reviewed immediately. Is that a thick inside edge?
Third umpire to director. We have
Well,
a player
we'll
review
find
for
out.
LBW. Original decision out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Yeah, he went upstairs the moment the
he
finger
did.
went up, didn't he? As it stands, it's... Has he? No, I don't
Ball
think...
is very close to the bat. Can
I
we
don't think he
authorize
has. Does he say he's touched it, or he thinks it's high? We're about to find out. The ball is just going past the
this? Big win,
bat.
please.
Oh, that might have hit the pad first
win.
anyway.
Okay,
It
get
has.
it.
I
Ball.
certainly
Okay,
don't
bat
think
and
that's
ball.
an
Ball
inside
taken,
edge. He's just pushed towards it. I don't think he's hit that. Any noise that's hit him's bat hitting the
please.
pad.
Outside of impact in 9.
He's got to go. 3 reds and you're out. Tom Latham's been given out a leg before wicket, and a review cannot save him. And New Zealand have lost their skipper. They've lost their 4th wicket. And England are all over their visitors. 12 for 4 now, New Zealand.
New Zealand are missing the ball by so much. He's not even close to that ball. I'm interested to see the position of his head. His head's away from the ball a little bit, and the ball's just cannoned straight into the front pad. He can't get access to that, can he? That's because the pad is in the way of where he wants to play. He hasn't got time to get the bat around that pad and in front of it. And so it's thundered into that front pad. And it's a decent decision. It's not hitting near the top of the stumps or hitting the side of the stumps as we saw in the first 2. That's just palpably out.
Did you see the pace of that delivery? Because Atkinson does seem to have added a yard, 88 miles an hour. And with that, flurry of excitement.
I think you could leave now, John.
Yeah.
You're 4. You've got 4.
Didn't I have the habit of doing this in
You
New
did.
Zealand?
You
On
do.
Sport Nation.
Yeah, you do.
Was it just Sport Nation? I'll get out of here. Manners will be in very shortly after a word from Jerry.
Yeah, well, that's 3 LBWs, and every one of them drew. It was close enough that the umpire said, yes, I can become involved. And then they've been proved, certainly on that occasion, out LBW. The other ones hitting the stumps. Sometimes you get those, sometimes you don't. But they go with the umpire when that happens. Certainly when more than half the ball is, or less than half the ball is hitting. So no issues with those. They've been able to beat the bat of the New Zealanders.
Yeah, they fought their way back into the game, haven't they? 3 slips, gully, leg slip, short leg, pushed away defensively by Tom Blundell, the new batsman, and it's picked up in the gully by Jacob Bethel, or at deepish backward point. 12 for 4.
I don't think it's moved prodigiously.
Well,
Just enough.
This is going to sound slightly contrary, but if it had moved any more, I don't think we would have had as many wickets.
No, that's probably fair.
There'd been a lot more
That-
playing and missing.
There would have been a lot more playing and missing, you're right. But that one, you see, he just can't get... He hasn't got the bat around the front leg. The leg is in the way.
Here is Gus Atkinson to finish his 4th over, and it's pushed straight back to the bowler by Tom Blundell. So desperate is he to get off the mark, he sets off for an impossible single. Atkinson fields and backhands the ball onto the stumps, but he had regained his ground. And after 7 overs, Tom Blundell has faced 2 balls. Daryl Mitchell has 6. And New Zealand are 12 for 4, having bowled England out for 140. They were 118 for 9, and how significant those 22 runs might, how significant they look right now between numbers 10 and 11. Josh Tung and Shoaib Bashir. Really has been a remarkable day. Highest number of wickets to fall on the first day of a Lord's Test is 20. That was between England and the West Indies in 2000, a Test match that finished in 2 days. So it's not without precedent, 14 wickets in the day, but we've got a lot of overs to go, and if the light holds, he'll be playing until 7:30 local time. They are going to review that, but I can tell you that the batsman was well safe.
Yeah, that one is safe. If that's given out, that would be a disappointment.
That'd be a steward's inquiry. Well, 3 slips in a gully as Ollie Robinson continues. Extraordinary figures. Short and pulled, that's a lovely shot. That's a little bit of counter-attack. Ollie Robinson's decided I haven't bowled a single one back of a length. Let me see if I can discomfort him with my 78-mile-an-hour short ball. But he can't, and it's pulled away handsomely by Daryl Mitchell for 4, just behind square on the leg side.
Well, New Zealand tried this a little bit too, bowling the odd short one now and again, but it got dealt with similar kind of action from the batsman. They don't mind seeing that. That gives them a good look at the ball.
Here is Robinson once again, right up into his delivery stride. He was literally into the gather before he pulled out and just carried on running and turned and looked behind him as if he's a long jumper and knew he was about to overstep. But he didn't bowl. I don't know what put him off his stride there. Perhaps he didn't. Perhaps he had missed his run up and knew he was about to overstep. England this moment right on top with New Zealand 16 for 4 as Robinson now goes past the outside edge and Mitchell's disgusted with himself. What did I play at that for? Well, it swung away and it was swinging down the hill, so plenty of reason for him to have been beaten on the outside edge. Trailing by 124, and I wonder how the lower middle order are feeling. They do have the comfort, if that's the right word, of having Glenn Phillips at number 7 and Nathan Smith is a bowling all-rounder at number 8, but then Jamieson, Matt Henry, of course, who only played 45 minutes today, but sitting out the rest of the day with back spasms. Robinson in again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And Will O'Rourke has an incredible record as a batsman. He averages 4. But that's not the interesting thing. The interesting thing is that he averages 36 balls an innings.
Yeah, he hangs on.
It's a great wall of New Zealand.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. He's just got a little press forward and it usually he just stops it. There's not a chance for a run, I assure you.
Here's Robinson again, bowls, and Mitchell comes a long way forward. Bat alongside pad as he defends that one straight back to the bowler. I mean, the thing is, normally at this time of day, approaching 20 past 6, you're sort of thinking, well, if we can just get home without any further damage, we can regroup and hopefully there's a bit of sunshine tomorrow morning. But it's not the case, and there's 30 overs to go. It's going to be a very long day thanks to the rain that we had. A couple of lengthy rain stoppages. 3 slips in a gully still as Robinson is in once more, and it's pushed away behind square on the offside and fielded by Jacob Bethel, but they go through for the single. Ben Stokes would be very interesting in these conditions. There's no respite, there's Stokes.
Well, don't forget Josh Tongue too. I mean, he is regarded as a bowler of some very good deliveries that just take wicket-taking deliveries, and he would be an option of probably not Robinson. Robinson's a nice rhythm at this stage, and I think you'd just keep him going, wouldn't you? Why would you want to stop?
Here is Robinson going strong at the moment. That one steered off a thick outside edge towards gully, straight to Jacob Bethel, and there's no run. The over does come to an end. There are many things to consider. Robinson's only bowled 4 overs, and he's bowled some quite long spells for Sussex this season, as you know.
Well, he's the captain.
Sometimes that means there's an inclination to over-bowl yourself rather than be under-bowled, because you don't want to be seen to be shirking your responsibility. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Ben Stokes will be thinking. Well, everything's going fine at the moment, but I think he would like him and Tongue to at least have a bowl today. And there's a lot of cricket
Well,
left.
if those overs are going to be bowled, they'll certainly get a bowl, won't they? And that heavy cloud that was surrounding Lords just seems to have dissipated a bit, and we're getting a bit more light now.
Floodlights are still on, but there's again plenty of blue sky directly above us. The sun is still being obscured by some grey cloud, but I don't know. I mean, scientists will tell you that cloud cover, you know, it's been scientifically proven that cloud cover doesn't make any difference, and I think their point is that cricketers feel that the ball does behave differently because it's more difficult to see, mostly. I think as Josh Tongue is into the attack now from the pavilion end, taking over from Gus Atkinson. Oh, and there's an overthrow here. So that's some sloppy cricket there. I took my eye off the ball momentarily because it was pushed straight to Gus Atkinson, who had a little shy at the batsman's stumps. Maybe he was out of his ground. He could have been caught with his pants down and embarrassed, but instead it's England who are embarrassed, giving away a run needlessly. Tom Blundell will return to take strike. I think that it is. Everybody knows if you're a cricketer or not. You know, when the light changes quite dramatically, quite quickly, it does take 10 minutes, 15 minutes to adjust, and you don't see things as clearly as you have. Anybody who walks from outside sunshine into a darkened room will know that. That's steered away behind square on the offside. It's a clever shot from Tom Blundell on the back of a career best, of course, in the opening test match of this tour against Ireland. Made 180, and so he'll be feeling confident and in form, and New Zealand move up to 18 for 4. Extraordinary scenes as Devon Conway was trapped LBW by Ollie Robinson. Kane Williamson caught at short leg inside edge onto the pad, and Rachin Ravindra LBW first ball. Robinson taking 3 wickets in his first over as New Zealand crashed to 2 for 3. Here is Josh Tongue once again up to the crease now. Bowls are right up in the block hole, and Tom Blundell, a combination of the dig out and the drive. Empty seats are increasing, but there's still far more people in seats than there are empty seats. But there are a few people who are thinking, well, I beat the rush, get to the tube, get home for an early dinner. But there are plenty more who are. The murmur at the end of England's innings was one of discontent. It's now one of anticipation and excitement amongst the crowd as Tongue is in once more. Blundell plays defensively. Back to the bowler, who tosses it to Emilio Gay at short leg. Good to see him in the game. Made 8 on his test debut at the top of England's innings. Looked calm and composed before edging Kyle Jameson to Daryl Mitchell at first slip. The first of 5 wickets for Kyle Jameson, who claimed his place on the Lord's Honours board with 5 for 62 from 14 overs. Here is Tongue once again, bowls with Blundell outside the off stump, and it's left alone.
He is quite deep there at bat pad, isn't he? I would say he's 5 metres away from a bat pad, and it's obviously one of those ones that they feel it's more likely to get a thin edge and then move from the body somewhere and balloon. Otherwise or it's a clip, perhaps a semi-clip off the pads. But that's quite a long way away for a bat pad, isn't it?
It's about as far as that you can call him a bat pad. Here is Tongue once again, beaten outside the off stump. That's good from Josh Tongue, and Tom Blundell comes forward and just kept a little bit low. Kept very low in the morning session, which was only 45 minutes. 45 minutes before rain curtailed proceedings. England had progressed to 24 for 1, but it's been a clattering of wickets since, both sides. New Zealand now 20 for 4, Tom Blundell 2. Daryl Mitchell has 12 of those 20 runs, 20 for 4. with Latham gone for 3, Conway 1, and Williamson and Ravindra without scoring. 2 very evenly matched sides. I don't think that anybody had a differing view. That you know, it was. I mean, a few people said England are favourites by the dint of the fact that they're the hosts, but the series between these two teams have been close in recent years. New Zealand won 3 in a row. England won the last one 2-1 as Daryl Mitchell backs away now. As John Norman said a little while ago, he's not averse to doing whatever he can to inspire a little bit of irritation in the opposition. And Josh Tongue was probably 3/4 of the way through his run up there when Mitchell backed away and went and did some gardening, picking up a few imaginary pieces of debris on the pitch, and he's now resettled, and Robinson is in once again, and he leaves that one alone. Left it on length, looked like. He left it, because it was back of a length, he left, and it actually hit him on the thigh pad, just dropped down harmlessly at his feet. So the only reason for using up a little bit of extra time at the moment is the irritation factor, because there's still a long way to go in the day's play, well over an hour with the extra time added because of rain stoppages. And there are resources with which New Zealand can rebuild in Glenn Phillips and Nathan Smith, one of these two. That's a good ball from Robinson, beats the outside edge. Mitchell pretends as though he's played inside the line a bit, but he definitely played at that one, and then swished the bat inside the line after he'd been beaten. Ollie Robinson currently has figures of 4.2 overs, 3 for 7. His first 3 wickets didn't cost him a run.
Well, at the moment, New Zealand just can't get a bat, and they can't lay a bat at all on him. It's a slightly angled run, isn't it? He doesn't. I don't get the feeling that he actually accelerates a lot through his run up. He gets to the speed he wants to get quite quickly, say now, and it doesn't really go any faster.
Here's Robinson again. Oh, Mitchell took a step and a half down the pitch there and tried to whack him either through the offside or straight back past him, as he ended up sort of mistiming a baseball slug, and it's trickled back to the bowler. That's not very Daryl Mitchell in this scenario, and particularly in Test cricket. He is more of a grinder by nature, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes to attack if he can. He felt that was wide enough, didn't he? But it didn't come onto the bat enough, and it's hit the bottom edge of the bat, and he's closed the face on it. So he's almost just hammered it into the turf. They're off, aren't they? What?
There are 4 England players who have sprinted off in order to help somebody correct a sight screen, I think, unless are we having a drinks break?
I think it's a drinks break, but it was the fact that 4 of them they looked at the umpires and they just sprinted from the...
Mitchell's broken his bat. Daryl Mitchell broke his bat playing that shot. It's either gone in the handle or it's taken a thick chunk off the inside edge, and 4 England players took the opportunity to go and have a gentleman's break.
I hope there's 4 facilities available for them, because they all went off. Otherwise, you want to be the one at the front.
That's why they were running so hard. I'm staying here at the lead of this.
You wanted you want to be the first guy there, don't you? Not waiting for the other guys.
No.
There's some member there, and you're tapping him on the shoulder. You're almost done, sir.
The umpires have used a bit of common sense and have used the unscheduled break as a scheduled break, turned it into a scheduled break, and they've brought the drinks break forward by 10 minutes or so.
Well, it's been an interesting sort of mini session, hasn't it? The first part perhaps to England as well, because of those 22 runs or whatever it was between the last 2 at the crease, and things were looking pretty comfortable for them, you'd have to say, as the New Zealanders were having to extend their 2 tall men and try and bowl a little, a bit more, a few overs that they can take that last wicket. Well, they did finally, and then really it's been a session dominated by the return of Ollie Robinson. That, as I say, that slightly angled run, the new ball in the hand. it's kind of pressing forward and getting to the right place and being able to get his arms and his body in a nice balanced position and letting the ball go so the wobble seam comes into play. And it's kind of the rhythm of and the music of seam bowling. That's what we've seen. Nice, rhythmical, balanced seam bowling. Letting it go at the right time, at the right place, angling it towards the batsman and seeing it move from there. And that's what's brought about the difficulty so that they cannot lay a bat on him at the moment.
So since his debut, I can tell you this, Jeremy, he is the 11th most defended bowler in Test cricket. I don't think that necessarily means he's the most accurate, because there might be other people who are defended for other reasons, but it does tell you that he doesn't bowl many balls that you can hit, and he just keeps coming at you and at you. When that new ball's nibbling around, it's tough.
Who are the bowlers who are more defended?
I think Boland is one. Akshar Patel is another one. Off the top of my head, I don't have the full list in front of me.
Bumrah might be another. No.
Should be. I suppose Bumrah gives you balls you can hit a little bit, though, doesn't he?
Before he gets you,
yeah. It's not as if I think I've got them here. It's not as if he's impossible to defend, Robertson. I think he takes a wicket every 60 defensive balls, whereas Scott Boland takes a wicket every 39 defensive shots, I should say. Rabada, Bumrah. There's another one, Muhammad Abbas. So there's a lot of guys in front of him, but he doesn't let up very often.
It's very funny that since the decision review system came in, how batsmen regard LBW's decisions, which are reviewed and are shown to be just clipping the stumps, as bad calls. They say that, well, he's guessing there, the umpire, that most would have given that not out. Here comes Robinson, and that's gone to short leg, and Emilio Gay has a flick at the stumps and misses, and I'm pretty sure that Daryl Mitchell was out of his ground.
Absolutely he was. He thought he'd got away with a run there, and he took the first stride, so the back foot came round as if he was taking off for a quick single. Gay had it, and he threw in one moment and one movement and missed the stumps from probably 3 metres. And it went to his right hand as well. Oh, he might have been back. He's
batting a foot out of his crease anyway.
Yep.
No, he did very well to actually get back at all there. Gay's quite a way back at short leg, so it's a longer throw.
Jeremy just mentioned that. He's very deep, isn't he? Here's Robinson again, and Mitchell plays defensively once more up towards mid-off, and fielded by Shoaib Bashir, galloping in enthusiastically from mid-off.
Now that's the sort of length that Mitchell wants to create by moving up out of his crease and coming at the bowler. That gave him enough time to see that, and there was a measure of comfort about defending that one. So it was a little bit wide, yes, but it was short enough that he looked much more comfortable about playing it. Even though it was no run, there wasn't the threat attached to it.
Robinson again in now. Oh, he's bowled him! He's left it alone. He's played no shot. Daryl Mitchell has played no shot, and I think the ball has ricocheted off either the pad or just to hit the top of the pad. But he's nipped that one back straight up the hill. No shot offered. Quality seam bowling. Daryl Mitchell looks the fool, but he's been made to look one rather than doing it to himself.
Yeah, I called the Jamie Smith one terribly earlier when I thought that was a ball that he shouldn't have left. That one again, that is short of a length. It's outside off stump, and that has seamed back massively. Maybe if you'd seen Jamie Smith's ones earlier, Jeremy, you could say that Daryl Mitchell shouldn't have left it, but anyone in world cricket sees that ball delivered to them and thinks to them that that's not hitting the stumps, and it has come back and smashed them.
Partly to do with the angle that he takes and runs in, partly because he's pitching in, but he's able to get the ball hitting the seam, isn't he? And he's hitting the surface hard enough that it's gripping and going either way. Mitchell had no idea about that, really. He thought that was missing by quite some distance. He looked comfortable until he heard the noise.
How comfortable do you feel in the 11th over with Glenn Phillips coming out to bat? It's a bit early.
Oh, well, it's just been some lovely bowling, hasn't it? I mean, this one's no shot, even if they're playing shots, they're beating the edge as well. So, I mean, he's just on top at the moment, and good on him. That's just skill.
I'm not sure if
We can live with that.
I'm not sure
And he's got conditions that suit him.
Definitely. I'm not sure Glenn Phillips comes in to bat this early in T20 cricket, Jeremy. Might get a nosebleed here. Do you want to apologise to the fans for titillating them with your taking your jumper off and giving them a bit of a sneak peek at the Manthorp physique?
It's warm in this commentary box.
Oh, it got a lot warmer when you had your shirt up.
I always forget about the camera.
I had to peel you back down.
Apologies. Here is Josh Tongue continues 2 slips and 2 gullies now by the looks of it, and Tom Blundell comes forward, pushes that one out to short leg. Emilio Gay does the fielding. So why the gap between second and fourth slip? Why is there no third slip? There's first, and second slip, and a fourth slip and a fifth slip.
Is that something to do with the way he sort of pushes at the ball, maybe?
I honestly have no idea. I could sound as though I know what I'm talking about and have a guess, but it seems peculiar that you'd have this random gap between second and fourth slip.
1.2 degrees deviation on that one.
Here is Tongue once again bowls. Blundell guides it into the gully. It's fielded by Jacob Bethell, the squarer of the 2 gullies. It's also a leg slip.
I just wonder if he's a play. So there are players who are nickers, but there are also players who are kind of guiders. So Kane Williamson might be someone that you might put into that. Maybe they're just thinking that the ball's more likely to go to that sort of gully line than it is to slip.
There are players who open the face when they play sort of towards more cover point as opposed to playing straight back down the ground. So you might be thinking with a bouncing ball of Josh Tongue that the 2 and 2 are guided off the face of the bat.
Here is Tongue once again, and Blundell does play a lot into the cordon and does so again here. It's, well, I think you've exactly described his technique. He just opens the face of the bat, doesn't he? And he's whereas others would be either blocking or pushing square to the wicket, he's guiding it into the cordon along the ground.
Something like Darryl Mitchell will stand up straight, tall, and try and sort of Matthew Hayden as well. Full face of the bat, straight back down, see the full studs, whole thing's coming towards you. Where some players like Blundell are a little bit more side on, let the ball come and play the ball as late as possible.
And that one outside the off stump, past the edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith. You know what I'd like to see now? I'd like to see Ben Stokes' sense of humour. I'd like to see him just have a little tap to Ollie now and say, like, okay, have a breather. I fancy a go myself now.
Yeah. Well, I thought you might have come on from Josh Tongue's end, Ben Stokes, because I thought it was this sort of surface. I think Ben would be a handful running up and bowling, the top of off stump, the way he's skiddier trajectory. I thought he might have brought himself on before Josh Tongue, but Josh Tongue's been England's best bowler over the course of probably the last 12 months.
And it is Tongue from the pavilion end, and pushed defensively by Blundell. This time doesn't open the face of the bat. Have we spoken much about Ben Stokes' birthday today? He's 35.
Yeah, 35 today. I think if from Ollie Robinson's point of view, you just keep him going. You just got to keep him going as much as you possibly can. I think the biggest criticism that he's had, in recent past and when he came out of the team was his ability to keep going and his durability. At this moment in time, he's got 4 wickets. He's bowled unbelievably well, and England want this day to carry on and him keep bowling.
Here is Tongue once again. A little bit of bounce, pace as well outside the off stump though, so Blundell doesn't need to play a shot. And New Zealand are 21 for 5 in the 11th over. Ollie Robinson has 4 for 7. Truly extraordinary day. And well, it might have been very different had New Zealand not dropped Harry Brook, who made by far and away the top score of the day with 56 from 71 balls, dropped by Devon Conway at point on 8, and again on 45 by Rachin Ravindra at deep square leg as Blundell plays defensively once again to Josh Tongue. It was a short ball which Harry Brook slapped. It was a short ball from Will O'Rourke, which Brook cut to Conway at point, but it pretty much went straight to him at chest height and he'd be very. Brook had 8. I mean, you know, it doesn't always work like this, but if you treat it as a straightforward mathematical equation, then England would be bowled out for 70.
Yeah, I mean, it was a catch that 9 times out of 10, 8 times out of 10, a good backward point would catch comfortably, really, really comfortably, and you know, it has cost them. You think, what is it? What's that? 161 for 15 we are so far, and Harry Brook got 56 of them. So it just shows you how difficult this surface has been to not only to bat on, to build an innings. I mean, Bull's fierce so far in this contest have been very, very small per batter.
Here's Robinson continuing. That's a little inside edge onto the pad, and it's collected at short leg by Emilio Gay. Do you know what? We've seen many pitches between us around the world which you say, like, it's a nightmare. It's verging on unplayable. It's absolutely filthy. But I can't think that any of those adjectives or even those sentiments apply to this one. Yes, it's been difficult.
It's done a bit. It's done a little bit. And sometimes when
but
it
not
just
a lot, not lavish.
That's the problem for me. Sometimes when it just does a little bit, that does enough to catch the outside edge. When it's lavish, you play and miss.
Yeah. Here's Robinson again. It's pushed away defensively by Glenn Mitchell up towards mid-off.
Well, it seemed and it swung, so it is the combination, right? So, you know, there's certainly, 4 or 5 wickets probably New Zealand got that had swing. You've also then had, when it has seemed massively, it seemed to have seen massively back at the stumps. So the Devon Conway one, the 2 leaves, like they're all going over 1 degree, right? So that's not the time. You want it to seem a huge amount away from the stumps so you can't hit it, right? You just miss those. So it does feel like there's, I wouldn't say bad luck, but you know, when it's gone in that direction, there's not much you can do about it.
Here is Robinson again, and it's clipped away out towards mid-on, and they go through for an easy single. But when we get back to our respective abodes and on the way, if anybody sees us and they say, like, gee, I've seen the score, was it a bad pitch? You're not going to say yes, are you?
No, I would say it was a difficult pitch, but I wouldn't say it was a bad pitch. I don't think it's been dangerous by any stretch. I don't think it's... But the ball hasn't sort of been there. You've got to give credit to the bowlers. The bowlers have had, you know, the assistance, but you still got to put the ball in the right area, and I think England and New Zealand by large have put the ball in the right area.
4 slips a gully in a short leg now as Robinson is in, and it's left alone confidently, perhaps semi-confidently, by Glenn Mitchell. You've just seen Daryl Mitchell leave one from Ollie Robinson, which is nipped back up the slope to crash into off stump. So you're going to be questioning yourself leaving. It's Tom Blundell, not Glenn Mitchell.
He was right across, though, Tom Blundell. He was right across the stumps. I mean, he was making sure that if it nipped back, it hit him.
Steered away now by Tom Blundell, but past Jacob Bethel, and they go through for a single.
Jeremy and I were watching some footage of the Kiwis against Ireland, and almost all of them took off stump guard at one stage or another, mostly to begin with. So I think they've come over there here with this theory. In Williamson's case, he was taking an off stump guard and then had a trigger movement outside off stump. So you can see the leg stump when he was batting. So I think that they've really thought about this. Not sure it's worked, Harmy.
No, if you remember, there's a few England players did that a few years ago.
County cricket as well. Yeah,
county cricket. Ollie Pope. They took off stump guard to leave the ball, but they actually played at it.
Here's Robinson again, and is pushed away by Tom Blundell out into the offside. He sets off for a dummy single, a ghost run, and immediately changes his mind. New Zealand 24 for 5. Tom Blundell 4 off 17. Glenn Phillips has 1 off 3.
Just to make sure, so Glenn Phillips is batting, and Daryl Mitchell has been dismissed. Is that right, Manus?
Yeah, I was just saying to Jeremy, who pointed that out, that I've been a little bit of potpourri with my names, mixing and matching. Yeah, it's the jet lag. I don't know where Jeremy's travelled from. He landed yesterday after 36 hours in the air.
So on Glenn Phillips, I was looking this up the other day because someone asked me who the fastest cricketer was in the world.
Across the ground.
Yeah, in a 100-metre run.
Right.
And I looked this up. Glenn Phillips, 11.3 seconds when he was about 16.
Well, there's no point being quick over 100 metres as a cricketer. You need to be quick over
No, of course.
20.
He's pretty quick over 22.
It's a very... Here is Josh Tongue again, right up in the block hole. Nicely dug out by Glenn Phillips.
So I think we narrowed it down to Andre Russell, who was a sprinter when he was young, Fabian Allen, and Glenn Phillips as the three quickest over 100 metres. Over 20 metres, I think Bairstow had one of the best records for a while. That shocked you. MS Dhoni's really quick too.
Earlier on,
They're quick. Both those guys are quick turners, and they're also very strong in the thigh region.
and funnily enough, 2 of the 3 have gone in the knees now. Here is Tongue once again, clipped very nicely. That's a lovely shot from Glenn Phillips. Whipped away through wideish mid-on and down to the boundary to the left of the pavilion as we look. Super shot from Phillips, and New Zealand move up to 28 for 5. Talking about the resources that New Zealand have to rebuild, well, they've got a couple of bowlers who are or have been especially proficient with the bat. Remember the beginning of Kyle Jamieson's career? He was going to be the greatest all-rounder of all time.
He batted 7 for a bit, didn't he?
And was averaging 21 with the ball and 45 with the bat
Yeah,
after
he averages 20, I think, now with the bat, doesn't he?
a little over.
He was a bat when he was young, wasn't it? He had the growth spurt and then started bowling quicker later on. But he was a bat when he came through the system the first time.
3 slips in
So
a
it was
gully
Broad.
for Josh Tongue. Well, that's true. Flicked away by Phillips for a single down towards deep backward square leg. I'm interested in that change of field by Ben Stokes, putting a deep square leg out. He's a brilliant, inspirational England Test captain, and so far be it from me to question the wisdom of that, but maybe it's a psychological thing. You know, he knows that Phillips, everybody knows that Phillips is not only likes the hook and the pull shot, but plays it very well. So he's saying, like, I'll put a man out there, let's see how good you are. Are you prepared to take him on? Here is Tongue again. Bowls to Blundell, opens the face of the bat once more, steers it to Duckett, the finer of the 2 gullies.
Yeah, I think old Ben's basically saying to him is, keep your length, Josh Tongue, keep trying to drag him forward. But if you do bowl short, and Glenn Phillips will be thinking it's 29 for 5, I'm not going to die in a hole here. If there is something to hit that's not in around off stump, I'm going to try and belt it. So Ben's trying to cover all bases that Phillips might be thinking for the big shot if it's offline. A bit like Harry Brook did when Harry Brook held out to Rachin Ravindra, just Rachin Ravindra didn't hold on to it.
Tongue in again, bowl right up in the block hole, looks for the Yorker, bowls a really good Yorker. One of the reasons why he's so good at tail enders. It's nicely dug out by Tom Blundell. Now then, Ollie Robinson has 4 for 10 in 6 overs, and Ben Stokes has been doing some limbering up.
Yeah, I try and keep Robinson going as long as I possibly could. I've been watching, obviously, with the big thing for me was not about his ability. His ability is never going to be in question. It's about his durability and his speed. I think his speeds have been between sort of 77 and 81, and he's kept them up for that 6 overs.
Here's Tongue again from the pavilion. Bowled him! Off stump, out of the ground. That one also may have just held its line or possibly nipped up the slope once again, and Tom Blundell loses his off stump, and New Zealand are 6 down. Josh Tongue has been England's form bowler for a while. Ollie Robinson has stolen his thunder in the limelight today, but no surprise that Tongue has a taste of the action. 29 for 6.
90 mile an hour that was. 90 mile an hour at the top of off stump. Talked about, if I sort of sat here and spoke so highly of the ball from Will O'Rourke to get Joe Root out, that is something similar. It's angled towards the stumps and it's just held its line. It's held its line up the hill. I don't think it's gone up the hill. I just think it's held its line, and it's smashed off stump. And I mean smashed off stump. Off stump is broken. Your cameraman is coming on to fix off stump. The base of it's still in the ground, and the rest of it went cartwheel, and Blundell goes for 4. New Zealand in real trouble at 29 for 6.
Yeah, it's a big wicket for England and an expensive wicket for whoever has to pay for those stumps because it really did. They've replaced it out there, but beautiful delivery. Didn't feel like it did all that much. I don't know if he was playing
Just
for it
the
to come
angle,
back
I think.
in. Yeah, because he played inside the line, and maybe
I think he's thinking the angle coming down the slope.
I mean, it's the way, because Tongue bowls from above his head, it makes it feel every ball's coming back at you. But either way, once you've seen as many balls as we have today deviate, they get into your head. And Blundell, one of the big problems we're seeing with New Zealand here is they don't put any pressure back on. They're just sitting. They're basically batting in a way, Harmy, at the moment. Like, they're terrified they're about to get the magic ball on a pitch that has so many magic balls.
They're going to get the magic ball, and I think that's why Ben put the man out for Glenn Phillips. To think, well, at some point somebody's going to have to counterpunch here, and Phillips is normally the man. From a batting point of view, you're also looking at it and you're thinking, it's going to turn, but you don't play in your instinct, in your eyes, and your repetition of facing the ball. You're playing for what you think instinctively, what the line of the ball is that you're picking up. And I think that has caught a few people out today, whether the line of the ball and then the deviation, whether the deviation's been big or small, it's count the outside edge, or they've left it, the ball's gone and hit the stumps.
It is Ben Stokes replacing Robinson for his first over from the nursery end. First delivery is tucked away on the leg side by Glenn Phillips, and they'll go through for a couple as chased by Josh Tongue out towards from mid-on out towards deepish mid-wicket. That's fair enough, I think. I mean, Ben Stokes is bowling beautifully. I mean, he's these are conditions that the extra pace, and I guess I know what you're saying. Robinson's bowling.
I think I'd give him one more. I'd give him one more just for the fact that probably now Phillips is going to come hard at. And I would rather have seen him come hard at Robinson when Robinson's in a groove and rather than come hard at Stokes when Stokes is trying to sort of feel his way into a spell. I think if Robinson was to bowl and get a 5 for and get somebody else out here, you could leave him on for the rest of the night.
Here is Stokes, and it's driven very firmly. Nicely timed by Glenn Phillips, but the England captain is down quickly to field with his left hand. I'm just going to speak out in your defence, Harmy, because there's a few people chuckling. And for the last couple of weeks, you've been having some grave-ish doubts about Ollie Robinson, and you have pointed out that he's a lucky man at 32 to get a third chance in England. And one thing that you said consistently is that he was one of the most skillful bowlers in the country, and there was no doubt about his skill. He was capable of extraordinary things. Here's Stokes once again, driven and not timed by Phillips up towards mid-off. The questions you had, and I'm speaking out in your defence here because you're too modest to do so yourself, was never about his skill. It was always about the second and particularly the third and fourth spells and whether he could do it over a sustained period of time. Those questions have yet to be answered.
Yeah, they won't get answered this week, and I didn't expect him to get answered this week. It's Trent Bridge, it's Headingley when Pakistan come around. It's coming back here to Lords again.
Here's Stokes once again, and that's defended by Phillips. No run.
And I also said last week on the programme that if he, there was no. I've never had a question. I mean, you asked me to pick a combined 11, and Ollie Robinson was the first bowler I picked.
Much to your amusement.
Yes, much to my amusement. For the simple fact is, I've got no issues with the top class bowler he is. And the issue is the durability. Is he coming back? Looking at the speeds, he bowled 77 to 81 there. He's got to bowl all these spells like that.
Here is Stokes once again. A little bit of extra bounce there, and it catches Glenn Phillips by surprise. And he rides the bounce well and steers it away square of the wicket on the offside. Good pace as usual from the England captain.
But it's the first time in a long time since Broad Anderson. Even when Wokes was playing in the last few years, in the last year or so, not had a bowler who can control a session like that. We haven't had that bowler that can control a session like that. When people will say, well, where was he for the Ashes? He was where he was for the Ashes because Ollie Robinson put himself there. If people think Ollie Robinson put himself back into contention, he has put himself back into contention.
Stokes again, and that one goes down the slope. A little bit of swing as well, maybe seam movement. Beats the outside edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
I was looking at this the other day, Harmy. I think England have something like 4 or 5 of the 40 most expensive bowlers in Test cricket around their team at the moment. Cast, Tongue, Bashir, Atkinson, even Stokes has a really high economy rate. Even in this era, Ollie Robertson is 2.75, which I would think, adjusted for era, would be a pretty good economy. The things that they needed in Australia was line and length. It was, nipping around. It was new ball bowling. It was calming things down. But when he was in Australia, 4 years before that, 3 years? We play in Ashes every year now. It's hard to remember. He bowled one spell at the Gabba and looked like he was cooked.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the issue, and that's something that only Ollie can tell us that he's back, or he can survive at this level, because there's no coasting at this level at the pace he's at. He can bowl like that, no question like that. He's a top class performer. Never had any problems with that. And where he was for the Ashes, he put himself in that position.
Driven nicely by Phillips, straight to mid-on, however. Gone to the England captain fielding at mid-on, and Phillips has 8. Nathan Smith has only faced 1 ball, and New Zealand are 32 for 6. We've had a 16-wicket day, and we're at least 35 minutes away from
19 overs left.
the close. 19 overs left.
Not sure we'll get him in, Harmy. I'm not sure.
I don't think we're getting them in, but 19 overs left.
If you're Shoaib Bashir, do you say, we can get these in if you give me the ball? Anyone?
Yeah, I think the second word from Ben will be off.
Ben Duckett's been moved from third slip to sort of shortish straight mid-wicket. Short, pulled. He does like the pull shot, and Ben Stokes knows that, and Josh Tongue has given him a ball to pull, and he's pulled it handsomely for 4 behind square on the leg side.
He's such a powerful guy. You were saying before, a sprinter. What did he used to do? 400 push-ups a day, 300 push-ups a day, or whatever. He's a very, very strong athlete.
It's the pull-ups. Have you seen his biceps?
I think he moved on from the push-ups to the pull-ups, didn't he? I think he goes through different exercises, but he has never fulfilled the batting talent that he has.
Here is Josh Tongue again, bowls. Phillips leaves one outside the off stump. He's had his moments in shorter formats.
But even in shorter formats, if you have a look at his numbers all together, they don't quite stand up. Everyone has seen a great Glenn Phillips moment. Everyone loves the effort that he puts in, how much he tries.
Usually in the gully, usually.
Yeah. The fact that he was a wicket keeper, then he decided to be a bowler. Like he does really push himself, but I think he's so talented, and I don't know if we've seen it. It's very possible for him to do a Harry Brook type innings though here, right? And that would be huge. I mean the innings from the first innings.
Short and slapped away behind square on the offside. It was short and wide, and Phillips put that away with disdain and some ease.
I played an innings in New Zealand. Was it at Hagley Oval? Did he play an innings at Hagley Oval where he got 50 in a crack or 40 odd in a crack? Then Phillips, I'm sure it was. I think it was in the first Test match where they were under a little bit of pressure and he come out swinging.
Well, he's more than a run ball here.
So tell me, I don't know why I think this, but I think conditions will ease. I think batting will become easier. So if New Zealand can get to parity, I mean, if both teams are bowled out for 140, who will be?
140 does seem a way away.
Yeah, that does at the moment. Steered away behind square on the offside into the gully, where Gus Atkinson finds himself. Well, at backward point really. But I mean, it was similar. It's been similar in many Test matches at Lord's, but in extreme case, that 2015 Test match when England recovered from 30 for 4 to make 350. New Zealand put 500 on the board. I mean, I think I'm expecting to see a lot more runs in the third and fourth innings.
Yeah, and I think you'd have to fancy England. One, they're 100 in front at this moment in time. It looks like tomorrow is going to be the best day from a weather point of view, so that'll probably be the best day for a prolonged batting.
Here is Tongue once again, and Phillips pushes it out to Duckett at short mid-wicket.
So you'd hope that tomorrow would be the day whether New Zealand can survive tonight, get themselves through 6 down. Phillips come in tomorrow and have a go, and somehow get them up around England. Then all of a sudden Yeah, you're talking like a little bit 50-50. If England can bowl New Zealand out tonight and have them, break this partnership, because that's probably the last big partnership to break this partnership, go in with a 40, 50, 60 run lead, and all of a sudden England can bat tomorrow in the best sort of overhead conditions, and then all of a sudden you'd think England are massive favourites in this game to be the ones that bat the long time, because Saturday doesn't look great, so it'll be a stop-start here, which can only help the bowlers.
Here is Ben Stokes down the leg side and clipped away very nicely and efficiently by Nathan Smith for a single towards deep backward square leg. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if New Zealand do reach parity. I mean, I just think Nathan Smith's a really busy, bustling, smart cricketer, who, how useful you have to be to average 25 at number 8 in Test.
The average is 25 for a reason. He can bat, and he can bat properly.
As can Kyle Jamieson, and they've still got, Glenn Phillips at the crease at the moment. This one is pushed away by Phillips behind square on the offside to backward point. Ooh, Shoaib Bashir's at backward point. Oh, promotion.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson was at backward point for Josh Tongue, because I think for some reason he found himself there, and when that ball went flying past him head high, I don't think he's seen it. So Shoaib Bashir, is he comfortable at backward point? Try to think who else could go there. I think Harry Brooks. Where's Harry Brook?
Is he not second slip? Here is Stokes once again. Looks for the Yorker and finds it, but it's driven. What a shot that is. That's a super shot from Glenn Phillips. He's driven a Yorker for 4 down to straight long on. So clearly it wasn't actually a Yorker, but it looked like it, and it looked like he was primarily interested in digging it out. He's dug it out for 4.
Yeah, I think the reason why Shoaib Bashir is there, I think Jacob Bethel must be off the field. No, not Jacob Bethel. Somebody's off the field, because Sonny Baker is off the field, who's just chased that and dived full stretch, didn't quite get to it. A good Yorker from Ben Stokes. We had 80 miles an hour.
Here's Stokes again. Short pull shot attempted from Glenn Phillips. Misses it. Crashes into the pads and trickles away behind square on the offside and is collected. It is Harry Brook. So it's Joe Root first slip, Harry Brook second. That hasn't changed, has it? Ben Duckett third.
I'm trying to think who's off. Ben Duckett third, Jacob Bethel. And then I'm trying to think who was at backward point. Emilio Gay's at short leg. Ollie Robinson and Sonny Baker are at mid-on and mid-off. It must be Gus Atkinson that's off. Gus Atkinson's either off or Josh Tongue's just gone off. Josh Tongue's off.
Here is Stokes once again, angles in and delivers from close to the stumps, and it's punched away nicely by Phillips. That's super timing. That's really, really good timing and a valiant effort chasing down towards the boundary by Shoaib Bashir, and he's dived and he's tried to just scoop the ball back as he's heading over the triangles, but wasn't able to do so. So 4 runs from Glenn Phillips.
He got his knee caught on the ground, not quite Simon Jones style, but as he's diving to try and drag it back, his momentum was stopped because his knee got stuck in the ground and ended up helping it over the line for 4.
Here's Stokes again running away from us from the nursery end. New Zealand 49 for 6. Full and just out fifth stump line outside off stump, and defended straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. What an extraordinary day of cricket that we've had. England's innings lasted only 39.4 overs. They were bowled out for 140, but nobody in this crowd will say they've been shortchanged on action. Overs, but that's not the players' fault for once. That was the weather. New Zealand, in reply, 49 for 6. Another word from Harmy, and then it'll be John Norman.
Yeah, it's been a great day of pulsating Test match cricket. I mean, Kyle Jamieson, it's been a day for the tall bowlers. Kyle Jamieson, 5 for 62. He bowled brilliant, fantastic. Ollie Robinson come in with a cloud. There's been a lot of dark clouds over Lords today, and there were big question marks over Ollie Robinson. and he bowled beautifully. 3 wickets in that first over. He did bowl magnificently well throughout his whole spell, not just that first over, throughout his whole spell, and it's about him coming back from there. Stokes has been a little bit expensive since he's come back. Tung's hit a good line and a good length. But Glenn Phillips is looking as though 24 not out, he's looking to produce that counter punch that New Zealand need.
It is Tung continuing to Smith, who I spoke to yesterday. He was chipper, would have been chipper at the tea break. England 118 for 8 and then walking off with a couple. But now very much up against it. 49 for 6 in New Zealand. And as you say, Harmy, well, it's been a bowler's day, isn't it? I was just having a quick look at that scoreboard from Melbourne when Australia were batting in second innings at the end of day one. I suggested that might be the case here today, but we shall see. Tung again is in. This is pushed out to cover and there'll be a run here. So 50 up for New Zealand. Smith moves to 2 and Phillips has just got to play like this. You know, I was listening to you and Manners talking, and yes, if New Zealand can get up to parity, 140, but that does seem like quite a distance. They just need to get through to stumps now, because I have the feeling, as you do and as Manners has said, it's going to be, the batting day is going to be tomorrow in this test match, you feel. If they can get through to stumps without losing another one, 70 for 6 maybe, and then in the morning, that's when they can get up par, and then we'll see. One innings game are always fun, but they're going to be shell-shocked. Tung in again. Oh, this just leaps up, and Phillips throws his hands up at the ball. He's actually played it as well as you can, right? He's played it pretty well.
He's played it unbelievably well.
He
For
has.
a little guy, he's played it unbelievably well. Because it's not only it's bounced, it's straightened as well. So he's thinking it's going towards his rib cage, and it's actually would have hit him, left rib cage. It would have. He's thinking it's going left rib cage. It's actually would have hit him right in front of his right shoulder.
There's 2 fielders out on the boundary, behind square on the leg side as Tung comes in. Oh, that's well, that's the follow-up shot, isn't it? After he's nearly worn one, and he's played with soft hands, and he's managed to get the ball down and square the wicket, hasn't gone into the slip cordon. The very next ball is again fast from Josh Tung, and Phillips has tried to larrup this. He's lost his body shape, and he's coming close to getting well, I mean, the thick edge could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? But
yeah,
he could have got out as well.
Well, it took some catching. If it didn't go to Jamie Smith, it was going to take some catching by Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jacob Bethel.
No position to play that shot. Didn't look good. Phillips with bat raised. Tung is in. Oh, it goes past the outside edge. Can New Zealand get through to stumps without losing another wicket? At this stage, it's looking unlikely.
It is looking unlikely, but the sun is just poking above this cloud here, and it's about to go in. And once that goes in, I think the darkness will set in very, very quickly, and we might only have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. You're looking at maybe an over and a half, possibly 2 overs, where England need to strike, because breaking this partnership, I think, will be big for England overnight.
Tung again past the umpire, and there's a bit of a yes-no there. That's good run from Smith. It was just, Phillips, he just lost track of where the ball was. Actually, no, he was ball watching, and Smith has called him through, and Phillips wasn't sure and then just went. Every run matters in low-scoring games. This could yet be an absolute classic. Could be.
Yeah, I think New Zealand need another 40. I think if they get bowled out for 70, I think they've got to get more than 90. Got to be somewhere close to the 3-figure mark, I think, for them to still be in this game. I think if England can bowl them out for 70, I know that's still a big ask, but at the end of the day, they're 51 for 6. Then I think 70-run lead on this surface, even though it will get better, I still think that's a huge margin. And something else we haven't really sort of touched upon. New Zealand might only have 3 bowlers because Matt Henry is potentially out of the game.
Well, he might not bat as well. This is going to be runs from the bat of Glenn Phillips, and he's going to get 2 here, pitched up by Stokes, and Phillips is forward. There's just 2 slips in place, and this goes to the right of Gully. His backward point out on the boundary, so score moves on 53 for 6. I mean, can you bat with back spasms? Matt Henry certainly won't want to, but say Phillips is still there, and there's 10 minutes to go, and they're 9 down. Would Henry go out there?
Yeah, you'll go out. Back spasms, you'll be able to go out. If you just try to stand still and fend for his stumps.
Stokes again is in and left alone by Glenn Phillips, who's 27 not out. That must be, it's the second highest score of the day. I'm not sure there's been well, we did talk about a sliding doors moment, didn't we, with that drop of Harry Brook when he was on, what was he on? I haven't made a note.
9, I think.
The first one
was 9.
9.
The next one was about 20 odd. 20
See,
odd,
that's
30.
the thing, 140 all out. I know Manners was talking about lower order runs. He does love them. 22 for the last wicket, the 10th wicket. But if Brooks out early, then it might have been England. He's hit on the pads here, and Stokes wants it. The slip cord and go in, but only because he's a skipper.
No, it's just gone up the hill. I don't think it's. I think it's gone up the hill. It's just kept going with the angle. It hasn't come down the slope. It was always just going up the hill.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because immediately Jamie Smith behind the stumps after giving the big one just said, "No, it's going down the leg side."
I think Ben knew as well. Ben knew straight away.
Any other bowler, I don't think the keeper goes up. I think it's only because he's the skipper.
Yeah, I just think they're going up because everything. You're at 53 for 6. You're appealing for everything, aren't you?
Well, it's been about 20 minutes since we've had an LBW. Stokes again. This is pitched up and driven. Now, again, the sound, you heard that in your cans there. Fast rewind to the start of the day, and Niel Manthorp continually made comment about the sound of the ball plinking off the bat. Duckett tried to drive 3 or 4, and it was just making a really odd sound. And that's the same sound we've just heard. That ball would have gone comfortably down the leg side. Harry Brook aside, and he was dropped twice, there hasn't been a batter out there that's looked.
I would say the best time shot of the day, I think, was Josh Tongue through cover point.
Here is Stokes again. This is down the leg side, and that may well be 4. He's just lost his radar there. I think the best, it is 4, 57 for 6. I think the best time shot was the one we saw over or 2 ago, which Bashir tried to field, and it went over the boundary from Phillips.
For me, the best shot, the one was more time. Bashir off Willow Rock, I think it was. Back foot punch up the hill.
Well, that suggests that it gets easier to bat, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you would think so.
Although New Zealand have only had 3 bowlers.
Yeah, the only first 17,
it was
18 overs.
It was also sunny.
Yeah. They've only faced 17.5 overs.
57 for 6. Stokes, who's gone for 18. And this is left alone by Phillips. Just a fraction of width. He's not quite got his radar right as he is
No.
Stokesy at the start of his spell. He took Robinson off.
I'm bringing him back now. I think I'd look across to Ollie Robinson and say, right, give me 10 minutes. Give me 15 minutes. I don't think we're going to be still going at 7:30. Give me 2 overs from this end now.
I think it might happen. But Tongue will continue. He's been. I wouldn't be surprised if that Yorker comes out in this over. He's tried it a few times. Phillips at the other end. He's 31. Nathan Smith, the new batter, is 2 not out. New Zealand 57 for 6 here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us today. We've had hundreds of viewers and comments along the way. It's been so much going on. We haven't been able to get round to all of the questions. As Tongue comes in, and there'll be runs here as Nathan Smith gets the ball past Emilio Gay, who's at forward short leg, and Ollie Robinson runs across from mid-on to field. But the score moves on to 59 for 6. New Zealand get up to 100. They're in the game.
Yeah, again, 90 mile an hour from Josh Tongue, asking the questions. Good delivery. And the stumps, you go. England just hedging their bets a little bit. They've got an extra cover in. Yeah. 3 men on the leg side. They've got an extra cover. Only 2 slips.
Tongue is in. Short delivery, and Nathan Smith shapes to pull, but it's too short. And he continues through with a shot, but he's ducking the... He's pulling the bat away from the ball. He'd do well to reach that. That was a bit too high.
He's not reaching that. I think it's a wide, if anything. There was a couple of deliveries. I think Will O'Rourke went through a 15-ball spell where he bowled seven or 8 bounces, and probably 4 or 5 of them could have been given a wide. So the umpires aren't. They're giving a bit of leniency towards the bowlers. That was high.
I think the batting team will feel they need every run or extra they can get right now. Left alone this time by Nathan Smith, and the lengths have just been pulled back a little bit. He's a bit too he's of 2 lengths, isn't he, Josh Tongue?
Yeah, that tends to happen when you're a release point tall bowler the way he is. There's not many big tall bowlers that release it from 2 meters that find that fuller length. I can think of Ollie Robinson, I can think of Kyle Jamieson, I can think of Jason Holder. Not many others of a bowler of 6'5" and above will bowl that a little bit fuller.
Here he is again. Oh, that kept a little low and didn't go too far from off stump as well. We've seen a few batters shoulder arms to ones they will tonight wish that they'd played a shot to. Jamie Smith in England's innings and Daryl Mitchell in New Zealand's. Was there another? No, shouldering arms. I think they were the 2, weren't they?
Yeah, there was 2.
Jamie Smith for England, 55 for 5 at that stage. England, 20 for 5 when Daryl Mitchell did the same thing to Ollie Robinson. Given a send-off as well by Robinson. Here is Tongue, and Smith defends in and around middle and off. 1 ball left of over number 19, so the lacquer would have come off the ball by now. That dismissal of Blundell, it didn't do a huge amount, but it just does show what happens when you can bowl at 94 miles an hour.
I think it also shows the slope and what can sometimes be sort of the optical illusion of batting at Lords. He's playing down a line where he thinks he's got the ball's coming down the hill to him, and it's just held its line.
Here he comes again, driven, and it's a chase on for Stokes, who should get the ball just before it reaches the boundary at extra cover, and it'll just be 2. So another couple of runs to Smith, who weighed in with a couple of important wickets, 3 of them actually, 3 for 38 from his 10.4 overs earlier today. And now he's just combined with Glenn Phillips, a partnership of 32 for the 7th wicket, and that is the highest partnership of the partnership of 49 between Stokes and Brooke for the 6th wicket for England. That's the highest partnership of a day, which has yielded 16 wickets, and with 20 odd minutes to go today, I'd be surprised if there wasn't another.
Yeah, hopefully from an England point of view we'll get another wicket, but I think the light meter's just been out.
Stokes is going to continue.
Yeah, I might have a little go at Robinson, you know. He's on the crest of a wave. He's got a chance of a 5 for. Got 2 overs possibly left at this end, and that'll be it.
I should probably know the answer to this question. Obviously, when the light gets too bad for fast bowlers, the umpires will give the option for the captain to bowl.
I'm not sure they will at this time of the day, though.
Here is Stokes continuing over number 4. This is pushed out to cover point where it's fielded by Ben Duckett. No run. Can an umpire say to the captain, Josh Tongue can't bowl, but Ollie Robinson can?
No.
It is just from pace to spin.
Pace to spin, I think. I think it's pace to spin. I think it's umpires' discretion whether they believe and deem it's right for a seam bowler to bowl Is it right for a spin bowler to bowl, or is it bad enough that in fact, you know what, let's go off because it's not good enough for anybody to bowl.
2 slips in place with the gully as Stokes is in, and Phillips, who's 31 not out, tries to turn this and play this through the leg side, through mid-wicket. There's a big gap there, but again, it doesn't get anything on the ball. There's no timing, and it's actually Stokes who fields.
I think the argument to sort of carry on that argument, John, I think at this time of day we're looking at, what is it, it's 7:15. I think the umpires will say we're not interested in bringing a spin bowler on because we're going into territory where the game doesn't normally we're not normally playing cricket anywhere in this country, so majority of the time we're not anyway. So Rod Tucker's having another go. It's on top of the stumps now. He takes the bails off and puts it on top of the stumps.
Yeah, the light meter's out. 61 for 6. New Zealand would run off, and it looks like they might.
Looks like he's getting it.
He's going to the other end. He's going to the other end. Is Rod Tucker?
Glenn Phillips is getting his running shoes on.
Well, we've got 10 minutes left in the day. What a day it's been. We will be looking back at all the action. Myself with Jeremy Coney, Steve Harmison, on following on. That is, I think that's stumps. That is stumps. New Zealand have made it through to stumps. Just 61 for 6. An incredible first day of this series. And New Zealand will feel they've got a chance. And it's thanks to Glenn Phillips, who's unbeaten on 31, didn't bowl, and Nathan Smith, 6 not out, the second highest partnership of the day, a 16-wicket day. England bowled out for 140, and in reply, New Zealand are 61 for 6. Question marks over Matt Henry, whether he will bowl again in the test, whether he will bat again in the test. We probably will do that, but Steve Harmison, it's difficult really to pick one moment in this day. No doubt we will do so as part of the Following On podcast, but before we go to that show, your thoughts at the end of what's been an action-packed one here at Lord's.
I mean, it's been a brilliant day of Test match cricket. For the amount of cricket that we've had, I don't think the crowd have been shortchanged in any way, shape or form. That's 60 overs, just short that we've had, I think 59 overs. I mean, the big thing for me is Ollie Robinson. Yeah, I've been critical, and I think quite a few people have been critical and wanting to know what's and how and, you know, the change of what he's at. I don't think all the question marks have been answered. But the one thing that we've never ever doubted is the ability when the clouds are over and the ball has got the pitch has got a little bit in it. I think my moment of the day is we've got that bowler back that can give us control in the start of a session when the ball's doing something, to put the captain in a position to put the opposition under pressure and control the session and control the day if he so fits, if he gets that chance. And that for me is what Ollie Robinson gives. That's what Jimmy Anderson give. That's what Stuart Broad give. And that's what Ollie Robinson's done brilliantly today. England at 5 o'clock tonight. 5 o'clock. You were thinking, you know what, tin hat job. McCullum's going to get some stick. The regime's going to get some stick. It just shows the fighting qualities that this group have. They really do stick together. They're chasing in time over Christmas, and they've stuck together, and they've come out here, and they could have easily felt sorry for themselves, but they didn't. 140 all out. They've come up 61 for 6. Give themselves another great chance to win a Lord's Test match, largely down to the brilliance of Ollie Robinson. And for one, as much as I have had to give him some stick, I'm pleased for him, because when you see somebody come back after a timeout, you know, you really want them to do well. And I'm pleased that Ollie Robinson has showed what he can do, because the world-class opening bowler that he is, it's now backing that up. And time will tell, and we'll see what happens over the next 3 or 4 days.
Okay, we will we'll find out. But now it's time to look back at all the action with today's Following On. Well, welcome to Following On live at Lord's on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel and via the Following On podcast feed. I'm John Norman, alongside former Kiwi captain and all-rounder Jeremy Coney, as well as a former fast bowler of England, Steve Harmison, on a day which has given up 16 wickets, which is incredible in itself, but we only had 60 overs of play. So what would have happened if we'd had the full quota? If you no doubt know by now what has occurred. England losing the toss and being asked to bat first. It looked like a good toss to win. And it was. England under pressure straight away. 55 for 5 when Jamie Smith was dismissed. And if not for 2 drop catches, Harry Brook would not have gone past 50 for what was the 6th or 7th time against New Zealand. It's been a scourge. He's been the scourge, and so it proved, because England could have been bowled out for less than 100 if those catches had stuck. One of them from Rachin Ravindra. He had a poor day, dropped a sitter, and when he came out to bat, didn't even last a delivery. 140 all out then, and there was real question marks whether we would get much more play, or if any, because the clouds had gathered, there was rain in the air, the floodlights were on. How New Zealand would have wished for a deluge. The deluge was wickets, and they came. 3 of them in the first over, coming from Ollie Robinson, back in the side. A triple wicket maiden on your return to the England side. It couldn't have gone any better for he nor England. New Zealand, 29 for 6. They got past 26, that's one good thing. 29 for 6 when Blunder was dismissed. Before making it through to stumps. Jeremy Coney is with us for the first part of the show alongside Steve Harmison. I'll start with you, Jeremy, as you complete your notes.
Ready and willing.
Where do you start? For you, was that a 16-wicket day? Should that have been a 16-wicket day?
Oh, look, there'll be some older people who might say it nibbled around, yes. It was a bowler's day, yes. There was cloud cover. Suddenly it would clear. Then there was rain, and then there'd be more clouds sweeping in, and so on. So it was continual changes, really, in terms of the weather. The surface began very slowly. There wasn't much bounce. It was difficult to time the ball away and play freely. And I think that's continued all day. And the bowlers were able to enjoy and get themselves into positions where they could claim wickets. And the wickets just kept on falling, didn't they? There was some decent bowling. And there was some good bowlers operating, weren't there? And there were enough of them that no batsman really, apart from the counter-punching and counter-attacking from Brook for a while, but even that wasn't a safe measure, was it? Because he was put down a couple of times, and doing so got away with it and got an important 50-odd. That bolstered the England total, and it may well be, you know, a very important innings in terms of the rest of this test match. But a bowler's day, I think the bowlers that impressed me, well, for New Zealand, Jamieson, of course, picking up the 5 wickets. He managed to get Gay, and he managed to get Smith, and he managed to get Stokes. So 3 of your top order, and then Atkinson and Robinson towards the end. So, but 3 top order players, and O'Rourke getting a very important 2 with Bethel and Root. And Smith did a job, didn't he? He swung the ball a little bit early on. He was a little bit quicker as well than perhaps some of the batsmen thought, but it was the movement that got him Duckett and Brook. And so that was, I mean, New Zealand would have been happy with bowling them out for 140 after dropping a couple of catches. I think that's probably fair. And then suddenly New Zealand were out of the game within, 10 overs at the moment. They were 5 down at that point for 20. And that was really Robinson who really put them on, the back foot. And it was just lovely medium-fast bowling. Pinpoint accuracy, lovely angled run-in, balanced, head still, controlled gather, nice swing of the arms, getting his complete height that he could to get a little bit of bounce and movement, and more importantly, I think, getting the ball into the surface so it could grip and seam and move from there. And really, I mean, that was it. It was just then the magic of the fingers, and that really is the rhythm and music of fast bowling and medium fast bowling. And he showed us he can do that. It was only 6 overs. So it's not, we can't say a real tick. We can give a big tick to the wickets. We can give a big tick to consistency. But we knew those things. We don't quite know, has he got loads and loads of deliveries and overs in his legs yet? But you can't argue with what he did, can you?
Have you seen much of Ollie Robinson?
A little bit, and I was always impressed. I saw him here at his debut, and even then, he was able to just keep the ball, always threatening the stumps, around the stumps, and batsmen found it hard to get a bat on the ball.
Were you surprised by how difficult batters on both sides found it to get the bat on the ball?
Yes, a little.
What do you put that down to?
Well, the movement.
Just the movement?
Yeah, well, maybe the defensive games of players.
So a little bit of technique?
A little bit of that, but, that's, I'm afraid that's the game nowadays, isn't it, for Test cricket. Test cricket is a little bit different than it used to be. Defensive occupation hasn't quite the importance that it used to have. And I just think that they're better at attacking than former players used to be as well.
It is early days. I mean, we only had 20 overs of New Zealand's innings, but in that 20 overs, personally, I worried about New Zealand's ability to score runs against this England.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, and after seeing that fear hasn't gone.
No.
You, the same?
I
Feel
think exactly the same.
For all the brilliance of Robinson, there was also brilliance from the New Zealanders. Jameson spent a lot of time on the outer. He's had a lot of his injury problems. O'Rourke's had a lot of injury problems even.
Well, it's nice
Nathan
to see players coming back from a serious injury like that. That's taken probably 2 or 3 years out of their game. It takes the pace out of the bowling for them. And the things that they had prior to the injury, they can't find that again, so they've got to find another way. And when they are able to get 5 wickets, and at the important place like Lords, I think that'll please Kyle Jamieson in particular very much.
Why does New Zealand keep dropping Harry Brook, Jeremy? What is
idea.
it? Is there some kind of...
I just thought they were pretty comfortable catches, actually. Now, whether those players aren't thinking that the ball is going to come to them, whether they can't see... You should see a catch 100 times before it actually arrives. It shouldn't surprise you. That's how I feel about it. I was always expecting a catch, and every time the ball went through and into the keeper's glove, I got an idea of how quickly it was going to come to me. I'd try and work out, it was an attacking batsman or a defensive batsman. A defensive batsman, I go up half a pace. If it's an attacking batsman, because he's actually trying to hit the ball hard, I go back half a pace. I give myself a chance, and I always try and get my head across and not swing my arms out so beyond the compass of my head. So I give myself the best chance of taking it.
I'm not being rude. I'm just wanting to have a quick check on my CricViz app to see what percentage they give New Zealand for the win. What percentage would you give New Zealand for the win?
Well, that'll depend. I think the first session tomorrow is going to be pretty important, isn't it? I mean, there's a ball. How many overs have we had, basically?
We've had 19.2 overs.
Yeah, well, the ball's still in good nick, isn't it? It was after about 30, but if it gets hot, and there's supposed to be decent sun, I think, well, if that happens, then I think the ball after 35 overs...
Well, if they bat
today, it stopped swinging, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah.
If New Zealand bat for 15 overs tomorrow to take it to the 35 over stage, then maybe they've added 40.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
A one innings game, or maybe 20 or 30 shy. They're in the game. Anything more
at
than
100?
Mm.
Yes, I think they are in the game at 100. They'll feel that way if they can claim a couple of early wickets in the second innings. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. I totally agree. Look, there have been questions about Glenn Phillips in this side. Mitchell Santner was fit for selection, I assume. He was named in the squad early. Glenn Phillips didn't bowl. The feeling is Glenn Phillips is in this side more for his batting than his bowling.
Correct.
And now's the time to... Now,
let's have a look at it now.
There couldn't be a more perfect time in a slow... No, it hasn't got 100.
No.
In a low-scoring game, he could be key, right?
Well, he's got to match someone like Brook, doesn't he? And and the tail have to bat with him. He has to do that to keep his team in the game.
Jeremy, thank you for your
Pleasure. Enjoyed the
Insight.
first day. Slightly lag of the jet.
You've done remarkably well.
But anyway, I've enjoyed the day.
You see those clouds up there?
I reckon it's always interesting when bowlers are in charge.
I do too. You see those clouds up there?
Harmy agrees with us.
You see those clouds up there?
Definitely.
See those clouds up there?
I do.
You were travelling through them 24 hours ago.
I was.
Right.
Anyway, lovely to be here.
Get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening out wherever it takes you. Harmy, just building on from what Jerry was saying, really, New Zealand tomorrow when they come out, they've got to just try and bat for an hour and a half. If they can be batting at lunch, then they're back in the game. If they're bowled out within half an hour, then it's England's.
Yeah, and I think England will be saying one big wicket, the big wicket of Phillips. If England get Phillips, then that for me is a 50 run. That's a 50-run lead. If they get Phillips early in that early throws in the morning, if England can come out in that first burst of the new ball, which would be Robinson's first 4 overs, Tung's first 4 overs. If England can get Phillips out then you'd back England to have at least a 45-50 run lead. The problem that England will have is if they don't get Phillips out, pick wickets up from the other end, then all of a sudden Phillips becomes a dangerous proposition with a licence if an O'Rourke or a Henry that if he will bat, can come in and just defend for the stumps. Because we've seen even England's last two batters, they put on 22 and I'm not saying it stopped swinging. It still kept doing something. It's just when you've got numbers 9, number 10, number 11 in, you've actually got to bowl that a little bit fuller because the lengths you've been bowling at top order batters and the areas that you've been causing mayhem, numbers 9, 10, and 11 are just laughing at you because there's no chance of you hitting it. There's no chance of you hitting it. Unless it's hitting the stumps, you're not going to get out because you're not going to nick it. So then the bowler gets frustrated, and I think that's where Phillips could cash in and could hurt England, like Harry Brook chanced his arm. So that's probably the only concern I would have from the England cricket team's point of view is that if for us tomorrow morning, the big wicket of Phillips, if we get him, I don't think Smith can hurt us as much as what Phillips would. I don't think Jamieson can hurt us if he has to bat with number 10 and number 11. So Phillips, for me, is the key wicket for England to come out tomorrow morning and get. And if they get him within the next 15, 20 runs, then England should have a comfortable lead going into the third innings.
Do you think that the likes of Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethel, Jamie Smith, would have looked at how things have gone today, looked at the two batters that have scored runs and the manner in which they've kind of gone about it, and they will think, you know what, tomorrow I'm gonna try and get on the front foot a little bit more than I did today. Because Ben Duckett, he was out for 19. He got a good ball from Smith, but his strike rate was down. Jacob Bethel 6 from 22. Is it just going to be they're going to look at this pitch and say, this is the kind of pitch where I've got to try and just score runs whilst I'm out there. There's no point just hanging about, especially in a low-scoring one.
Yeah, they might sort of think about that while they're having dinner tonight, or might think about that tomorrow coming into the day. But you never know. Tomorrow might come, the sun might shine, and all of a sudden the pitch might be different. And the game plan they had today, which is something that have had 5 months to think about, will be the right game plan for the third innings of this cricket match. So you just never know. The one thing I will say is you have clarity of mind, clarity of thought. And I think there was a few people out there, not just on England's side, on both sides, that I think the clarity of thought of how they were going to, evolve the scoreboard was something I don't think was there, and that's why we're in a position where we've had 16 wickets and just over 200 runs. And I think the ones that had the more clarity of thought, i.e. the Harry Brook and the Glenn Phillips, are the ones that have been more successful on this surface, rather than Ben Duckett tried a different way. No problem with that. That's absolutely fine. He thought this is the way he was. He's going to defend a little bit more. He's going to leave a little bit more. The ball did a bit. I think if you went out there with indecision, you were damned if you did and damned if you don't, because that was the way the surface was. The ones that went out with clarity of thought, who had that game plan, as the ones that have done well on this surface. I just look at this surface and think England have bowled New Zealand into a position of 61 for 6. New Zealand have bowled England into a position of 140 all out. I think from a batting point of view, I'm not saying it's a free hit, but I'm just thinking the bowlers have been given a surface and an atmosphere and a ball to cause mayhem. And to be fair, sometimes as a batter, you just go, hats off, they caused mayhem and they did it. And they did it, they were better than us.
Yep, it has been an incredible day. Do you see comparisons with the MCG, though? Will there be criticism of this Lord's pitch? Has it been a bit of a shootout?
No,
a bit of a lottery?
I don't think so.
When you look at, I mean, we've had 60 overs and we've had 16 wickets. What's any different between this and what happened at the MCG?
I don't.
Because that was panned.
The MCG, you had cricket going into it. Players have been playing cricket going into that MCG game. It was a fourth test match of a series where you think over that 5-week period leading into that MCG game, you should be in a position to overcome that surface. This, you look down the England side. I look at Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay's last bat, right? Emilio Gay's last innings. Bear in mind, what are we, on the 4th of June? His last innings was on the 15th of May when he got naught at Beckenham against Kent. That was the last time he batted. So 3 weeks away. Some of these players haven't played a great deal of cricket in recent times. And I think sometimes when you've got a little bit of indecision, you've got a surface like that in top quality bowling, you get that result. I think from an MCG's point of view, what I'd say with that is, the difference with that is, there'd been 3 test matches previous to that. You know, they're battle hardened. They should have been picking up the line of the ball. They should have been picking up the movement. They should have understood the bowler that they were playing against and the areas that he bowled. So, as much as it hasn't been a great day from a groundsman's point of view, and the ball's just done enough, and sometimes when the ball just does enough, it magnifies when there's low scores. It's when the balls do absolutely loads, and everybody thinks, oh, this is an absolute minefield. And sometimes you see bigger scores or better scores and less wickets in the area because the player miss a lot, and players, don't, leave it, and the ball nips back up the hill. I don't think this is a bad pitch. I don't think it's a dangerous pitch. Time will tell. Will it get better as it goes on? It's going to have to do something very, very quickly to improve, because the game could be finished this time tomorrow.
Okay. Well, look, Harmy, thanks as ever for your time today. You'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Jeremy Coney, Niel Manthorp and Jarrod Kimber will all be back in the commentary box. Well, look, if it's another 16-wicket day, then, I don't know, New Zealand might win tomorrow. Might be a 2-day test. You never know. We'll be back on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The following podcast will be available wherever you get podcasts. But for now, thanks for joining us here on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.